out the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? We live from the boxing section, man. Had a hell of a weekend with the fellas, the crew. You already know what it do. You understand what I'm saying? The crew was in full effect this weekend, man. Super excited to be a part of something so great. We got some great pictures, great memories that we can always go back and enjoy together. All right. I'm feeling good today. Hell of a weekend. Y'all see what I'm rocking, man. The Big Fish handled his business. And again, he has another belt in his grabs now. Now we're just waiting to see if Undisputed is next. We'll see when that gets there. But we had a very eventful weekend, man, as it pertains to boxing and combat sports. I'm ready for the fellas to come on this Monday, so you already know this is DJ's day, but you know he probably at work, man, stuck. But I'm here to let you know that it's going down in a major way. I'm excited. Very, 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 very excited, man. I'm telling you, man, we had a great fucking time. So with that being said, Dallas was great. The energy was amazing. It was unmatched. The Tank fight came close. I thought the Tank fight was gonna be the end all be all, but now it's like shit. That Dallas shit was crazy, man. When he came out to that South Side, the realest, that tore the whole fucking roof off the place, man. That shit was insane, bro. You know what I mean? It was black folks, Mexicans, whites. Everybody had an Errol Spence shirt on, bro. That shit was wild as hell, dog. Shit was wild as hell, dude. When you in there and you see all these people, dog, with all this Errol Spence gear and shit, it's crazy. Man, so shout out to the folks in the chat. Dorian, man, salute to you. Coop, what's up, man? Hey, join the panel, Coop, because you had some good questions. We can use them for your channel as well, but for sure, man, join the panel, man. And you can talk about what you're doing and put your link in the chat, as a matter of fact, also. Con, what's going on, big dog? What's happening? Yeah, man. That shit was crazy. I mean, Errol Spence came through with total domination. You know what I'm saying? He looked like the old Earl, man. You know, what that means, you can't be fucked with. I got you. We're waiting on you. Dude, excited. It was an exciting fight, but we'll go back to the earlier fights on that card, man. And we'll go from there, dude. But I'm not gonna lie, because if Errol Spence didn't look good, dog, Terrence Crawford in the world would have said so. So that's how you know the man is looking good and everything else. Super excited, man. Super excited, dude. I mean, it's exciting. Now, for me, I'm of the mindset, man, that we're going to get the fight. I enjoyed the call out. I love how he said he's going to take his shit, but we're going to see. You know what I'm saying? We're going to see what's cracking. Now, we got another huge fight. Huge fight. You understand what I'm saying? We got another huge fight coming up. Shakur Stevenson, Oscar Valdez. It's happening. I'll be in the building for sure. We got Troy Eisen on the card. Keyshawn Davis on the card. It's going to be a hell of a card, man. I'm looking forward to that for sure. But let's go for the start. I got there at the Brandon Lee fight. Brandon Lee didn't look like I thought he was going to look. I thought he was going to go in there kill Zach, man. But shout out to Breadman for having his fighter ready to go, had him focused, had a good game plan, not to get knocked out. His fighter also had a long layoff, so to be able to put on a showing like that was good. I'm looking forward to seeing him versus Gary Russell. That's what I want to see. Oh man, the cheeks was crazy. Listen, dude, this girl had so much ass, dog. I'm telling you, bro, it was crazy. Yeah, they had cheeks for sure, cheeks for days, cheeks for years. Yeah, Brandon. I thought Brandon Lee was gonna knock him out. I ain't gonna lie, dude. I had no faith in bro. I thought it was gonna be ugly, but he didn't. He didn't get him out of there. So shout out to Breadman. That's a testament to Breadman, his training style, and what he's been able to do as far as his fighters. He got some fighters, man, that flat out fight. You know what I'm saying? J Rock, Kyron Davis. Now Zach. I mean, they fought their ass off. You know what I'm saying? You can't win you can't win them all. You know, certain fighters are special, and then certain fighters are really good. You know what I'm saying? But so that fight was cool. Stanley Onis and Baturiev, or however the fuck you say his name, was fucking crazy. YP, what's up, big dog? What's happening? Listen, them motherfuckers was throwing leather. They was in each other's kitchen, just turning each other. I mean, they was giving out. They was throwing some shit. You know what I'm saying? They was throwing some shit. And then the young cat that's with Benavidez camp, he came in there and showed the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of respect for the Benavidez camp, man. For real. We're going to see what's happening, man. Come they ever make that fight. That'd be a good fight to see. All right, now listen, we got a special guest, man. It's one of my closest friends, man. Y'all know him. You know what I'm saying? My nigga Jay Coop, a.k.a., you know what I'm saying, your baby mama's favorite, let me see. Your baby mama's favorite fat boy, man. You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I gotta come up with a better intro next time. What's up with it, bro?
No, that's the perfect intro. Your baby mama favorite fat nigga, man.
All
I'm
right.
here, man.
I was trying to think of some more shit. I just couldn't think of shit. You know what I mean?
Now I know how you trying to remain professional tonight and talk about boxing on the boxing channel. But let's talk about them geeks that was out there, man.
Cause I really listen. I wanna just put out, but I don't know if that's somebody, mama or something, bro, or something.
Mm.
I want to pull that picture up with, cause sheesh.
Man, them ladies was out there with a rump shaker. Old
Cause,
school the cash money was taking over for the 99 to 2000 rump shaker.
bro,
No BBL, thighs matched the cheeks, man. It
I
was
wish my
nice
girl
out
was out
there.
there so we can really booty watch together, dog. That was it. It was
Y'all
booty
might have had to take
watching,
something back to the room, man.
huh?
I said y'all might have had to take something back to the room.
Man, for real,
Listen, we out of town. It's time to get in.
man, for real, man. Put them fears to the side. You know what I'm saying?
So I was on Instagram after the Errol Spence fight, and I seen one of the Charlos had got into it with somebody in the
Vides.
Benavidez in the stands. So they want that smoke with each other. Let me know what's going on in this boxing world.
Man, you know I don't like to talk about fantasy fights. You know that.
Oh, that shit like fantasy football right there.
Yeah,
Them
it's
niggas just putting on the show.
all show, all bark, no bite. They ain't doing shit.
You had a program going on tonight, or you were just on talking?
I mean, I was just talking about I was talking about the weekend. I was talking about the fights that happened that night. What's to come? Because we had to get your big ass out for that Shakur Stevenson fight.
Yeah, man. I want to see my boy fight, man. I definitely want to see that.
But for those of you that don't know, the reason why I even know who Shakur Stevenson is because of him. So I told him about Jerron Ennis, and he told me about Shakur Stevenson.
And that boy, what's his name, Ammo, but I ain't been seeing too much about him.
Now he with Kevin Cunningham now, man. He gonna be all right. He got a tough fight ahead of him though, boy. The dude he fighting cannot be fucked with that much. So I want to see that. It's a tall task to see.
When they fighting this summer or
Shit, that motherfucker.
soon?
Let me see, cause it's I'll pull it up. Let's see.
Khan Shonnery said, it looked like Charlo just had some liquid courage in him, man. And spotted off to Benavidez. He was over there taking the motherfucking shots of Henny on the sideline and was getting out of control.
Oh shit, that's the same weekend that Shakur Stevenson getting down.
Shakur Stevenson gonna outclass Valdez, man.
He gonna beat the dog shit out of Valdez. They're gonna show you why he didn't want that fight. So this is right here. See, he fighting. That's what he fighting.
Booker, I gotta go look up this boy and see
That
what
motherfucker get busy.
he get busy like that.
He get busy like that, my boy.
I'm gonna have to go look up my boy. Shit.
Yeah, that motherfucker get busy. No lie.
The end of this month, man, it's gonna be popping.
Another great day of boxing, dog. Another great day of boxing.
Man, I was supposed to do a sports stream tonight, but I guess I'll probably go try and do it tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what I thought you was gonna do. That's why I kept hitting you.
Yeah. Man, I had to come home and handle some shit with the kids that I really didn't want to have to handle, and it just took me all the way out the mood.
Yeah, that's his Instagram right here, though.
Send it to my DM if you could.
All right, let me see. When you're lazy. That's coming to you shortly. Yeah, Ennis versus Still Clay. I'm sad about that fight, dog. I'm sad about that fight. Cause I gotta watch a guy I care about get his ass whooped, man. And then I gotta watch a guy that I got so much respect for as a coach lose.
How did you feel about the Cruz, the pit bull, and I can't think of old boy name.
Yeah, boy could have stretched that shit out, bro. But that motherfucker, he could have stretched that shit out way much longer.
I
Cause
was
he fought that nigga like dude couldn't hit or something.
Man, I will say this about Gamboa. The boy got the hardest steel because he didn't give a fuck. He still was trying to fight. He
Yeah,
was
but
out
he
there.
could have if he would have kept holding on, he could have lasted a whole lot longer.
Mm-hmm. He was trying to trade some shots back once he started getting all that damage.
That's my point, though. He could have survived, though. He could have just because he didn't open up like that for Tank. He didn't open up like that for Devin Haney. Why he open up like that for this nigga?
Because that might be the last time we see this nigga in a boxing ring. The way he was getting beat the fuck up out there, that dinner might have been his last fight.
Listen, bro. Listen to me, Sean. He's getting his ass beat. Okay. He getting his ass beat, bro. My niggas was
That
gonna
boy
beat
said
the
Pitbull
dog.
fought like he had rabies. Man, that boy was out there on his ass. I said he did not fight like this against Tank Blood.
Nah, hell no.
Man, he was out there putting it on Gambo.
He was gonna get boy ass. Positive Network, salute to you, brother.
Garcia don't want that smoke. I seen the interview at the end when it was like Ryan Garcia been talking about well, Garcia don't want that smoke.
Detroit, what's up with it, big dog? We here. The link is in the chat. If y'all want to join the panel, link is in the chat. You know, Ryan Garcia just be. I'm glad he shut that shit down, man. That nigga, cause that nigga be capping and shit. Max, what's up with it, big dog? My nigga Max in the fucking building and shit. But yeah, man, I ain't gonna lie, John. I cannot lie to you, bro. You going to that fucking fight, bro?
I know. I definitely want to go to that fight. I just got to make sure I got my shit in order.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to that shit. Cause I think I'm gonna have my dad come down. My dad will come down. My brother tomorrow coming down. So shit, we're gonna try to make it a thing.
Yeah. Be out there in hot ass Vegas.
Man, it's gonna be lit though. Because my young homie, he getting down. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm supposed to be going to LA and Vegas. I'm supposed to do like a turnaround trip. Like I'm supposed to go like one day go to Vegas for my boy Steven Nelson fight, and then turn back around and then go to LA for my young homie Slick Nick. He fighting. So it's gonna be some shit popping. I wasn't supposed to be doing shit. I was, you know what I mean? But shit, I can't help it, bro. Like I've been saving a lot of money though. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta. But shit, I had to go to that shit though. I had to go to a few of these jobs. All right, Wes, what's up with it, bro? Nah, Keith Thurman need this fucking ass beat. He need to get the fuck somewhere else. Hey, John, you still here? That nigga probably doing some other shit. Yeah, once Max comes in, he'll talk about the McKee fight on the MMA side of things. But yeah, dude, I'm looking forward to the Shakur fight, bro. It's a good card. Top Rank is finally giving black fighters a platform to be great. So I love that. Oh, Keith Thurman, easy. Sean Porter is creeping up though. Sean Porter is creeping up with his hating ass activity, but Keith Thurman for sure. Keith Thurman because he just held on to the belts for no reason, bro. And then Ness trying to like cape for the nigga shit. Get the fuck out of here,
I
dog.
see somebody try to act like Spence was scared of Keith Thurman, man. He said,
Yeah,
how you
fuck that.
don't like a nigga you ain't never even fought or nothing or none of that. That's what they talking
Yeah,
shit.
but like niggas don't understand this is prize fight. He still gonna get a big ass payday if I fight the nigga though.
Yeah.
So now I don't give you opportunity, nigga. So fuck you.
Yeah, ain't putting no money in you bums pockets.
That's what I'm saying. Sean Porter's just a fucking hater, bro. I can't stand that motherfucker, dude. He just a fucking hater, guys. Straight hater. I didn't. Where you see that at, R West? Put the link in the chat. Let me see. Boom, boom,
Hey, man, my nephew was smelling himself now. He got the little girls at the school fighting over him, man.
Oh shit.
Bro, I said
Shit.
this little. It has begun.
You put that in the chat though. I gotta see that shit. Put that link in the chat.
I'm about to send a video to your DM.
Oh, this motherfucker really did. Hold on. Y'all about to mute this real quick. Talk real quick, John, so I can ask nigga to talk. The nigga just left. Jesus.
Who left?
Okay, nigga, say something, nigga, like run, nigga, talk about the fight or whatever.
Oh man, the fight was amazing, man. I had Earl winning from the beginning of the damn fight. Anyway, I knew it was gonna be a nice boxing lesson out there. They stood in the pocket real firm. I liked it that match. The only part I was concerned about was when the nigga mouthpiece got knocked out his mouth and he went to go get the damn mouthpiece instead of protecting himself at all times and put himself at risk to take some big shots. He definitely was out there tripping on that, but he bounced back and closed my boy eye up. Yeah, man. Anybody in the chat got any dream fights that they want to see? Drop them in the chat, man, so Cal can pin them while he listens to this commentary that he listening to. Oh, see, I didn't. I was watching on bootleg, man, so I didn't hear the ref say, stop. I just seen the nigga look down at the mouthpiece, and it looked like the action was still going. They had me watching on one of them bootleg cable apps, man. That's my homeboy house.
Yeah, ref. Lawrence Cole definitely said stop. And
Mm.
but yeah, he after that but Spence didn't protect himself, so then he got his punches off though. Yo, but for real though, you know what I'm tired of seeing though. I'm tired.
The whole stadium thought
Okay.
he said stop.
Yeah, he did say stop. He did say stop.
Shit, no, evidently he didn't let him get punched up 3 times.
No,
Man,
he said stop, but he didn't step between them. He said stop, and he wasn't between them.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch that shit. I can't wait to watch that shit again. My girl was supposed to order this shit, man, but then she got caught up with the kids and shit, and didn't order the shit. That shit was exciting though, man. I ain't gonna lie, that shit was fucking crazy. I fucking enjoyed that fight, dog. For real, for real.
I know being in the building versus watching it at home, and that's your favorite fighter, you just like was on a different level, man.
John, you already know how I feel about Errol Spence, man. He the reason why I got back in the watching boxing again. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, for real.
Well, I wonder how you gonna feel about it when Terrence Crawford get on him.
Good luck, nigga.
You better keep them straps even season hats and shirts on when that boy get beat up out there.
Shit, nigga. Earl, that motherfucker's a machine, boy. The nigga last time, nigga, Terrence Crawford had a little eye issue last time. Hold on, I got a special guest coming in here. Well, he ain't special, he ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Dane. Yeah. So shout out to this next motherfucker that's coming in here, man.
Listen,
He ain't worth shit. He ain't shit. He ain't gonna never be shit. But he are a piece of shit. You get what I'm saying? He are a piece of shit. He's a contrarian, to say the least. He said, "Fuck reparations." He said, "Fuck all reparations, no matter what color or creed you are." He said, "Go out and work and get it your goddamn self." He's an American. He has denounced every bit of Mexican in his body and in his culture. He's strictly an American. He's a piece of dog shit, but he's my piece of dog shit, my motherfucking dog. Next, you raunchy piece of shit. What's going on?
What up, Max? What up? What up?
Hey, why didn't you give me a weak ass intro like Coop over here, man? Why'd you give me a one sentence intro, man?
Huh?
Why didn't you give me a one sentence intro like your boy Coop over here, man?
I know, man.
This is first
This
time
That
guy,
being on
weak
the
ass.
panel. This is
he
first time
shows
being on the
favoritism.
panel.
You see this shit?
Yeah. It's
Hey,
American favoritism. That's right.
hey, listen. This is his first time being on the panel, so I gotta get the, you know what I'm saying. He got to warm up to the intros. He my dog. I knew him for most of my life, but he gotta earn these intros. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's how, because I was trying to think of some shit. You know what I mean? You on the show all the time, so I'm thinking of all the conversations that we've had on this show. So it's easy for me to talk about how I hate you, but I live at the same time.
Oh, yeah, I feel it.
Okay.
It feels
So
mutual.
when you come on my podcast about nothing, watch the intro you get, motherfucker.
He don't even do intros and shit. Hey, I'm telling you, Mex, man, I wish you could have been there amongst your people, because there was a lot of y'all in there. There's a lot of American. It was a lot of Americans.
Yeah, that's true. I'm about to ask you, how does it feel to be in one of the freest states in the whole country, man?
That shit was amazing, bro. I really want to live there. I want to live in that motherfucker. I want to move to Dallas so bad. That shit was fucking amazing, man.
He don't get to reap the benefits of a free state like that, man. I would have took my pistol and put it on my hip as soon as I got off the airplane.
Big old AR across the chest.
Man, like Cal don't even want to own a BB gun, man. This guy's crazy. I would have been.
Hey, listen, I told you. After wrestling with that nigga in the hospital, boy, I said I'm gonna give me a piece, because I ain't finna be wrestling with these niggas, man. I'm too goddamn old for this shit.
Ain't Kyle, man. You know what I'm saying?
No, what's up with it, baby?
You from North Carolina, right?
I spent 6 years there.
Oh man, North Carolina, we all got guns out here.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, you know, I ain't really no gun nigga, to be honest with you, though, bro.
I've been trying to take this boy to the gun range for about 6 years, man. He been
more like a blow dart kind of guy, huh?
I like to use my hands, man. You know what I'm saying?
No, it ain't about that though. It ain't about
I love to give an ass whooping or take an ass whooping. Either one of them.
Yeah, but them niggas that come breaking your house ain't delivering no ass whooping.
Yeah, they ain't coming in there with their hands. They coming in there with guns too, though. So that's why I walk around with guns for protection.
It was 80% black, 20% Mexican. But all the Mexicans had on Errol Spence t-shirts. It was fucking good. I had never seen it like this in my life, dude. Listen, Canelo, he cool and all that shit. But what I seen this weekend, I seen Mexicans have his fucking shit on. Black people had his shit on. You know what I'm saying? Like, you are
Texas is Texas, though. Hey, but Benavidez got more love in Texas than Charlo did. They were booing the Charlos. They was loving Benavidez.
But you know why they got booed?
They're fucking punks. No,
because we was most people were broke ass Deontay Wilder fans. So
well, I like Jamel, man. I like
I like little Charlo too.
Oh, hold on. Stop everything real quick. Hold your thoughts and put them in your pocket. And I'm gonna get to y'all in a second. Hold on. Shout out to this nigga. The next person coming over, this man, listen. Shout out to my motherfucking dog, the OG, the dirty deacon, the filthy, stinking animal. You know what I mean? The greatest perv of all time, the coxswain himself. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to him. He paid for the hotel, my ticket, man. He made sure this weekend was absolutely great. It wasn't even my birthday, but it felt like it, goddammit. Shout out to the motherfucking the truck driving, wife stealing, cock laying, wife slaying, son of a gun. My motherfucking dog, the OG, the oldest motherfucker on the show. God damn it. Santos, what's up, old nigga? What's going on?
What's up, youngin? What's up, youngin?
What up, Santos?
What's up, fellas? What's up?
Hey,
Yeah, we
I
had
didn't
a
know you
great
were
time.
that fucking tall, Santos. God damn. How
Bro,
tall are you, man?
what's up, Ken?
No. The person with the height that was a surprise was Brandon Washington.
Yeah,
Brandon
Brandon
about
Washington was
6'3".
a
I'm six
surprise.
two and a half.
Damn.
He might be 6'4".
Well,
I don't know. Hey, shout out to Brandon, man. It was a pleasure meeting my brother Brandon.
Brandon
We
Washington looks nothing like he sounds.
817. 817. We met up with him and his wife, and shout out to everybody that we met up with. Blu-ray, he accepted us in his home last night, even though his son had to be at school and all that good stuff. We chopped up with him last night for a minute. But yeah, we had a great time, man. Shout out to everybody that made it out there to the fights, man. Hey, what was that cat name that noticed us and told us his name? He comes on the panel, man. A
J
subscriber,
Dub.
J
Yeah,
Dub, yeah.
J Dub.
Yeah,
J
shout
Dub,
out to
yeah.
him. And shout out to Trill
Yeah, Blue Ray
Boxing.
was on the floor, R West. He was on the floor.
Yeah. We ran into Trill Boxing as far as Black Fight Fan, CC, and Joseph Townsend. Shout out to them.
Shout out to them.
Shout out to, of course, DJ and his cousin. And a major shout out to my man Champion Hart. Champion Hart is a hell of a host, man. I appreciate you, my brother.
Hell of a guy.
Took care of us over the weekend.
He's
Hey,
a hell of a
is,
guy.
is this
A
what took you
likable
to that
guy.
house? Is this what
What's
took you
that
to
now?
that house restaurant?
Yeah.
So
Oh,
you've been
that
there
rest-
before.
No.
Hey.
He came with us. No, we told Champion Hart is going to take us.
Okay.
Yeah, Champion Hart's
They
the one that
had
did the
y'all
driving.
getting dinner in the living room at somebody's house.
But yeah, we had a great time, man. It was a good turnout. And shout out to all the women down there with the meat drippers hanging out of their shorts, man. I really love them, man.
You and the fucking meat drippings, man.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I definitely got to get back down. I'm going back down. If everything's cool on my end, I'll be back down there August the 6th. That's the week of my birthday. I'm waiting. I know it's gonna be a lot of meat drippers. It's gonna be hot. So I know it's gonna be, man. They're gonna be killing it then. And go back down there and chop it up with some folks, man. But we had a great time, man. It was a great turnout for Errol Spence's showdown with Ugas. And we're looking for great things between him and Bud. And it is what it is, man.
if that fight happens, man, I might have to pick up a nosebleed. That might have to be my first boxing match I go to. That's a good one to pop it off with.
So I really
you
had
probably
to
okay long before that, bro. You probably listen because we going to LA. You bringing your stinking ass to LA, nigga. You ain't that far from LA, nigga.
Oh, I'm there. I'll take the Greyhound if I need to. I don't give a fuck. Ain't shit keeping me from that.
No, I'm talking about the fight that I'm going to in LA. Your stinking ass is going.
Where? Who you about to tell there?
I think I'm gonna go see Boots, man.
Oh, the Charlo fight. That's in LA.
Yeah.
Oh shit. I mean, that's possible. That's possible.
Like as much as I hate being a broke ass Deontay Wilder fan, it's Jerron Ennis is gonna be there and shit. You know what I mean? His family, like I love for them. Plus Bobby and Castile Clayton is my dog and shit. So they gonna be there. I just don't want to see my homeboy get his ass beat by other homeboy. You know how like you got your homeboys about to fight.
You gotta stay out of it. Make sure no one jump in. That's all you do.
Man. Cause I think he gonna kill Castile Clayton, cuz.
Hey, when is that shit? That's just in June?
Yeah, no, May, right? No, is it May or June?
It's May.
He's like, let me see.
I know Memorial Day weekend. I'm getting mine out here. That's big money, but as long as it ain't that weekend.
Southside, the realest drug dealers, killers.
I don't know. Hey, am I allowed to hang out with you guys' group? I mean, I don't know if that's
Go on, Mix.
We
I was just saying, hey, I was just saying, yo, the energy be on these nights. Some of these nights, I don't know anymore. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of sensitive grown men on here, so I don't know. I don't know.
Listen, man. Listen. Look, we hate you, but we love you.
Yeah, I heard that before.
No. Let me say this. We don't like you, but we love you. How about that?
Oh, that works out.
Yeah.
I just know I ain't never gonna let you get jumped in front of me. We both gonna get jumped together. Just know that, all right? We good.
Absolutely. Listen, man, I had some we had some great fucking times, dog. I had DJ's big ass there with his big ass cousin.
Oh yeah,
I
I
had
was gonna hop in DJ's
tall
pocket. We good to
ass
go.
Champion Heart buff as the motherfucker still.
That's gonna be the lineman right there.
Yeah, man, we had some great time. It was great though. I ain't gonna lie, that shit was great, bro. I had
Yeah,
a
I
great
saw y'all, man. I was jealous as fuck looking at the goddamn fucking videos and shit. God damn, the whole damn boxing section.
well, listen, how far are you from Vegas?
I'm in Monterey County. I'm like 2 hours south of you.
So how far is that from Vegas, nigga?
I never been to Vegas in my life. I have no idea.
Why don't you just GPS and see what happens?
You talking about driving or flying?
Nigga, driving.
I think it's like I want to say it's like 7 hours.
Oh, that's better than my drive because ours was 11.
Man, that ain't nothing, man. Just put on the audio book and it'll go by fast.
Hey, May 14th. Oh, okay. Oh, that's what he's talking about. That's when the fight is, May 14th.
Yeah, that's the Charlo fight, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, if my funds looking right, I might be able to slide out there. That last LA trip broke me, boy. Fuck.
Yeah, because I'm doing that because Steven Nelson fights on the 21st, and my boy Slick Nick fights on the 22nd. So it's gonna be like a back-to-back, bang, bang, bang. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's what I'm doing.
And then the rental cars and that gas is not cheap right now, man. That shit,
Hell no.
bro, I got a rental car for a week, small shit. That shit was like $600 plus the deposit.
I mean, you ain't got no credit card then.
No, hell no, I got no credit card. Bro,
Good shit.
I barely got my life together last year, man. I barely got off probation, barely got my license back, all that shit, man. So I was on probation for 10 years. No L's for 10 years. So I'm working on that. That's the next step, though.
Now look at you now.
Look at me now. Part of the gang. Ugh.
You almost didn't make it, man. You almost didn't make it. We almost, threw you to the damn through the wind.
I was just saying.
The thing about you, man, you that dude, man. You get your ass whooped every day. You keep coming back, man. Then eventually, the niggas just say, you know what, man, this nigga got heart, cuz let's see this nigga alone, man. Let me hang out.
don't play me like that, bro. Don't play me like that.
Listen, you take verbal ass whoopers on this channel daily. You come
No,
back.
hold on. Half y'all motherfuckers don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, I'll just let you go because y'all motherfuckers talk a lot. I'll just sit here and listen to this shit. I mean, you're right. There's a lot of emotions on here with very little facts to back it up. Just a lot of emotions. But it's good though, because I love y'all too.
I tell you what, man. I love Donald Trump more than anything. I wish he was back in the fucking office.
Come on, man.
I mean, I do wish he was back in office, but no. My fucking LA trip probably wouldn't cost so much if he was.
That's a fact.
Big facts. From the food to the gas to everything else.
I used to be able to get to Vegas, room and flight, $300. That's how much it's gonna cost for a flight to Vegas.
You're watching the.
That shit's insane.
Hey, well, shit. Hey, now that you follow me on IG, Kyle, I don't know. You might see some shit you ain't gonna like, so I'm just gonna give you that warning because there ain't no PC, nothing on there. This ain't YouTube. You know what I mean? So.
Boy, Steph Curry went off tonight, didn't he? Brandon Washington.
Nah, I don't mess with the
Lanky
Warriors,
motherfucker.
man.
Hop on the panel.
I mean, I'm bullshit sometimes.
I got Phoenix coming out.
What's up, Brandon? Man, that's my brother, man. Hey, we got hey, I'll tell you something about Brandon. You won't see him coming. Am I right, Brandon? They won't see you coming.
Man, hell no. Listen.
Let me tell you something. Hey, Brandon is a real father, real husband, man. And shout out to him, man. He family visit yesterday, man. All due respect, my man. I already knew what time it was. I was trying to explain to my brother Kyle, he's like, man, hey, come on now. They know what time. I said, man, these are fathers and husbands, man. These guys Sunday. These guys live here. They ain't tripping about that, man. I said they got to take care of their business. I understood what the assignment was. You know what I'm saying? But let me tell you something, man. Brandon
Give him that
showed up,
assignment.
showed out, showed us some love, man. And thanks to Brandon and Kyle's experience, we were able to we went from the plastic to the cushion seats. You
Listen,
dig?
I try to give y'all the game. I try to give y'all the game, but y'all never want to listen. If you can find a homeboy that decided to be a baller that day, all you gotta do is just follow him. That's it. I gotta call Vegas Leon, man, because I need to get some tickets for this Shakur Stevenson fight. Because it's going down in a major way. Did you hear me?
Yeah. I'm gonna see what the. I don't know. I don't know if I can make them hotels, man. I ain't tell what they gonna cost out there.
Listen, man, don't worry about the hotel. Just worry about your flight. How about that?
That can work. I can handle that. I can
All
handle
right,
that flight.
listen. We'll figure that out off wax. You
On
dig
the
what I'm
real though,
saying?
I need to be staying behind making some money. But that's
Yeah, I get all
weekend
that.
after
Hold
next,
on
right?
real quick. Shout out to the nigga that voice don't match his body or face. You understand what I'm saying? Shout out to my dog, Mr. Knowledge of Self. You dig what I'm saying? The blind putter upper. You know what I'm saying? The line cutter. You know what I'm saying? The family man. You dig what I'm saying? Motherfucking dog. Mr. Big Baller, Mr. Soft Seats himself. You dig what I'm saying, my boy Brandon? Watch what's happening, Brandon. What's going down? Be done.
What up, Joe, man? Salute, man. Good to see y'all made it home safe, man. I enjoyed y'all. I couldn't get up with y'all yesterday, but man, I felt so good seeing you brothers, man. Man, it felt good seeing y'all. What up, though?
Hey, the
It's
feeling
all
was
good,
mutual, my
man.
brother. It
Hey,
was
listen.
mutual.
The nigga does not look like Farrakhan. If you thought he was a short, light skinned nigga, he don't look like Farrakhan, dog.
Hey, Brandon. I was just trying to keep it at they won't see you coming.
Yeah, I know what you missing. So you know,
yeah,
Kyle
yeah.
gonna tell it all. Kyle gonna tell it straight. Kyle gonna say exactly what it is.
Hey, listen. Man, nigga came. Hey,
Hey.
listen. This nigga came walking into him like, man, who the fuck is this nigga? That heard his voice and said, oh man, hell no.
Wait. Is he white?
What?
Is he
No,
white? What do
man.
you mean? He don't look like he like.
No.
You
Hey,
hear how he sound?
trust me.
Do he sound like
It
he
will
over
be a
6 foot?
pleasant. It will be a pleasant. Well, look at the photos. You'll see him.
I
No,
can't judge.
shit toast. What you doing, brother?
I
He don't
thought he
want his
had.
face on out there like that. That's why I did it. You know what I mean?
I
Nah,
thought he
I
had
don't want it out
out
there
there.
like that, shit, though.
Yeah, you
Okay,
gotta
my
chill,
But
bad.
I
shit
ain't
I
toast.
thought
tagged.
I was all right out there. Okay.
Damn.
Hey man. Hey, I'm an old man. I'm an
But
old man.
what you
I
say?
don't
My
do nothing.
voice don't match. That you say my
Hell
voice.
no. Hey, look.
You say my voice don't match.
Hey, hey, Max, how tall this nigga Brandon Washington sound to you?
I don't know how tall someone sound. I don't know.
Listen to his voice, bro.
I mean, hey, Santos already told me he's taller than him. He said like 6'3", 6'4", or some shit.
No, listen to what I'm saying though. You ever seen the episode of Martin when Mad Dog
Oh, yeah, Gary Coleman episode.
I
I, on the real,
Man,
I always picture his complexion matched what I thought, but I always picture him to be maybe like 5'10" tops. I keep it
Man,
real,
listen, I thought he was a
going with the
short,
voice.
light skinned dude, cuz
So,
this whole time I thought he looked like Farrakhan. I thought he had the part and everything. I thought this nigga was a short, light skinned dude that looked like Farrakhan this whole
nah,
time.
I knew he wasn't running around like that. I already knew that. I mean, he probably got to do it to go to temple or whatever. But I'm saying I knew Brandon was coming, as an average brother. You know what I'm saying? I knew that just from some conversation. I could just feel it. But let me tell you something. Cool brother. Cool brother, man. I got a lot of love for Brendan, man, because they're real brother, real husband, real father. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying
Absolutely.
I'm like that with any of y'all, man. If you're a real father, real husband, and you taking care of your business, I got all due respect for you regardless. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna help me, and you ain't gonna fall out about nothing because I know you real people. You know what I'm saying? We might not agree about everything. You
Real
know what I'm
talk.
saying? But we ain't gonna have no falling out. You know what I'm saying? Because it's all love. I respect real men, and
Oh, I
let me
love
tell
you
you something.
too,
So what?
Santos.
We had a great
Say,
time, bro. I tell
Cal,
you
did
what.
I seem
Hey,
like an old? I seem like an old '90s dude. Do I seem like I used to get down back in the day a little bit, Cal?
Listen, the nigga, the nigga Brandon White. Hey,
see, look,
the
see,
nigga
this the
Brandon
thing.
Washington,
See,
bro.
Brent,
Listen, the nigga Brandon Washington stuck in a damn time machine, dog. I thought the nigga looked like Rakim, goddamn it.
hey, but he was straight though. But look, this is the thing. See, Brandon, when you listen to Brandon, you know we all know how intellectual Brandon can be. You know, that's who he is. You know, he has knowledge of self. He's a man of what he believes. You know what I'm saying? He believes in respecting anybody that respects himself and things of that nature. Now
All right, I'll be right back.
he
I'll be right back, y'all. Hold on, real quick.
now he know who he is, so he can pose himself. He can dress how he feel like it. But when you listen to his voice on these platforms, and you listen to the knowledge that he has about himself and about life in general, I hear what I hear in Brandon is an old soul, and what I mean by that, you know, I can relate to Brandon. I can talk to Brandon because I don't feel like I'm talking to somebody too young for me to talk to. If you dig what I'm saying. So that's what I love about Brandon. But then at the same time, when you're in person with him, Brandon ain't like no old soul out. He acting like a average age brother, you know, that's out to have a good time, laugh and talk, and show a lot of love to whoever he's kicking with. And that's one thing about him I love, man. He's genuinely who he is. And I think all of us we true
Yeah.
to our
Thank you,
the
Santos.
way
Thank you,
the people that
Santos,
we
man. I
are.
feel the same way about you, my brother. I
Absolutely.
love y'all, man. I was so
I
proud
think
and so
yeah, I think
happy.
all
I
of
just
us
hate
present
that my
ourselves
brother-in-law
the right way.
was rushing me. But I was proud. I was so proud and
Hey, it's
so
all good.
happy to
Hey,
hang out with y'all, man.
look here, Brandon. The main thing is you made it. We've met. We've been there. We've done that. And if the Lord's willing, I'm gonna be down there in your area again in August, man. Like I said. But let me tell you, Brandon, that nigga, big black fight fan. That brother, that man. Hey, I knew he was big, right? But that's a truck. That
Yeah,
brother's
I
a
met him.
truck.
I met him. That's a big old. That's a real Texas Oak Cliff
That,
dude right there. Yeah.
yeah, I told him that truck. I said, man, you bigger than them son of a gun, man. I said, man, you big. I knew he was big. I wasn't shocked about him being big. I knew he was big. But I mean, he's even wider than I thought. You know what I'm saying? He's not just, muscular, thick, or whatever. He's wider than I assumed he was. That boy, a big boy, man. Hey, I'm gonna go down there and pick him up next time I get down there. And we're gonna ride around to every hood around there. And I'm gonna talk a little funky to some folks that I don't even know. Nah, just playing. Hey, let me tell you something about Texas. Let me tell you something about Texas I learned years ago. All the brothers I met that were out of Texas, right? And most of them from the Dallas area, some from the Houston area, right? Uh, and to me, Dallas and Houston brothers, they have a different flavor about themselves, a different swag about themselves. Slightly different. But they still have a genuineness about themselves that I love. And one thing I learned about them cats out of Texas years ago, man, when I had to do my little bid, um, they ain't running around trying to act like they something they not, man. They present themselves who they are for what they really are and who they being, and I always love the realness, and that's why I was telling Black Fight fan, I said I got a special love for Texas because when I was in Texas, man, I didn't, I felt that realness out of them brothers. You know what I'm saying? Um, I don't feel like Texas brothers, they love their state and they love what they do. And when it comes to sports, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you supposed to uplift your, and push for your own home team. That's what anybody's supposed to do. But let me tell you, I ain't never known no Texas cat to try to be pissing on nobody else. You know what I'm saying? They always showed me a lot of love when I knew them cats back in the day. And when I get down there this past weekend, man, I felt that same vibe, man. And that's what I love. But I got a special place in my heart for the state of Texas, man, because the homies out of Texas, man, they just real, man. I love that about Texas, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Y'all got me thinking about settling down. It make me want to come down there and get
Come
on
on
spot.
with it. Come on with it.
Because, man, hey, one thing I know about Texas, you can get some money out of that state, boy. I'm telling you, it's money down there to be had. And I always heard that, but seeing it with my own eyes, not on no business trip, on a pleasurable trip, and seeing it with my own eyes. And Champion Hard gave us a tour of the city, man. Shout out to that brother, man. Let me tell you something, man. I love what I saw, man. I love it. I ain't gonna stop talking about it. But I'm gonna pause for the calls right now because I'm hogging it up and I don't mean to do that. But man, I got love for that state, man. I got love for you brothers in Texas, man. Always, man. I'm pausing.
Well, I still hate that y'all had a good time because I wasn't there, man. I look at that Kyle shit like happy but sad at the same time. I'm like, man, I'm gonna stop looking at this motherfucking story right now. But nah, on that next one, I don't know, man. The next big one that everybody meet up at, I might have to fuck with y'all, man. Get out there and
Hey, Max, let me tell
infiltrate.
you something. You're not gonna receive nothing but love if you can make it down there to that deal and all this, man. They ain't gonna be no love, man. I'm just keeping 100 with you, man. One thing about the Latinos in Texas and the blacks in Texas, they have a different vibe with one another versus the ones in California, man. To me, um,
Yeah, we get along down here. We don't have no beef.
yeah,
We don't have no beef. We don't have that
man,
that territorial. We don't have none
right.
of that. Everybody mind their business and we vibe.
I'm telling you, when you go in public places, restaurants or whatever, man, you see a mixture of Latino and black families loving each other, breaking bread together, all that, man. When I was with Latino brothers, man, and I was just knowing that they wives gonna be Latino. Not that that ain't no guarantee. That ain't no guarantee, and I love
Man,
that, man.
I ain't worried
I
about
love
none of that shit. What are the bitches like out there? That's what I'm worried about. Yeah.
what is
What
what,
are the females looking like out there? I
man.
need
I
some
just try to tell you the meat drippers was everywhere, man. Hanging off the
meat
plate, man.
drippers.
The meat drippers hanging off the plate down there, man. Let me tell you where I got that meat drippers hanging from. I got it from a brother out of Texas when I was doing time. They tell you, man, yeah, ain't nothing like a gal with the meat drippers hanging out from under them shorts. You know what I'm saying? Let me tell you something, man. Meat drippers everywhere, everywhere. That's the first thing I saw when I was approaching the stadium. That was the first thing I know. I didn't even want to go inside because there was some meat drippers out there, man. I just wanted to keep looking at them. I got on the inside, meat drippers. I love the way they let the meat drippers hang out down there, man. Look here, man. I'll be back. I'll be back. Hey, check this out. When we got back to the hotel last night, we saw this African sister, right? Uh, the reason I know she's African, I had a little conversation with her briefly. But I went downstairs to warm up my food from the night before, right? She's a security guard. Shout out to Josephine. When I get back down there in August, if I go to that same hotel, but I may not. But if I go to that same hotel, I'm gonna be looking for Josephine. Josephine, she's cute and she got body. She got body, man. I mean, she fine as something, gone, man. Fine as something, and she's pretty in the face naturally. I was up on real close, Got a little hand dap, She gave me a salad last night, man. She gave me a salad to go with my Buffalo Wild Wings last night.
Mm.
Yes, sir. But I'm telling you, man, I'm definitely going back to Texas. If something come up and I can't make it down there in August, I'm gonna go down there sometime this year, man. I got to, man. Man, I love it. But this time I'm taking straight through flights, nonstop. Oh, this old man, I lost the key to my car, man. between Dallas and Austin, man. I don't know which airport or airplane I left it on, man. Fell out of my pocket, man. I got home, man. Couldn't even get in my car at the airport. I had to call my best friend to go and get the extra key from my wife. Up to him for being a time, you know, to take care of it. I haven't had any sleep, man. And I tried to pull this night out though. We had a great time, man. I'm still high from this weekend, as y'all can probably tell.
Yeah.
Oh, we can fucking tell, Santos. We can tell. We can tell.
So,
But hey, I'm happy for y'all, man. Like,
yeah, man. Hey, you know what? Everybody that told me I better get my butt down to Texas and enjoy myself. Shout out to all of y'all, and I appreciate you because y'all was so right. I did need that, man. I needed a little break in little break in my madness that's been going on. You know what I mean?
so now that fight's over and done with, you know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure all of us feel a little more confident about Bud and Spence happening, right? So,
Oh, it's going to happen.
but what makes you say that now as opposed to before?
I've been saying it. I've been saying it was going to happen. Let me tell you something. Anytime you got two fighters that really want to make the fight happen, Bud got rid of his promoter. Earl and Bud has had a private conversation since then. I knew they were going to fight. I didn't doubt it for one bit. PBC have no choice but to make that fight happen because that's what Earl wants. Earl is a ticket selling fighter. And him and Bud, the interest for the fight. That's Cal. The interest that he and Bud.
Yo, Cog on mute. Cog on mute.
Yeah. The fight, the interest that they can drum up, that they've already drummed up for that fight is undeniable. If we don't get that fight, if I was Bud and Earl, I wouldn't even let them folks make any more money off of me. That's what I'm saying. That fight's gonna happen, and I don't think anything can stop it. Because public has spoken, the fighters have spoken.
I mean, like I said, I think Earl got the second best team behind him after Canelo, as far as the way they've been guiding his career so far.
Mhm.
So I'm finally confident this fight happening, and the reason being is because Earl's finally down. Because we all know that's what it come down to. Now that Earl called him out, we know that if Earl's ready, Bud been ready. So that never been in question. Bud being ready and never been in question. So,
but I don't understand why you're saying he just now. I'm a Bud fan first of all. Let me just get that out. I like him and Earl, and I think it's a 50-50 fight. But at the same time, I've been cheering for Bud much longer than I have Earl. So I just want to make that clarity there. But what I'm saying is, I don't understand why y'all saying Earl is just now calling him out or just now mentioning him because let me tell you something. Since his eye has healed up and all that kind of stuff, every time somebody asks him about him and Bud, everything I've been hearing for the last couple of months, man, or 2 or 3 months, from Earl's mouth has been, we're going to fight. We're going to make them once he get finished with this fight. I haven't heard him say anything but that. So
that's what I'm talking about. Now he's ready. Now he's talking about Bud. Now he's pushing the issue. Now it's the next fight. Now, 5 years later. Now that's what I'm saying. I'm confident it's gonna happen now because Earl's finally down with it. Because if Earl don't want to do it, it ain't gonna happen just like it hasn't for the past 5 years. Like Bud's never been questioned. Bud had 1 week moment of chasing the pussy too long, and just being like, "Well, I don't really want it anymore anyway." So that's what everyone's gonna hold against him. Whoa, Bud said he wanted to fight. Bud said he wanted to fight. All right, cool. But Bud said for 5 years straight, all the way up until he wants everyone with a belt at 147, and the whole PBC roster, not just Earl, the whole PBC roster was ducking Bud. They gave that was a sacrifice. Sean Porter was a sacrifice because he was done. But nobody else on PBC is touching Bud. Like no one even wants to get in the ring with him, belt or no belt. So it's not just Earl.
Let me ask you this: were they ducking Bud or were they ducking Top Rank?
I mean, either or.
They were ducking Top Rank. Think about this. Think about it clearly. They've thrown numbers out there like Keith Thurman's throwing a number out there, regardless if it was ridiculous or not, where he was willing to fight. He just wanted to get paid. Of course, Sean Porter had threw. He was trying to make a fight happen the first time. That failed, and then they came back around and they made the fight later. Now Danny Garcia said he hadn't heard anything from Top Rank. Not gonna say that, but I think these guys have been told initially, has been discussed with them that PBC. They might not. I don't think PBC just verbatim told those guys, those three guys I just named, you can't fight Bud under any circumstance. I think what it is, they just broadly mentioned that we are not really wanting to do direct business with Top Rank. This is just my opinion.
I mean that works in the case. That works in the case of a basic fight, not the biggest fight in boxing.
All right,
if it's the biggest fight in boxing, it makes no sense to not do business with him.
But let me finish. I think that's what's been thrown out there. As we Mayweather, he just blurred it out. But I think that was always the talk in house like that. Now they did the Wilder and the Fury fight, but that train started before Top Rank got involved. So they had to, make that go forward anyway. And Wilder was pushing for that as well. Now, I think the guys was a little leery about fighting Bud to a certain extent, but at the same time, they were willing to fight if the bag was right and if the promotions could come together. But I think I don't think they were per se 100% ducking Bud himself. And I'm a Bud fan. I think Bud whoop up on Keith Thurman, no problem. We saw him.
All right, let me help everybody out. I see the comments. Okay, let me not use the word duck because it triggers people. Let's just say that there was a lot of coincidences where that fight didn't happen. We'll just say that there's a lot of circumstantial things that happened throughout these 5 years that all of them pointed to Bud not getting no fights from PBC fighters. So we can say it's a promotion shit, even though we've seen them do the shit with Fury. It was the biggest fight in boxing, Fury and Wilder rematches. But Earl and Bud is just as big of a fight as that. And if Canelo was on fucking Top Rank, they would have no problem doing no fucking business with Canelo either. So they pick and choose. They wanted to blackball Bud so he would sign with them and run a monopoly on the welterweight division, and he didn't go for it, which in the end bit him in the ass. But that's the politics of the game. But at the same time, Earl said this, Earl said that, Earl said this, Earl said that. Bud always said, let's fight, let's fight.
What did Bob Arum say though? What did Bob Arum say? I don't know why y'all keep talking about what Earl said. What did Bob Arum tell you?
Why wouldn't you just push it to go to first bid then? He don't want to pay for it, same shit he did with Teofimo.
What are you talking about a purse bid? A purse bid is when it's a sanctioned body, bro. What are you talking about?
That's a unified. That's unified. That's unification.
That's a purse bid just to do a purse bid, dude. People do a purse bid if it's for a mandatory, and they can't come in the promotional companies can't come with an agreement. That's how a purse bid happens, bro. What are you talking about?
They don't do any on unifications. Only mandatory fights. That's it.
Only mandatory fights have purse bids, bro. Eddie Hearn is an idiot, bro. He started that purse bid bullshit, bro. Don't nobody do no purse bids, man. Come on.
I mean that's a good way to do it. You can't make a fucking agreement. Just put it up to bid. Whoever wants to pay for this fucking fight, the fight needs. That's the biggest fight in boxing. Who's not gonna pick up on that shit? Like. That's what I'm saying. This makes sense if it's like an up and coming fight, maybe a prospect they're trying to keep from the champ, like shit like that. I can understand. But when it's the biggest fight you can make in that weight class, then how do you let that shit get in the middle of it? And I get the Bob Arum side of it. I'm talking about from what the fighter said. I'm not talking about the promoters either or. I'm not talking about PBC. I'm not talking about Top Rank. That's a whole different. But I'm talking about the boxers themselves, what they say in the public that they go on record to say. That's all I can hold them at. Because I don't know what happens behind closed doors. I ain't talking about no rumors. I'm talking about shit that we can both point to. That we both know happened.
I'm telling you what the man promoter said.
Okay. I'm talking about only what Earl and Bud said.
His promoter said the fight was not big enough to do it. So that therefore it was not done. So I always tell you niggas all the time.
That's only one side of it though. So PBC feels the same way?
Listen, those dudes aren't scared of each other, bro. They want to fight each other.
That's
It's not.
the point,
No,
bro.
I'm not saying they're scared of each other. I
Yeah.
never said Earl was scared of Bud. It's his business decision. That's why I say he got the smartest team behind him to navigate his career. It's a
But if I
business decision.
listen.
But you know what?
If I was,
We gotta keep it real funky and 100%. Most of that percentage talk started with the fans, man. In my opinion.
I'm not. I don't. I never mentioned that at all.
And that's what we gotta keep it. And the business of boxing does get in the way of us getting the great fights. We know that these guys are not afraid of each other. They want to fight each other. We're gonna keep it like that right now. But for us to make sure no hiccups or anything happen, because there's no fight in between this fight right now. So what we got to do as fans is stop all the business talk, the business talk. We're not the business of boxing. We're the fans of boxing.
Bro, I ain't
We just
talking about the promoters or percentages. I'm not talking about none of that shit. I'm just talking about the fighters wanting to fight each
I
other.
ain't talking
That's
directly
it.
to you. I'm talking about what
Oh,
we
okay.
as fans
Okay.
need to do. We need, in my opinion, we need to just push for the fight and stop beefing against one another so much on these airways, man. Because all we're doing is it's just. In 1 minute it's fun, and then it turns into some anger for some people, man.
Nah,
If we
I
just
don't get angry about nothing. Just we gotta hold people accountable for what comes out their mouth. That's it. And I hold Bud accountable for the shit he said as far as the fight being
but you know
behind
what?
him. You know,
At
he's
this
over
point,
it. I hold him accountable for that shit. But everybody makes
at this,
excuses when it comes to Earl. And I don't know why.
but
What
guess
is
what?
it?
At this point, we put all that to the side, brush it
Nah,
off the
I'm
table,
not.
and just see that's
You
you
are.
being that
I'm
kind of
not.
fan that you being that kind of fan that ain't conducive for the fights that we're trying to get. That's
We
what
don't
I'm
have no
talking
say
about.
so of that fight happening anyway, though. So we all just spitballing and shooting shit in the air.
You believe that. You believe we're not gonna have it. I know we're gonna have it. We see.
No, I just said I
Let me
think we
tell you.
are going to have
Let
a
me tell you
fight now
something. Let
because
me tell you
Earl's
something.
ready. I said that
Let me
shit.
tell you something. We got some vital information last night. Me, Calio, and Champion Hart. We know the fight's happening. So trust me. So just let's stop doing all that BS. I know for sure it's happening. Just be a
I
fan
just
of
said the
boxing.
same shit, Santos. We're saying the same shit.
Man, see, some of y'all just want to have beef with each other about, and I ain't gonna say beef. Some of y'all just want to have debates with each other, and that's from both sides of it. So it don't matter whose fan is what. Some fans on one side, some other fans on the other side just enjoy a good debate about the fighters. And it's unnecessary a lot of times. These guys are going to fight. We know that for sure. We got that information for surely. So I'm not worried about what this fan or that fan think. First, it takes the fighters to want to fight. Then it takes for the business of boxing to understand that the business is worth it, and we all know that it is. All that other stuff is brushed off the table for me. Plus, I got some inside information, and I know that the fight is going to happen.
I'm not down that. So we both on that same shit. I started this whole thing off saying that now we're confident the fight's gonna happen because Earl's ready. That's my whole point. That's what I said. So I'm confident the fight's gonna happen.
Up old conversations about when people didn't.
I'm responding to the chat too. And speaking of responding to the chat, said Max, what has Earl said and not done? That's the thing. It's not about what he said and not done. It's what he hasn't said. Like when Bud's been calling him out, he hasn't said, all right, let's do it, line it up. He's always, okay, go get a belt first. And then he got the belt. Okay, let me clear out my side first. And he clears out his side. I'm going for belts. All right, you go for belts, but you fought dudes that weren't belts or mandatories either. So it's just like, all right, now we're here. So he did do it. He did clear out his side, quote unquote. He did go get the belts, but he also did extra shit in between. And then now is the first time on record, now leading up to this fight, because he believed he was going to be Ugas, so he knew Bud was next. Now we get all the Bud talk. The past 4 years, it's been avoiding him. The announcers don't even bring up fucking Bud's name in the ring when they're talking about other champions. Like we seen what the shit is. So there's a lot of politics, but fuck the politics shit. That's why I say, like, promotions aside, networks aside, I was going off one fighter. Bud has been wanting smoke with everybody all the time. Told Earl straight to his face, "I'm ready right now." Earl said, "Oh, why wouldn't I take the easier road?" Okay, cool. Props, and that's when Bud said, "You smart man." All right, you smart man. Like I said, he got a smart team behind him. Go ahead, pick off the easier champs, get the belt. I ain't mad at it.
Hold on, listen, bro, because y'all getting shit mixed up. When you say easier route, he says it's easier to make these fights because we're already on the same promotional company. It's easier to make.
Did he say that, or that's what you thinking he's meaning by it? Because he didn't say either one.
Hold on. He came off of a car accident and fought Danny Garcia. He came off a 17-month layoff and fought Jordanius Ugas. What, bro? Where have you seen?
For sure.
What easy route has he taken, bro? What was easy? What fight did he take that was easy? What was the easy fight he took?
Mikey.
How much money did he get off that fight?
How much he would have got more on Bud? So
at that time,
not that time.
Yeah,
not at that time.
At that time,
yeah, hell yeah,
Not
hell
at that
yeah,
time. Not at that time.
hell yeah.
That time.
Bud had a belt already.
Yeah,
You
but Garcia
the undisputed 140 champion that came up and got a belt versus a never undisputed 140 champion just coming up as a challenger.
Yeah, but Garcia was the biggest star than Bud at that
Because
time.
of the Mexican thing and the Texas thing and shit. Like, nah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, at that time, Garcia was the biggest star.
Okay, what I'm saying is Garcia didn't have a belt, right? But you didn't have a belt, so you weren't collecting a belt. You could have got another belt. This undisputed shit could have been handled, figured out by now.
You know why he fought Mikey Garcia though? Do you
Why?
know why?
Because Mikey wanted to challenge himself and move up.
Here you go. Listen up, Slapnut. Because he was supposed to fight Pacquiao or Sean Porter. And then Porter ended up fighting Jordanius Ugas. And that's how he ended up fighting Mikey Garcia. Big boy.
Okay. But he could have still fought Bud then.
Who the Bud fight around that time?
I don't know, but I know everyone Bud fights because he can't get those other fights. He's been calling for one.
He could have signed with the PBC though, right?
But that's what I'm saying. Like the fact you got to do that to get to win belts, like that's what I'm saying. But I don't talk about the politics. I only talk about the fighters say about each other. Bud has been saying to all these fighters, I will fight you, and I will fight you. And nobody's saying, I'll fight you too. Let's do it. No one's saying that back on the other side. That's the only part I'm saying. That's it.
You do know that Sean Porter was supposed to fight Errol Spence, and now you're Jordanius Ugas. You do know that.
When the long time ago.
Like you said,
when he fought Ugas.
I just told you when.
You're saying when he fought Ugas, when Sean Porter fought Ugas, he was supposed to originally fight Errol Spence.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's how Mikey Garcia ended up getting the fight.
Okay.
Which is the easier fight to make because why?
All of them are. It's easier fight to fight too. Is it not? We can agree on that, right? Come on, we ain't that stupid now. We're not that dumb. It's easier fight to make more with the money. Even if the money was exactly the same, it's easier to fight Mikey Garcia than it is Bud. We know that, right? Let's not deny that. Come on, we fans of boxing. We ain't gonna deny that shit.
Bud fight was before Errol Spence's fight, though. He fought before Errol Spence. So can we blame Bob Arum in this matter? Because you haven't placed no blame on Bob Arum or nobody else, bro. You keep saying
I already said I'm not talking about promotions, promoters, networks. I'm just only talking about what the fighters say themselves out their mouth.
Nigga, that's who
it.
puts up the money for the fights.
And that's fine, but that's a whole other battle, though. The promoter battle is a whole other battle. Aaron versus Al Heyman is that's a whole other thing. I'm only talking about fighters saying, hey, I want to fight this dude right now, next. And then maybe it don't happen. Cool, the politics, they don't happen. But at least they vocal about it. They're saying, I want that. Not like, well, first go do that. And then, okay, you did that, and I told you to get a belt, now I got a belt. Well, hold on, let me finish on my side of the street first. Like, that's not saying I'm going to fight you, bro. Let's run it.
Hold on, cowboy. He said, I'm about to handle my side because all the belts is on his side. Nigga, all he has to do is get one more belt, bro.
Hey, I don't know where y'all grew up, but where I grew up, you can't turn down fades, bro. That's it. Plain and simple. Call it what you want, call it politics, whatever. A grown man call you out and say, I want to fight you, you can't turn that shit down without looking like a bitch. That's just how I was raised. So it's cool.
But where I come from, Max, and every street that I know about, in every hood I know about in the United States, there's no business with the fade. It's fades on personal situations. You got to understand, this is business. This is a business.
I'm not talking about. I understand that. I understand that.
Hold on. These boxing matches have financial statements. That's something you ain't never run into in the streets.
Bro, y'all just keep moving the goalposts. Ain't nobody talking about that shit.
You bring up the streets.
Gotta keep it real. Boxing matches have financial statements. We must understand and remember that. Period.
Okay, we will. Now, what the hell does that have to do with someone saying I want to fight you and you saying nah? Hold on.
Ain't got nothing. They got nothing to do with it because,
Okay,
like I
then
said, in the streets, there's no
just the
financial
energy.
statement. There's no financial statements in the streets.
I'm talking about in life, yo,
You
in
ever had a fight?
life.
You ever had a fight and got paid for it in the streets?
Not directly, no.
Okay, then there's no financial statements in the streets. That's personal. We
That's
talking about
fine.
business. We talking about
Okay, but
business at the end of
here's
the
the
day.
thing, Santos. That business, like, okay, the whole business, Bob Arum, Al Hammond, right? That business that's not working. We'll say the business got in the way. That business is separate of, like, Earl Spence could still say, I'll fight you right now tomorrow. And then, hey, the business part didn't happen. That could still happen. But I'm talking about the energy has never been, I will fight you right now
Okay,
today. I'll fight you tomorrow. I'm ready
let
today.
me let me
That ain't
let me
never
tell you,
come out of his mouth. It's been, go
let
get
me
a
tell you
belt.
something,
Well,
man.
let me clear up
Let me
my
tell
side
you
of the
something about
street.
business. Let me tell you something about business. Why would I fight you for 10 million right now when I can fight you for 20 million a few months later? Because that's the difference of last year and this year. Now, when they first talked about fighting, they were probably looking at 5 million each. Why not get 20 million each? It's business, and they're putting their lives on the line. This ain't the streets, bro, at all. If this
Uh,
was the streets, they would have
And can I
fought
say
I'm
on the
this,
just
street.
saying,
Earl?
yo,
Hey, can you
Earl ain't
pull
never
up?
had the energy he had in that post fight interview. He ain't never had that energy toward Bud, not on social media,
I'm
not
just saying
nowhere
this
else.
quickly.
Now all
And
of a
He had
sudden
he had it
I'm gonna
face
come,
to
ooh,
face.
ooh, ooh.
He had it
it's all
face to
about
face.
business.
And that's when he said, "Why wouldn't I take the Israel?" All right, well, he still didn't return the energy. He said, "We gonna fight one time. We gonna fight. Talk to Bob, whatever." But he still wasn't like, "We can do it. We can do it."
We gotta what's in that? We gotta read.
It's all
Oh, for sure.
about
Mikey
business.
was
That's what it
never
boils
bigger
down to.
star than Bud.
Period.
No
Nah,
pay per view before EJ.
nah, LB. Mikey was pretty big back
He
in
was
the day. He was a three
bigger,
division champ, man.
bigger, bro.
Mikey was pretty big. He was a three division champ. I mean, he was when he was with Bob Arum, and he was trying to get away from Arum, so he lost like 2 years of his career. You got to realize Mikey beat Salido, the same Salido
Fighting
that
Mikey was his first. That was Earl's first real money fight.
yeah,
Fighting Mikey Garcia. Mikey
and,
Garcia had a following in her name. He
yes,
was
yes, he did.
undefeated. And Earl, you know what? Let me tell you, they wouldn't have got almost 50,000 there had they not put that fight together, the two of them. So that was a good business decision. That guy, Mikey called Earl out, but he
Yeah,
didn't
he did.
call Earl out because he thought 100% he could beat him. He called Earl out because he knew he'd get a nice paycheck. That was his first biggest fight as well.
Yep, because at the time, Mikey, there
Why he
was
couldn't
talk.
stop Mikey?
There was talks of Mikey Garcia fighting Lomachenko. That's the fight everybody wanted to see at
Right,
135.
right.
And so he moved up to Errol's fight Errol Spence. Errol doesn't do those numbers at that time without Mikey Garcia. I mean, so Mikey was
Absolutely.
bigger than Bud at that time.
Hmm?
What up, coach?
Yes.
What's going on? Why he couldn't stop Mikey though?
But nobody's ever stopped Mikey.
Well, I think his paycheck
What?
was the same. At the end of the fight, his paycheck was the
Why
same. I
couldn't
don't
he
think it
stop
mattered if he
Mikey,
knocked him
man?
out or had nobody stop Mikey. And it don't matter if he stops or not. His paycheck the same, man. I mean, we I'm gonna tell you, man.
Come on,
All due
man. Let's
respect,
be
bro.
real,
We
man.
get into much of the wrong stuff, man. We gonna get this fight. We're about to get one of the biggest fights that we've been yearning for, and we still want to go back and talk about all the BS in the past, man. I mean, come on, bro, fellas.
It's all
It
about
ain't about
making
that,
a
man.
fight. I feel you.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. When you get around some of these folks that's in the business of boxing, no matter if they're a fighter or, or somebody that works behind the scenes, and you start they talk to you off record and give you some insights on what's happening, it'll change your whole perspective about how fans just keeping it 100 with it. But at the same time, we got to be fans first. I mean, and not biased fans, and understanding that, you know, let me tell you something. Sugar Ray Robinson managed himself. You didn't have his money right the day of the fight. Guess what? He didn't go in the ring. So there's always, and he wasn't afraid of anybody. One of the best ever did it. He's the reason why pound for pound exists.
Mm-hmm.
And this man would tell you, You don't have my money right, you don't get me in the ring. Period. This boxing is a business. Always have been. So we got to understand that. I mean, we don't agree with it. I don't agree with it. And that's why I've always said we, the fans, got to push back against the business of boxing so we can get the best fights and the best fight. But I do understand that the fight that would have happened last year, the year before, these two guys wouldn't have been as lucrative financially as it's going to be now.
That's
So
good.
this fight,
That's
these
fine.
guys are about to make their biggest paychecks ever, both of them. Let's just bask in the moment, the fact that we are about to get this fight. Let's not condemn these guys about what they said in the past, what they might have done in the past. Let's just talk about, hey, who's going to win that fight? And be happy that we're getting that fight because
Man,
we're not doing ourselves
Speaking
any
on who
service talking
wins,
about
this
though,
all
some
this
that's
shit.
hypocritical
Bring them back.
shit, Santos, bro. Just hold
that
guys
inflates
accountable.
arguments,
Everybody
man.
gives Keith Thurman shit for not fighting Spence. We didn't even have a belt, but motherfuckers don't say shit to Spence about not fighting another champion. It's crazy. That's crazy. Y'all don't
Bro,
hold people to the same
I care less.
standards.
I
God,
care less
bro.
Y'all
about
people,
Keith Thurman.
They
people still
don't,
ain't
but
forgiving Keith Thurman
at
for
the end
that
of the
shit.
day,
Man,
after they fight, we gonna see who win, and I just want to know everybody
Yeah,
outcome
I'm
if
ready
they
to see
have
the
the same
fight.
energy.
I'm just saying.
That's all.
I just don't give nobody excuses. I hope Bud does the same accountability. Any other fighter I like, Floyd does some bullshit too. I don't fuck with. He's still my goat, but I'm not gonna make excuses for him. Like he said the shit. He said the shit. That's on him. Yep, he did say that. You're right. Boom. I'll give you that point. Everybody in here that says, "Oh, Bud said this, Bud said that," you're right. He did. He did say the fight was behind him. He did say he didn't want the fight no more. He said
let
he
me
wanted to
tell
come
you,
to the
man.
fight.
Let
Cool.
me tell you this. Let me tell you this because I know Bud Crawford's team. We talked about the situation already. Bob Arum was the reason why the fight never even manifested at all. I keep trying to tell y'all that. I keep saying that over and over and over again, but y'all not listening, bro.
No, I understand. I understand the politics who got in the way.
Listen, everybody involved wants that fight. The person that didn't want that fight was Bob Arum, bro, because he wanted a
Al
bigger
Heyman
cut.
wanted it,
Huh?
so Al Heyman don't got
No,
no
him and didn't
money.
want Bud to fight no PBC dudes.
That's what I'm saying. You got to hold them both
He had a
accountable.
whole fucking roster ducking
But
him, bro. A
it
whole
is what it
fucking
is. It's gonna
organization.
happen now,
Listen,
though.
I'm telling you, bro, y'all, you niggas trying to tell me something that his team told me. Bud Crawford's team
You
told me
trying to
this,
tell the
bro.
truth.
I didn't get this from nobody else. I got this from Bud Crawford's team, bro. They
Which is
told
why
me.
they're suing him. That's understandable.
They told me
I'm
Understandable.
that
sure
Bob
you
Arum
telling
was
the
fucking
truth,
up.
Kyle. I'm saying, did Al Heyman have any? Do he get any blame?
I don't know,
Like, did
but
he?
I don't know. I don't
No.
know Al Heyman. I don't know the
Right,
situation that he was in. I'm talking about the shit that I know. I can't talk about some shit I don't know about. I ain't gonna be guessing.
I feel you.
But some shit that I know for sure, I knew, and Santos to tell you this, I knew Terrence Crawford was leaving last year. I knew he was leaving, but my homeboy told me not to tell nobody or say nothing. I didn't. So I knew he was leaving Top Rank. I knew that. I knew that from the jump. I had already knew that because Bob Arum kept fucking up. Kept fucking up. You see, he barely wanted to give Sean Porter the money to fight.
I agree with you because obviously that's why Bud is suing his ass now. So I agree that Bob is a big part of the reason why that fight happened. But that's what I'm saying. Aside for the promoters, why has Earl never
I hope
returned the
Shakur get
energy?
up
That's
out of
all I'm
there.
saying. Not until now. Not until 2022 has Earl returned the energy. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying, hey, return the energy. The fight still don't happen because of Bob. That part don't. You know what I mean? Earl can say the whole time, "I'll beat your ass today," and then Bob say, "You ain't fighting. I'm cool. It's all Bob." But Earl, there's always go get a belt first. Let me do this first. Let me do this first.
But
That's the only part I'm talking about. Nothing else.
Do you
Nothing
remember
else.
Hold on. Do you remember that tweet that Earl put out when Bud Crawford was talking that shit, and then EJ put that tweet out and said, "Nigga, business don't get done on Twitter."
Yeah. And then they called each other, and then Bud said he was confident it was going to happen, and then it did.
Facts.
Yeah, what?
I'm just saying publicly,
what
Earl
I'm
has
saying
never
is,
stood on his box and said, "Yo, I'm fighting this dude next, or I'm fighting this dude this year." There's always,
okay,
"Let me do this first. Let me do
what was
this
the slogan
first."
last year? What
He
was the
said he
slogan
had
last
like
year?
5 fights.
What was the
before,
slogan last year that he kept saying, that everybody was saying? Blame who?
What happened?
The slogan that everybody was saying last year was what? Blame who?
Bob Arum?
Blame Bob. So him not getting that many Pacquiao fight, Bob
That's because
Arum.
he said
Him not
that though.
getting that Errol Spence fight, Bob Arum.
I
How is
agree.
it? Listen, as soon as he leaves Bob Arum, as soon as he leaves Bob Arum, all of a sudden now, Errol Spence and him could happen. So that's what I'm trying to get y'all to
That's
understand.
because him and Al
But
Heyman.
that
That's because
but
Al Heyman and
that has
Bob
nothing to do
beef.
with what I'm talking about though. That's a separate issue. That's what I'm saying. I
What
agree
are you
with you on that.
bro? They
I
already
agree with
met
you.
face to face and said they was gonna fight each other. So what are you talking about? They already been face
No,
to face. Yes, they did. What are you talking
face to
about,
face
bro?
was another excuse.
What are you talking about? They was face to face and said they was gonna fight each other, bro. What are you
Face to
talking
face
about?
is where the clean up the side of the street shit came from.
Yeah, on God,
Come on, man. Like, why we keep?
that
Come
was,
on,
bro.
man. I'm just saying, be fair, bro. Like, I'm not trying to say
And
no one's
then,
scared.
like,
I'm
no
not saying
lie, I didn't
that
know
the
it was
promoters
no
are
side
pieces
of
of
the street
shit. I'm
in
not saying none of
boxing.
that. All I'm saying is when Bud came, before Bud even took his first fight at 147, he said he's coming for all the belts. That was the thing. At the time, Thurman had two. I think maybe Pacquiao. I'm not sure if he lost the horn yet. At the time, I think Pacquiao had one, and Earl had the one from Brooke. That's it. So he says he's coming for belts. Okay, Earl told him to get a belt first.
He
Cool.
said
AKA, I'm fighting you next. You're not
first of
coming for
all,
my belt first.
Hey, one.
first of all, he said he wanted to
Go
fight
ahead.
Eddie Garcia. He wanted to fight Keith Thurman. And Manny Pacquiao. He never
He
said
didn't
Earl
want to
Spence at all.
fight them. He said Al Heyman advised him to fight them. He never
Who?
said that's what he wanted. Earl Spence. He said Al told
That's why I
me
say
I'm
he
gonna
got a
fight
smart team because now
Mikey,
he has the upper hand. He's definitely the A side
Shawn
with three belts
Porter,
now. It works
Keith
out. It's a
Thurman,
smart move.
and Pacquiao. He said he never said Bud Crawford to him. That was his exact words. But no. Let me say this. How is it that when Jeff Horn won versus Pacquiao, all of them tweeted out they wanted Jeff Horn? Like he got some type of resume.
Top rank didn't matter
But
then.
when
It didn't
Bud
matter.
won, it was side of the street. It was this, it was that. Like, come on, you just admit they don't give out the same energy to fight him. That's all I'm saying. I ain't saying they scared, but they know what
That's
it
all.
is. It ain't finna be all that lighting ass, all that. None of that. All that is just talk, bro. Until you get in that ring,
Listen,
it's a
Earl
lot of
Spence,
excuses, bro.
hey,
But
Earl Spence told you exactly
we
what he
got
was
to
going to do
fight
when
now.
he did it. And let's
Yeah, we
be
got it now. Yeah.
and let's not forget the nigga did had the car accident. You know what I'm
Yeah, he
saying?
had
He
a
had
few
the
hiccups,
eye
but
injury.
you can't say that
That's
you
his
can't
fault.
use that as an excuse, bro, because before all that, it was the same energy.
It wasn't. Come
It
on, bro.
was no
He
let's get
been
in
said he
there and
wanted to
let's get
fight
him
Bud
on.
Crawford, bro. He been
But
saying that he
look,
wanted to fight Bud. He never said he didn't
we
want
got
to
our
fight Bud.
After.
He never once said he did not want to fight Bud. He never said that one
Just
time.
I
not
ain't
right
saying he
now. Just
said
not
no,
right
I'm not
now.
saying he said he didn't want to fight him. I'm saying it
It just
wasn't
wasn't
no
right
let's
now.
get him on, let's get it on.
Nope. That's what I'm
It
saying.
was
right.
The
none of
shit that
that,
the way he
bro.
was talking, on Saturday, that's how I was expecting him to talk
That's
all these
all I'm
years.
saying. Like
Like with that energy,
everybody
I'm
act
coming
like
for
he
your
was
fucking
like,
belt.
let's
You got my
go.
strap. He never was on
Let
that. He
me
was go get a belt first. Let me do this first.
He never
Why
said.
wouldn't I
let
do this?
Okay, hold on,
Like
hold on.
he's some promoter
Max,
or something.
send me the clip where he said go get the belt first. Go send me that clip. Can you do that
He
for me?
said
Yeah,
that on
I just looked at it.
ESPN
Yeah, he did. I just
on
looked at it. That
first
shit was
take.
January
That was on
2000.
first
I
take.
want to say January
yeah
2018.
Right
he
before
told him to go
the
get a belt
Jeff
first.
Horn fight. He said his exact words.
He said,
He
"Yeah,
ain't
go get
even
the belt."
fought nobody up in here yet. He got to go get a belt first. Like, who is you to tell somebody to go get a belt when you just got your belt, fam? Like, let's be real. Come on, bro. I ain't saying he's scared, but he know Bud a problem. And it ain't sweet like that. That's all I'm saying. Acknowledge if somebody a problem or not. Don't go around like you
Yeah,
like
that's
you
the only point. That's my only point. That's the only point that I hear people always make excuses about. Everything else, I
yeah,
agree.
like
Bob Aaron
that's
getting in the way, I agree. Bud talking about the fight was past him, I agree. Like, I'm not denying none of that shit. But when it comes to the Spence shit, people act like he from the get go, he was like, I'm gonna whoop Bud's
but
ass. You better stop
he
talking
got
that
more
shit. It was never
fans.
that.
He got the fan base, so everybody gonna
Yeah,
ride with who got the most fans. You know what I'm
Let me
saying?
ask you guys this:
I feel it.
That's just how it go, man. But
Do
we
any of
gonna
you
see when
guys
they get
know
them
of a
on.
I'm
successful
actually neutral.
business that doesn't have business meetings?
We can't hear you, Santos.
Does anybody know of any?
Breaking up.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
You
You're
breaking up
breaking up
too.
bad, man.
All right.
All right, so about business, anybody know?
He said what?
I don't know. He said something about business.
Y'all hear me
But
now?
that's what I'm saying. Business aside,
Yeah, I
business
can
is.
hear you.
There you go.
Can you
Yeah.
hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
What I was asking is, does anyone know of any successful businesses that don't have meetings, business meetings?
No.
Any
All
successful
successful
business that
businesses
don't have
have,
business meetings?
yeah, name one. All
There is.
successful businesses have business meetings and they strategize
That's right.
so they can make the best
See,
decisions
that's what I'm saying.
for the
Like
end. But you gotta
y'all,
understand,
you
it's a
can't
business. When
bring
you're dealing with
business with
millions,
this legacy, man.
now you gotta understand we're talking about millions of dollars also. That's a business. You
So
know, it
you
ain't.
feel it was right? It was right for Floyd
But when Canelo does it, we got a problem with
age
it.
out
When
his fight
Canelo
with
do it,
Pacquiao because of business.
Central,
I didn't hear what you said.
I agree with you. I agree with you that they would get more money later than
Yeah,
having to fight with him. But
absolutely.
at the same time,
That's an excuse, bro.
let me say, like, at the same time though,
It's
that can
not an
backfire.
excuse. They want to
That
fight each
can
other.
backfire on you. At the same time, that can backfire on you, like the Anthony
Like
Joshua
Wilder, AJ,
and Wilder AJ fight. That waiting, sitting, waiting, and waiting and waiting. Then both guys got beat. Been beat twice since then.
or Pacquiao, Mayweather. They
Yeah, so you
50 years old fighting each other now.
sometimes you got to strike when it's hot, because even if one guy
I
loses
understand.
the first fight, you know what I'm saying? They
I
still get a
understand
rematch.
it is a risk that we take.
Yeah,
I mean
it's a
that the
risk.
fighters take in boxing when they don't fight, but at the same time, Wilder and AJ was able to get a certain amount of money when they wanted to fight each other that these guys are possibly going to get now that they couldn't have got last year or the year before for fighting each other. At the end of the day, these guys have families. At the end of the day, these guys want to retire the right way. So
But
if you hold on, if you're able to fight for 10 million more, if you're able to double your revenues by fighting a year or so later, why wouldn't you do that? $10 million in a single year, that's a hell of a year.
Yeah.
So if I can if I get 10 million this year, but I can get 20 next year, and I only have to do it one time, why not? Why not? It makes all the business sense to me. But I want to fight as quick as the rest of y'all do. But at the same time, I understand that boxing is a business. At the end of the day, no one fights for free.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe almost free, but no one fights for free. This is what the sport says professional boxing. When you put that professional in front of whatever sport or whatever career path you're taking or whatever professional title you may have, if professionals within that title, somebody's getting paid for that word professional.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if you're a professional attorney, a professional shrink, or a professional whore. Somebody's getting paid for that word professional. So that's at the end of the day, it's a business. We this ain't no street fight. This is a business, man. And we gotta
at
understand that.
least fake like you want it. At least act like you want to fight. How about that? Just say like, yeah, I'll do it today. Like at least give the
I
old
can't
adage, I'm ready right now.
I
You didn't
can't
even get
I
like
I
But
don't
hey,
look.
don't
I'm
you
a
expect a
Bud fan
motherfucker
more
telling
than
you
I
to
am. I'm a Bud fan more than I am a Errol Spence fan. I'm gonna let you remind you of that.
I'm an Earl
But at the
fan
same
too. I'm just
time,
not a fan of Earl fans. That's the
but listen,
thing. It's too many
I'm
fucking.
saying
It's like
I've
LeBron fans,
never
bro. It's crazy.
I've never heard Earl fight. I never heard him say that. Never
All right, we
heard him
didn't hear
say
what you
that.
said. You broke up.
I've heard him say some stuff I didn't agree with, but I understand it's the business of boxing. He wasn't 100% in control. Now he's probably 96% in control. Makes a
Oh,
difference.
you talking about Bud?
oh, Earl.
Talking about Earl.
But this what I'm gonna
Never
say
heard
too though.
Earl
This
say
what I'm gonna
that.
this,
I don't even think he in
all right, but let
control
me say
because
this. Let me say this though. See
No, he's
y'all gonna finish.
96% in control now. Let me tell you something. He's 96% in control of who he wants to fight these days. I promise. After
There's
that
no
fight
one
the
left
other
to
night.
fight, bro. There's only one dude
yeah, like
left.
who else
According
he
to
gonna
this, what do
fight?
you mean?
Hey, can I tell you something real quick though? Can I tell you something very important? Can I tell you something very important?
Yeah, what's up?
that I need y'all to understand? Y'all do know
Man, go to
that
sleep.
Earl was trying to get y'all know Earl was trying to get into the ring the night that Crawford beat Sean Porter.
It looked like I thought he left.
Nah,
I thought he
out,
left.
bro.
he
I was,
walked
I was in the
off.
building. I was there. I was in the building, bro. I was there. I was in the.
And there's not
Listen,
one camera phone that caught that out of 10,000 people in that
No,
arena. Not
you,
one
they
you,
caught
camera.
him leaving
this is
though.
what I'm telling you, bro.
Come on.
He did not leave like that, bro. I'm telling you.
No, I'm saying if he
I
wanted to
was
get in the
there,
ring, he
bro.
would have
I
been
was
close
there.
to the ring.
You said what?
He would have gotten the ring if he wanted to. Trust me.
Somebody would have that would have went viral. That would have went viral. Errol Spence tries to get in the ring, gets denied. That would have been viral.
You do
It
know
would
It wasn't
have.
a PBC
because listen,
promotion.
because listen. Ask if you ask
But that don't mean they wouldn't have let him in there.
No,
I'm
they
not
wouldn't let
saying
him
that.
in the
I'm
ring.
saying
Because
he
Bomac said he
couldn't
wasn't gonna let
just
the nigga in the ring.
bust up in there, you know.
Bomac said he wasn't gonna let him in the ring.
He wasn't.
I'm just telling you, I'm telling you what they
No,
said.
I heard that, but I doubt that.
I'm
Oh,
just
so
telling you.
you're saying
Bud would have let
okay.
him
Hold
get
on,
in
let me get
there.
this straight. You're saying that Earl went to the fight with intentions to get in the ring and was told before the fight he has no chance, and therefore that's why he walked up.
He never walked
I
off like
Or
doubt
that,
that.
bro.
are you saying that he got up out of his seat and tried to get in the ring and they were like, nah?
He never just walked off like people would think he walked off, bro. He was still in the damn crowd.
It looked like he walked off before the winner was
Seemed
even
like he
All he
announced.
got
did
up
was
and
get like
left.
this, bro. He was still in the crowd, cuz I was there. Was anybody else there? Was any of you niggas there?
You ain't got no proof, Kyle. I don't believe it.
Oh well, nigga, I was there. You
Now I
wasn't.
got some people that was there though, but I ain't never.
This is my first time hearing this
I
shit,
had
and that
something.
fight happened
I
how
asked
long ago?
them. Listen, they made that shit look
I've
good.
heard
They
it
made
before.
they made it look good for the camera, but that nigga didn't just get scared and leave. I mean, because
No, I ain't say he got
Not saying
scared.
get scared.
He knew it was over, so he
He looked
walked
disappointed.
out. But I doubt he was finna just jump in. He ain't got that type of energy. I don't see it. Not with him at least. Not with Bud at least. He'd jump in there on Sean Porter lumped up.
Hey, R West, I'm talking about winner announced as far as like official statement. Like we know who won. Like I'm not
Don't you
saying that.
jump in there after when you finna fight them next. He knew he wasn't finna fight Bud next.
I didn't see no interview after that fight of the different interviews I seen where Earl Spence, he wasn't talking big Bud talk then or any of that shit. Not the way he was talking on Saturday. The way he was talking on Saturday is all I've ever wanted to see from him. Even if the fight did take forever, even if the politics did get in the way, even if Bob Arum did fuck up the fight, I still want to see that energy from him after all the fights. Bud, you on the list too. Bud, I'm coming for you. I got one more belt. I'm coming for you, Bud. Like it should have been that the whole time. Not hold on, wait, go get a belt. Hold on, wait, let me do this. Let me clear my side of the street. I got like 5 other people I got to fight first. Like. Nah, that's all I'm saying. That's my only thing. Other than that, I have no problem with
let
nothing
me
else.
go
Was it
ride
5
some
other
horses
people
and make
or
some
was it
chicken.
like 2 other people?
Huh?
No, I said it ain't no let me go make a ranch or something. No, he was scared to talk about Bud after that Sean Porter. He ain't want no smoke after that. You talking about raising chickens. Come on, man. He was not trying to hear that, man.
Hold on. Big old Papa, what you mean?
So after the Sean Porter fight.
No, he said for convenience, all of a sudden Kyle brings this out and never before for this argument. I smell a rat. I mean, what are you talking about?
What'd he say?
Oh, he said he's scared, man.
Hey, Mix. Everybody knows that I'm cool with Terrence Crawford. Everybody knows that, bro. If you ever been on my channel, you know that. Nobody has ever heard me badmouth Terrence Crawford on this channel ever.
Yeah,
there's not much you can badmouth him about. Like
you neutral to a certain degree. I feel you.
I'm saying, Terrence Crawford has never been accused of ducking anyone in his whole life. So we know what he's about. And he's been about that energy every interview, all these times. Like he's been pushing and pushing and pushing. It started looking like a bullying situation after a while.
Big O, I talked about that 1,000 times already, bro. I've been told people about that. I've been on Mark Nash's channel, told him about that. I've been on Fred's show, told him about that. I said the cameras made it look good. It made it look good on camera. How they did the camera, how Tom Brady did the camera and shit. It looked good. You know what I'm saying? But everybody was there. Everybody, if you talk to anybody that was there, that told you, nigga didn't just get up and bounce. Like how they try to make it seem like he got up and bounced. You know what I'm saying? He basically got up. Basically, after the fight, right? They announced the winner and all that. They put the camera on him. He was like, nigga, he wasn't impressed, right? And after that, Bud was said whatever he said, and then he left. He left before everybody else could leave, so he can get out the damn casino or whatever.
And one person that make up lies to me is Derrick James. He's such a clown. Talking about some Sean Porter don't talk to his father. I watch the man podcast all the time. The man dad be talking to them. So I don't know why he like coming up with lies to tell the media to try to stir something off to hate on Crawford. Dude is just a hater. Every time somebody say something about Bud, he got an excuse.
Yeah, I mean, but
He's just
that's
athletic.
what the
He's just
team does,
athletic.
though.
Like, come on, bro.
You know what I mean? Bomac does the
Yo,
same
hold on,
shit. Like,
man.
Derrick James is a
yeah,
clown.
Bomac do the same shit.
Bomac
That's
do
why I
the
only hold
Nah,
the
but
the fighters
Bomac is
accountable.
barely in the camera like that. Every
What?
time Bomac
Nah,
ain't in the
Bomac be
camera as
out
much
there.
as
On
Derrick
camera talking
James,
that
bro.
shit.
He don't do that many interviews, bro.
You ain't, bro. You
He
didn't see
don't.
his. Did you not see his tweet?
And I see that. I'm talking about he pushed out. I'm talking about what he pushed out to the media every time he in the camera. Bomac don't even talk about Errol like that. He doesn't, bro. He barely even asked them questions. Every time they see Derrick James, they ask him something about Bud. And then he got something negative to say every time.
Bro, so does Bomac, bro. Trust me.
I guess, man.
Oh,
He don't make up excuses. He trying to bash his wins, like cause he knocked out Sean Porter. It was because of this, because of that. His dad said that he like what Fred talking about some when he recorded what he said to Champ side. Like, come on, bro. That's weird. His dad was gonna throw the towel in anyway. Like, come on, that's some clown shit to say, bro. Be honest, bro. That's some hate.
But his
He
dad
took care of his business, bro.
But his dad was on some bullshit though, bro. His dad been on some bullshit. But let me show
But
you
he
this though,
wasn't
bro.
planning on throwing no towel in. Come on, bro.
Now, do you see? Now, I want to know if y'all see this. Y'all see this?
What? Yeah, I
This
see you scrolling for something.
is 2 years ago. This is when I first started my YouTube channel.
What happened?
My name is Christopher Walker, and I'm about to tell you how I reclaim my manhood. I have more energy and strength than ever before. I feel like there's nothing in life I can't overcome. But it wasn't always like this.
So I'm here with the trainer of the year, Mr. Bomac. Hold on. Stephen Nelson's trainer, so cold. Trainer. This is 2 years ago. Maurice Hooker's trainer. Of course, Champ. T. Bud, Terrence Crawford's trainer. And we're here at the Hard Rock Cafe, man, and getting ready for the big fight, championship fight. So what's it like being a trainer of the year?
Man, it's not the man. It's just it's a way of life. That's all it is, you know.
Yeah, man. So I just had to let y'all know what's going on out here in these streets, man. The boxing being protected. I want to let y'all know that. Yeah. So that was my channel's first week in conception. You know what I mean? So, like I said, man, I done ate dinner with them niggas and everything, bro. So I know some shit, and I never say it. You know what I'm saying? I really even talk about the shit. I just say that I know what I'm talking about as it pertains to the situation. That's why I always say like them two niggas ain't scared of each other. It's more of a Bob Arum issue than it is anything else, and that's why they left.
Yeah, I'll never say Earl scared of Bud. I never say that.
Yeah, I ain't
Say he
say that.
wasn't in a rush to fight him.
I
Let me
just
say,
say
is
he
that
ain't
the
got the
nice way?
same
Can we agree
energy.
on this? Can we go there? Can we at least agree on that? He wasn't in a rush to fight him.
I agree with that. I definitely
All
agree
right,
with that.
good. Thank
You
you.
don't gotta be
Thank
scared
you.
to know you'll get
That's all.
straight
That's
back.
all I'm saying. We'll call it that. It was a smart business decision. He wasn't in a rush. He want to wait until he gets about 35, 36, 37, and then we'll get around him.
Yeah, I
It's
feel
good.
he's trying to, you know what I'm saying?
You
He
know?
want that money right. He want the age
And
right.
when he said, why wouldn't he take the easier fight? It's like, I mean, yeah, if Sean Porter's an easier belt to grab, you might as well grab it. Then you got two belts for leverage. I mean,
I think
I
Porter's
had,
only 3 years younger though.
Yeah, I hear I
but I
snuck
had,
that in.
I have had no problem at all with Spence fighting Porter and Spence fighting Ugas for these belts. I have no problem with that. I don't call those ducks. I don't call those nothing. That's for a belt. It's not a champion, and you're getting your leverage on the Bud fight. I ain't mad at that. But he's fought dudes that haven't had belts since then. Plenty of them.
He
I
fought.
Yeah.
don't know why everybody got so confident after this Ugas win. Like Ugas was just sitting there like a goofy.
Yeah, he was.
Like
That's why I
when
said, is
that
he the
Bud
only
ever
Cuban
just
fighter
sat
ever
there
with no
like that?
footwork, bro? Like the only Cuban fighter in history with no footwork?
Like, come on, bro. You just
Bruh.
sitting there.
I think
Hit
it's
me,
a, I think
basically.
I think it's a 50-50 fight though, man.
Hey, Fidel about to get done, man. He done.
This fight gonna be epic though. I'm gonna be there for sure.
I think it's 50-50 though. I don't think it's more towards Spence after the Ugas fight. And I don't think it's more towards Crawford. I think like
That's
it's
dead
gonna,
even.
yeah. I think it's gonna take each guy has to fight, be able to fight their own fight, not let the other guy do what he want to do. That's the only way
Yep.
one guy's gonna win.
It's gonna be
I
epic,
will say
man.
something, man. Father Time undefeated, and Bud's only getting older. But I don't know. I think if that fight did happen 4 years ago, it would have not been a 50-50 fight, which is why it happened now. So
Now, if it happened 4 years ago, Bud would have got beat up worse. He would have got beat up bad.
oh no,
What?
hell
Nah, man,
no,
4 years ago,
hell no.
You gotta
What?
think,
What did Spence change? What did he change
I'm
at?
just saying. You know what I'm saying? Bud,
What did
he
he
hadn't
get
fully.
better at? Is what I
I'm
want
just
to. What I
now
want to know. What did he
let me
lose?
explain. Bud had not fully grown into 147 4 years ago. Yeah, I think the Spence
Bud
that
is
beat
stronger than what people think.
the,
Y'all
the,
think this man
the
little
Spence
and
that
weak?
beat Brooke. I don't think Bud 4 years ago could beat him at. Well, he was 4 years ago. The same Bud that beat Jeff Horn. I don't see that.
In 18,
Yeah, the same Spence that beat when did he fight Kell Brook? 17, 18.
So you think he just
you
gonna
talking about Spence?
pounce on Bud, huh?
No, I
Spence?
don't have a problem with either guy. I'm not choosing sides.
No, I'm not taking it that way. I'm not taking it that
So
way.
how you think that fight would have went? Like
I think
what
the
he
Spence that fought he was more hungry than the Spence that fought Kell Brook. I think he beats Bud because Bud he hadn't fully grown into 147 yet.
So his
I just think
pressure just gonna bust.
I think Bud's reflex. I think
Bud.
Bud's reflexes were better back then because I see him
It
getting caught a lot
He's
now.
better boxing.
Well, he was always getting caught. He was caught against Diaz a lot when he fought Diaz, who's a southpaw at 140. Diaz was catching him a lot on the inside.
Diaz?
Diaz, you remember he fought the gold medalist?
Yeah, the one he just beat up.
He knocked him out, but still Bud was getting caught a lot on the inside. Diaz is a southpaw. I mean, this was at 140.
Yeah, I definitely think EJ is a better inside fighter than Bud is.
Yeah,
but I think
and Bud
Bud
is a
uses
better
the ring better.
He's a better fighter on the outside.
I think he has better angles, better footwork.
Yes, I agree with all that. And I think he's faster than.
They're probably about equal on the chin so far.
Yeah, I think he's faster.
I think Bud got better power than him.
I agree. Look, I agree with that. Bud has better one-punch knockout power, but Spence is a guy that just keeps coming at you and coming at you.
Yeah,
it's like Tommy Hearns and Hagler. Hearns had more power than Hagler, but Hagler grinds you down over 8 and 9 rounds. There's a difference between them. Hagler's not gonna knock you out in 2 rounds.
Yeah, but Hearns had leverage power because of his limbs. He didn't have like when I touch you, no matter where I touch you from. Power,
no, Hearns had that
yes,
power.
he did.
Yes, he did. Hearns had that power.
What?
Go look at the Pepino Cuevas fight. Go look at the Roberto Duran fight. Hearns had that power. If he touches you.
No, that's what I'm saying. But that's full torque extension. Like he could get his height behind his punches. He's yeah, for sure. But I'm just saying, like, you know how sometimes you see motherfuckers get wobble from like a fall away jab type shit like that.
Hearns had that kind of power.
Hearns had that power.
He stepped into his shit.
Shoot, Hagler knocked you out too.
Hearns took that power from 147 to 160. I mean, he didn't have the same power at 60 that he had at 47, but Hearns had power.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean,
you're right. It didn't carry. Yeah,
he didn't carry one punch power up to 60, but he had power.
All I know is I want this fight to be signed, sealed, so I get my ticket.
Yeah, all I know is I want third-party drug testing, make it a trilogy.
It's gonna get sold out.
Make it a trilogy.
I just don't want him to get no money. I don't want him to get no fights.
Who?
As much as I want Bud to knock his fucking head off his shoulders, I don't want him to get that back.
Keep telling
me. I mean, weird ass.
Well, you know, I told you it's only 3 fighters.
He gonna stop him to the body.
And I don't never say anything negative about anybody. I try to remain all positive. That's why I don't talk about him. But it's only 3 fighters I don't like, and Keith Thurman's one of them.
He gonna use,
I
he gonna
just got a problem with Keith Thurman, man.
Where's the Keith Thurman hate come from? Where's this come from?
I told you, man, Keith Thurman, man, like, yo, this guy was finding, after every fight, he was finding excuses to have another surgery, to stay out and just hold on to the belt. I never.
You think people go through surgery just for the fuck of it?
Well, you can. I can get surgery.
He fought Danny with a messed up hand.
But it was always something at the end.
I'm saying, but this way, everybody other than Brooke that Spence gets credit for beating, Thurman beat him first in their prime when they were undefeated.
I give him credit for beating Garcia, Dan Garcia. I give him because I chose
and
Garcia
Porter
to win the fight. I give him credit for Porter. It was a close fight. I give him credit for those. I give him credit. I don't have a problem with that. I give him credit.
The thing is about Keith Thurman, don't nobody like is he just got a
plays
vibe about him, like,
and he has a list.
He a snake. He got a snake vibe about him. That's why people
he talks a good game, man. But you know,
he seemed like he lie a lot. But I don't know if he tell the truth or lying. But he got a look. But I like it. I like to see him in the ring, though. I like that.
But I don't dislike Porter.
I don't like his character.
I don't dislike Thurman as much as I dislike Triple G and Joshua. I do not like those guys. Period.
Yeah, you don't like Joshua
like
at all. No, never like
Triple G. Is a solid dude. He ain't really know.
Triple G is a fraud, man.
He ain't who they said he was, but he
ain't never been who they said he was. He ain't never been who he said he was.
Remember, but he's good though.
He ain't never elite. Put up,
he's elite.
Persona though.
You know the moment
made his persona.
You know the moment I stopped liking Triple G when he said anybody from 154 to 168, and then Andre Ward was like, okay, let's fight. And then they came up with all these excuses why they didn't want to fight Andre Ward. I like, yo,
but who would want to go fight Ward like
Andre Ward in my top 5 all time.
Yeah, but that's what he said, 154 to 168. That's what he said.
Hey, that's true. His big homie Kovalev fought him.
Hey, can I change the discussion just a little bit, but it kind of still bounces off EJ?
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, Benavidez and Charlo have to fight now, right? Like they have to fight now, right?
Charlo ain't fighting Benavidez, man.
I think Benavidez is pushing for that. It's personal now.
That fight ain't happening, man.
It's personal now. He would have pops, yo. I think Benavidez will fucking go down to 160 to fight this motherfucker.
I like Jamel Charlo. I'm not a fan. I don't hate him, but I'm not a fan of Jamal Charlo.
I like Melo Ramal.
He don't want to fight anybody. He don't want to.
Yeah, he don't. Yeah,
Jamel kind of exposed his brother.
Yeah, Jamel's playing out his division.
He said basically what it was. His brother was on his brother's mind. Remember, he said in the Brian Custer interview, well, he supposed to be fighting at 175, this and that. Like he just basically exposed.
Yeah, but I never know what those two motherfuckers.
He too big for the weight class.
They be getting mad and just talking.
He said he too big for the weight class. Someone Benavidez, but
I think Jamal got a gift against Korobov though. He got a gift in that fight. I mean, because you remember it was a fight. Harrison.
I ain't gonna lie. I used to like the big brother at first more than the little one, because he seemed like he was on some. You know what I'm saying?
He got that belt. He started acting bougie.
Seemed like when they got a little more money, he done. I don't know what he done went commercial.
Well, money don't change people. Money just enhances who you really are.
Yeah,
changed Big Charlo.
Yeah.
I don't know if he got.
I like little Charlo, and I think Charlo gonna knock out Castagna.
Money change you too, man. Money
I don't think money changes anybody. I think money just when you get money, you don't have to hide who you are anymore. I think it just enhances who you really are.
Shit.
You know what I'm saying? That's like the King said. So much though, I can't swear I won't change. Yeah, I can. I'm gonna change it. I get some money. Bet that.
So basically, saying he was a fraud this whole time.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Fuck it.
I get.
Nah, money gonna elevate me and put me in different rooms and put me in better positions. So it's definitely gonna change me. I'm from the bottom, so it's gonna change me as a person. But it's gonna change my life. It probably will change me.
Better, not.
Yeah.
Not
for the better. Yeah, it should. Yeah. I mean, it should.
Because trust me, if you're a piece of trash without money, you're gonna be an even bigger piece of trash.
But then again, there's a lot of things I do just to avoid tickets and jail time. But if I have money, I'll probably take the ticket. I don't give a fuck. Give me, hey, go ahead and sentence me to 2 weeks in jail. My lawyer gonna handle that. I ain't doing that shit. Like, fuck it.
It is, man.
So
You
is
know,
Andrade supposed to be fighting Benavidez or what?
Who?
I don't know. He's fighting
No, he ain't fighting that. No.
Zach Parker, what's his name, right? Or some shit.
Y'all looking at the fights tomorrow?
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, Thursday. I mean Wednesday.
Who's fighting tomorrow?
Oh, it's a card in Australia. You know what I'm saying? Esquivel and Johnson fighting for the women's featherweight title. Vacant women's featherweight title.
You said women's?
Title. Yeah, women's.
No.
Come on, you don't look at women's boxing?
I only like the elite of the women's boxing. That's it.
Man, I've been looking at women's boxing.
I love Clarissa Shields. Clarissa Shields is one of my favorite fighters, period, man or woman. Off top.
I look at all.
I love Clarissa Shields. I'm very ready for the Katie Taylor and Serrano fight.
Man,
I'm ready for that.
Katie Taylor's gonna get beat to death, man.
Yeah,
Man,
probably.
I can't wait for this Shakur Valdez fight.
That's what I'm ready for that. I'm ready for Shakur to put on a fucking masterclass.
It's gonna
Floyd
be so
Corrales.
good.
This is what I'm hoping for,
man. But the only bad thing is that fight is the same night as Serrano Taylor, man. Why would Aram do that?
I'm watching.
See, but I think Serrano and Taylor is in the UK, so it's probably on early.
No, it's in Madison Square Garden. It's in
really? Fuck.
Yeah.
At the same time?
It's same night.
At the same time, though?
It probably, most fights.
They had to go early.
Main event start like 10:30, 11.
Yeah. But if they can start their card like at 4 instead of 7.
Huh?
Like, cause I'm in Cali, right? So usually the main event started at like 7 o'clock.
Yeah, it's 10:30.
And then they go up, right? Okay, so you East Coast. So, but I'm saying, so if they can start their shit at 4 o'clock.
Nah, man, Eddie Hearn, man. You know these promoters getting these pissed and look what happened 2 weeks ago, man. It was 4 fight cards on at the same time. I'm looking at 4 different screens.
I love that shit.
I mean, that's ridiculous, man.
I feel like a fucking boss watching like 5-6 fights at once.
Well, I mean, I like it, but but it just gets irritating.
I'll be watching Bare Knuckle, bro. I watch Rough and Rowdy, that boxing sport.
I look at Bare
all
Knuckle,
that shit.
I like old girl. What's her name? Paige Van Zandt, but she just not a good fighter, man. I like her as a person, but she's just not a good fighter, man. I mean, she has found something else to do. She's doing nude modeling now, so I guess that's
what we were all waiting for this whole time.
No, yeah, she's I mean, she's into it, man. I mean, she's like full frontals and everything, man.
Yeah, you seen it?
Yeah, I seen it. I mean, I wasn't looking at it for pleasure or anything, but I was just seeing what everybody was talking about,
You ain't got to lie, Craig. You ain't got to lie.
Yeah, she seems like a nice person, man, but she's just not a good fighter, man.
She seems like a nice person. She look like you want to fuck her.
I'm not any little girls, man. She's too small for me, man. I like my women like 160, man. Yeah, it's a lot of good fights coming on this week too, man. It's another fight Thursday as well.
Hey. I can't wait to watch my
early.
boy Keyshawn Davis.
Oh yeah.
Keyshawn Davis right there.
And the girl fight is at 7:30 your time, so 4:30 my time. So it's gonna be earlier and done with.
Yeah, they know.
But it ain't stupid.
Hold on. Is that the actual? Is that when the card starts, or is that the actual main event?
The card starts at 7:30.
Okay. So you think
that's still 3 hours?
But but still though, the main event might
so
not start.
I'll watch their championship fight before I watch the fucking undercard of that.
Okay, yeah, I would do that. You're
Fuck
right.
that.
Yeah,
I like those two females, but overall, I really don't like watching it's just like I'd rather just go watch kids fight at the park. You know what I mean?
Man, I look at all boxing, any boxing that comes, especially 150. I told you before, 115 is my favorite division. I look at all those guys fight, man. I look at all boxing, 105 to heavyweight. I'm a purist, man.
Yeah, I love bare knuckle, man. I love that.
It's great, man. Bare knuckle's great.
When Inoue fighting again?
Who?
Inoue.
Oh, Inoue, he's fighting Donaire in a rematch.
Donaire rematch.
Yeah, rematch.
Oh,
man.
yes.
Yeah, I think he's gonna knock him out this time because Donaire's
40.
40.
Wow.
He's 40, man. I mean, Donaire's getting up there, and he almost had him going last fight.
Yes, sir. He caught that. He caught that clips bar. Okay, I see you, man. All right, hell yeah. Nah, I mean, I'm ready for it. I think this year we're gonna get some really good fights, and hopefully, some really, really like big. I think it's gonna be hard to
Yeah.
figure out what fight of the year is gonna be this year.
Well, so
I wonder
far,
where they're gonna have this fight at early
so
across.
far it's Fundora, man. Fundora,
You think
Ugas
so?
fight of the year
I
so far.
I still got that that Conlon and Woods fight.
Oh, yeah, you got a point. It's possible.
That was fire. That was fire, bro. But there's some. I mean, even this one was pretty big, even though it was one sided. I mean, but
Yeah, one
it
side.
was,
I don't count them as being fights of the year. One sided
yeah.
fights.
But the magnitude and the feel of it, you knew it was a big fight.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but yeah, I think there's not a lot of like standout ones yet, but we got them coming up. Yeah, we got them coming up. Hey, I think that Rolly Tank is going to be entertaining as fuck because
Man,
Rolly's unpredictable. I think
don't
he's
think
Ricardo Mayorga of this generation.
I think Rolly might get knocked out, man. Because if
He's going to get knocked out. He's getting knocked out.
If Rolly is fighting, if he fights like he said he's gonna fight, if he goes toe to toe with Tank, he's gonna be sleeping. I hope he's not that dumb.
Hey, but Tank, he does got popped though, like,
Yeah,
and Tank knows it. Tank gave him his respect. He said he knows. So, but he said he's gonna see what it feels like, and then if it ain't enough, then good night.
Man, but I just can't see Rolly being that stupid. Just going toe to toe with Tank early, man. I can't see it.
That's his best way to
He has
win,
to.
though.
He can't go deep waters with Tank. It's gonna really be over. Which I think if Tank is
That's
smart,
what
he
he
just does that.
wants.
Take him deep waters.
But I don't think
get
Tank just gonna. I don't know if Tank can just
Get over
take
and
that
done
man
with.
punching power like that.
I mean, Rolly does got pop if he lands that, man. But he can be outboxed pretty
He
easily,
ain't
though.
finna just take him, let him hit him on the chin. How he said in the Wallow and Gilly interview, he wanted to taste somebody's power.
Nah, you can't do that.
He ain't no tasting just his power like that.
Because you taste somebody's power, you might not you might not like you might not feel it. You might be one of them things
might
you
not
don't
wake
feel
up.
it. Wake up.
Hey, but he has said like even if it's on the arm though or something, like he said he just wants to feel it. You can tell if a motherfucker sock as hard as he can in your arm, you catch it, you gonna tell kind of, ooh, that was my head. That probably,
That's what was happening to Ugas. That's why he wasn't throwing. He was tasting that power on his arms.
That's a good strategy. That's the same shit Canelo does. That's a good strategy. Same shit. Floyd would do the same shit.
Well, that's how you break down the so-called Mayweather, what they call the Philly shell. That's how you break down Mayweather defense. If you you don't go for headshots, you just hit something. Hit him on the arms, hit the elbows, just hit him until he drops his arms in the 8th round, 7th, 8th round. Then you start going to the arms and the head and the arms and the head. You just got to.
But then by that time you're tired. He blocked all your shit because you hit arms and you didn't score no points, and then it's too late.
You lose more energy missing a punch than you do landing a punch. So if you hit his arms, it's like hitting the heavy bag.
Yeah, but those are heavy shots. What I'm saying, because you're not going to tap them. You got to land heavy shots to do damage.
That's why you train for it. You train to fight that type of fight.
Good luck.
Yeah, that's what you train for.
That's why Floyd's a GOAT, man. No one figured it out.
No, I don't know about the GOAT, but he's a dope fighter.
All right, he has no weakness.
He GOAT first.
Yeah, no, I can't say the GOAT, man.
He has no weakness. He's never been dropped. He's the most accurate. We've landed on.
Actually, he was dropped once. I forgot who it was early. It was early in this
Zab should have been called as a drop.
Zab should have been called. I'm not telling the Zab.
It should have been, but the refs didn't. But he does have a drop because he took a knee for a broken hand.
No, he didn't take a knee. Actually, his hand. He just put his hands down. His hand touched the mat. But that shouldn't have been called a knockdown. The one.
No. I'm talking about he does have a.
That's what I'm talking about. The one he got 8 count. It shouldn't have been called because he just went down because he hurt his hand. But he put his hands down. But the Zab one, he missed that. That should have been called.
Yeah, it should have been. That's it.
I don't even have Floyd in my
top 10. Whole career. That's it. Fine to his late 30s. That's it.
I think Floyd's a great fighter, but I don't even have him in my top 10.
Look at all your favorite fighters. Look at what they look like in their late 30s.
Yeah,
they look like Floyd.
But you got to think about it. These guys also didn't take 2 years off, 2 and 3 years off. So Ali did, but Ali wasn't training. Floyd took 2 years off when the welterweight division started to get heated up. When it started heating up with Paul Williams and Margarito, and I think he would have beat Margarito easily. But when Paul Williams and Margarito, these guys started coming up at 147, Floyd took a little break. Because that's the fight I wanted to see him and Paul Williams.
Paul Williams never deserved that fight at any point in his career.
Why not? Paul Williams was one of the top fighters. He was one of the top contenders at 147.
Paul Williams was a rising star. Floyd was already a superstar.
So why wouldn't Paul Williams deserve that fight?
He had beat nobody up until that point.
He was still a top 10 fighter.
But he had beat nobody. He was a nobody. To purists, he was someone, but to the casuals, he was a nobody.
See, now you sound like Errol Spence fans.
I'm saying, like casuals move the sports, though. Casuals make the numbers. Casuals move the sport. Like
I got you, man. I got you. But
and that's why I was saying a lot of these fighters right now, they're not getting their branding right. Where people that don't watch the sport know who you are, because that's the main tool you want to have.
Floyd was a genius. You got to make more people hate you than like you, because people will pay to see you lose. This is how you do it, man. You don't go out there and it's like, yo, I'm not gonna say anything to make people hate me. No, you want people hating you, because
and that's the thing people forget is Ali was hated before he was loved. He was hated in his prime
a lot, man. He was hated Ali, man.
Yes,
that's what made him popular. That you got a guy that's going out there saying I'm gonna do this and that, and everybody hates him and they're paying to see him lose, but he's never losing.
Yeah, exactly. Floyd took that blueprint and just blew it up even more.
Because when Floyd,
because not only that,
nobody liked him.
It's like not only that, people got one fight, which I don't think is that close. I've rescored it a million times, and I don't think it's that close. But the Castillo one fight,
I think Castillo probably edged it out, but I'm not mad at the decision of Floyd winning. But I think Castillo edged it out.
Yeah, well.
But the second,
mini rematch, he did his thing. So
he beat him,
whatever. So it's like that's like one blemish you could look at on his record where like that fight was close, and maybe if you don't like Floyd, you could say he lost. Cool, but that's it. Out of all the years, he fought to his late 30s, still fighting top contenders. Like no one else does that shit. All those dudes got knocked out in their late 30s. Leonard, Ali, Robinson, everybody.
Yeah, but I knew he was gonna beat. You gotta think Leonard did have a cocaine problem though. So that also that's why a lot of guys age different, because they had more fights and more training, and they age different due to that, and cocaine abuse as well. So
and the damage they took in those fights, which Floyd was the king of just not doing that shit.
But you got to think Leonard also fought top fighters. Look, by the time Sugar Ray Leonard, his first 5 years as a pro, Leonard fought Duran twice. He had fought Wilfred Benitez, and he fought Hearns. This was first. Well, he lost to Duran.
He lost to Duran, which everyone forget. That was the best fight they had, prime versus prime, and he lost.
Well, Duran wasn't in his prime, because Duran, he had been a pro since '67.
But I'm saying he was more prime than the No Moss fight. Fight. Well, but that's his fault. No excuses. That's Duran's fault for being out of shape and taking that fight.
Contrary to popular belief, Sugar Ray Leonard wasn't beating Duran up in the second fight. It's just Duran got tired of him playing around. If you look at the fight, he wasn't beating him up. He wasn't like destroying him. He was just winning the fight. Because most people,
it's boxing. Smart.
They was like, well, Duran, he was beating Duran so bad he quit. Like, nah, that didn't happen. Duran got tired of him playing. He's like, yo, I'm done with this. Even though he shouldn't have quit, but that's what happened. Yeah, that's what happened. And I love Duran. I got Duran higher than Floyd on my all-time list.
I think Floyd fucks Duran up too.
No way. No.
I think it's I think it's like the Cotto fight. I think it goes to Cotto fight.
No, not the
or Maidana, like a Maidana fight.
Not the Duran that fought the Sugar Ray Leonard the first time. No, he beats Floyd every day.
I don't know, man.
And Floyd doesn't have.
You want to compare that? What do we compare that to? The 147 Floyd performance, Canelo. Boom.
Yeah, but Duran is not like Canelo. Duran has better footwork than Canelo.
Yeah, Duran has better footwork. What, Manning? Same shit. Nullified Manning. It's just like there's something.
Manning was a bit older. Duran was better than. Well, Manning is probably quicker. Well, I think they're probably about the same. Manning's probably a little bit quicker.
Punches and bunches, cuts off angles. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Floyd just nullifies your best shit.
But the thing about that fight with Pacquiao, and I did pick Floyd to win. I was the only person in the house that night that picked Floyd to win. I told everybody what was gonna happen.
I won so much money on that fight.
But the thing about Pacquiao, he stopped throwing punches. He was getting countered.
Getting caught.
Yeah, getting countered, and he's like, "Yo, I'm not gonna throw any more punches. I'm gonna try to box now." You're not gonna outbox Mayweather. You got to. The perfect blueprint to beat Mayweather was what Maidana did. That's how you got to do it.
Try to rough him up.
You got to rough him up. You got to constantly throw punches and rough.
I don't think that fight was close either. And points should have been taken on that fight, but.
Yeah, some people like Maidana won. Maidana didn't win those fights, man. He lost.
No, not even close.
Yeah,
not even close. And the Oscar fight wasn't fucking close either, even if it was a split decision.
Yeah, Floyd won that. It wasn't close.
Yeah,
it wasn't close.
But It's just I've seen Floyd adapt to all styles. I've seen him make in ring adjustments. I mean, RIP Roger Mayweather, but he didn't give the best corner advice. Like he might taught him shit in the gym, but during the corner, he wasn't giving no fucking technical advice, this motherfucker. Like he was just always go fuck him up. What are you doing? Like it's shit like that. Like he wasn't like, yo, he's countering this, set him up for this, set this trap. He wasn't saying none of that shit to him. Floyd made the adjustments on his own. Floyd figured out people's styles. Floyd gave away rounds just to figure you out and shut your ass down. Still not getting hit. Still faced some of the biggest punches that were double his size.
I can't let you say that now.
What?
Roger Mayweather was a hell of a trainer.
No, in the gym. I'm saying he was a good trainer. He's not a good corner. He's not a good corner.
He was great. He was great.
He's motivational. He's motivational.
He told you what you need to hear. What the fuck you doing, Floyd? What the fuck is you doing, nigga? Hey, he tell the nigga straight up. What the fuck is you doing, man? Go fuck him up, nigga. Go fuck him up. What the fuck are you doing?
I've picked against Floyd only twice in his career.
That's the only person I've ever bet on. Yeah. I don't bet on sports, but I always bet on Floyd because it's easy money.
I just knew Judah and Mosley was going to beat him. I picked Judah and Mosley to beat him because Judah, I was like, Floyd going to always struggle with faster fighters. He's going to struggle with fighters that are faster than him and with pop. And in my opinion, I thought Judah won the first 4 rounds. You know what I'm saying? But then after that,
he was looking good.
Yeah, after that he got tired and Floyd just picked him apart. For the rest of the fight, man.
But why did he get tired? Because Floyd was eating that body in the beginning. Yeah. Even though those rounds he was losing, he was eating that body.
So yeah, Floyd, I scored that fight 7-5. You know what I'm saying? I gave Judah the first 4 in the 5th round, and first 4 and the 12th round. But other than that, Floyd won everything from 5 to 11. But really though, let me tell you, Floyd should have been disqualified in the fight, in that Judah fight.
What, for Roger coming in?
Yeah, Roger coming in. As soon as Roger came in, the fight should have been over.
Well, I believe they said the rules was up to them to decide to suspend both or one.
Once the corner gets on the apron, the fight is over. You know what I'm saying? But he came in the ring. I'm like, that fight should have been stopped. So actually, Richard Steele, he helped him out on that.
But it could have been a DQ too.
DQ, yeah, it should have been a DQ.
But it could have been a DQ before that for the whole reason that shit popped off with another low blow. Like
he hit him
that should have been DQ.
That was dirty.
But he already had a foul before that. So that should have been. That should have already been it. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. But either way, I mean, I like how it played out. I like how Mayweather stayed calm in the midst of all that shit and then just went right back to work, bro. Like he's just the best, bro. Like
got my respect, man. I followed Floyd his whole career, man, since the '96 Olympics, man. And back when Floyd turned pro, he was fighting like every 2 weeks. He was on USA Tuesday Night Fights. He would fight 1 week, and it was like 2 weeks later. I mean, I still have those VHS tapes I recorded back then. So
I just feel like there's not really anyone he missed during his era, except when you want to talk about when he's old as shit, and then you're like, oh, Thurman or some shit. The Berto fight was his at the time. His retirement fight. I have no problem with that. That's a good cherry. You know what I mean? Supposedly owed him a favor, whatever the fuck, whatever. And then the McGregor fight, I'm not mad about him coming back. And McGregor was talking big shit. He had to learn. He was talking big shit. So those 2 fights to the side, it's like, bro, he fought everyone of his era. He fought fucking Canelo, bro. Like, he fought fucking Canelo. Like 20 pounds lighter. Still fucking worked him.
But I knew he was gonna watch Canelo. I told people that like Canelo can't beat him because
I did too. I made a lot of money off Canelo.
I was like Canelo because Floyd's not gonna stand in front of it. Canelo still struggles with people that don't stand in front of him. I mean,
absolutely. He's admitted that on wax.
If you stand in front of him, he's gonna beat you. He's gonna beat your arms, beat your body. He's probably gonna knock you out. But if
he said that's the most difficult style of fighting for him.
He's still the same flat-footed fighter. He just got a little bit better head movement. But if you come to him, he can beat you. Yeah, but that's just what it is, man. I mean, a fighter
homie in the chat, Tino the Great. He said Duran loses punches, Floyd would break down easily. I feel the same way, bro.
No, man, you guys
I feel the same way.
Man, no way. Y'all sleeping.
Floyd always adjusts. He will take away your greatest strength. That's just what will happen.
You guys are sleeping on Durant, man. You got to stop that, yo.
I'm not saying Durant don't catch him. Durant might even catch. He probably won't catch him one of those. But when Floyd get caught,
Durant wasn't
adjustment. You're not catching him again.
Durant, I mean, at 147, Floyd has a better chance of beating him. At 135, he stands no chance. Floyd gets stopped and beat up brutally. He doesn't have a chance at 135.
What was 135? Was that Corrales Floyd?
No, yeah.
I'm talking about Pretty Boy?
No, Duran is like the greatest lightweight ever, man. Like one of the greatest lightweights ever. I mean, Floyd doesn't stand a chance at 135 against Duran. No way. Duran bullies him. He bullies him and beats him up bad, man. You got to think Duran was like losing 40 pounds, 30 and 40 pounds most fights. like coming down. Maybe between fights, but nah, man. Duran.
I don't know. Floyd was faster. Floyd didn't have as brittle hands. He had more power.
You really got to look at Duran fight. And look what Duran
body
did.
shots.
Look what Duran did later in his career. In 1989. 1989 when he fought the Blade Barkley, Iran Barkley. And he had been a pro for almost 20 years. He moved up to middleweight. He started at 135. Moved to middleweight, dropped Barkley, and won a title. Won a middleweight championship. I mean, that was unheard of. That would be the equivalent of Floyd beating Triple G. Moving up, beating Triple G. That would be
Floyd would have beat Triple G too.
No, he wouldn't.
Floyd would have beat Triple G's ass too.
No way. Not at 160. No way.
No, not 160, at 154.
Well, he would have been weight drained to come down. Yeah. Then he would have been weight drained. But
I mean, that's what. Hey, he said it. He said it. Triple G said volunteered to come down. Like,
but at 160, man, he was just because he would take 2 punches. He would take.
Oh yeah, Floyd ain't going to 160. Floyd ain't going to 160. He's not going to 160 to fight nobody. So
yeah, 154. Yeah, he had a good chance. He'd be weight drained, but 150, no way.
But I mean, just Floyd. It's just like who did Floyd not fight? It's just like he fought everybody.
I still got the whole Paul Williams Margarito thing, and I think he would have beat Margarito easily.
But I'm saying, like, when you really look at the timeline of their career, though, there was not a point that Paul Williams could have got that major fight at that point.
Floyd was in retirement. That's when it was a big fight between Margarito and Paul Williams. That's when they fought. When Floyd was in his retirement. You know, his little 2-year hiatus, whatever, and that's when Margarito and Paul Williams fought. And that was a big fight on HBO.
Yeah, it was a big fight.
But I'm not saying Paul Williams would have beat Floyd, but that's the fight I really wanted to see.
I looked at. I don't have it in front of me because I've had this argument before, and I looked at the timelines, and there's just no logical timeline in which Paul Williams fits as being the guy to get the money fight. Because at the time, it's the money fight. It's the biggest fight in that division, like to fight Floyd. So I just don't see at what point in his career, because he took the L. When he took the L, now it's off the table. That was it. Take a first L, it's off the table. That's how it goes for it. So, you know what I mean?
But Pacquiao was knocked out cold, though.
But Pacquiao, you know what I'm saying? But Pacquiao, he been calling for that shit right away. You know, he just said take the test. We all know that's why that fight happened.
And I never thought Pacquiao could beat Floyd, man.
No, never.
I never thought that. Never. I mean, he was holding up because of the chest. It was Pacquiao's fault. He was holding up. So,
yeah, never.
In the end, that worked out for him.
And I mean, Floyd made the best point about the footwork shit when he was saying, man, Pacquiao's footwork's overrated because the bouncing in and out. When you're bouncing, you're leaving yourself susceptible. Where like the pivot is master, just pivoting, sliding, pivoting. Like bouncing, you can't move your direction until you land again. And you bounce. You can bounce fast, but once you push off your feet, you're in midair for half second or whatever. There's nothing you can do from that point on.
I'm happy somebody made money because I didn't make any money off that Mayweather.
I made fucking.
Pacquiao. Nobody would bet me. Everybody was so sure Pacquiao would win, but I couldn't get anybody to bet.
I made money on all Mayweather Mexican. Actually, I made like pretty much all money off Mayweather. Probably everything after the Zab fight. Probably the Zab, I think, was the first fight I bet on for. No, I take that back. I bet on the Gotti fight. Bet on Ricky Hatton fight.
Bet on the Gotti. Somebody bet you that Gotti would beat Mayweather.
Oh, that was easy money. I'm like, are you serious? All right. They're like, man, you just seen Gotti? Have you seen this guy? Young? He won't quit. Him there. All right, bro. All right. How much? You name the price. That's easy. Now, I will say this. I did think that Gotti was going to put up a little more of a fight than he did.
I knew he was.
That might be Floyd's best performance ever.
Oh, man. I saw what Tracy Patterson did to Gotti back in 95, 96. I saw what Patterson did to him, man. And they robbed Patterson. Patterson caught him to the body. It should have been a knockout. And then they said it was a low blow. I'm like, man, no, man. I knew he would never, because Gotti, think about Gotti, he's going to take 5 or 6 punches and land one. He's not going to land any on Mayweather. And he's just going to keep taking punches. And I knew that.
Yeah.
So
I just didn't think I think he'd be a little more rougher and shit with it. Like that Ricky Hatton fight too. I want shit off that shit. Like I don't know. I mean,
I really wanted to see Shane Mosley fight Floyd when Mosley was at 135 and Floyd was
Mosley
at 130.
didn't want it.
No, Floyd didn't want that fight when it was at 135 and 130.
Floyd called out Oscar and Mosley after the Bucella's fight.
That was at 147. That was at 147. And what Mosley did, he took a step aside to let his boss De La Hoya fight him first. Mosley's never ducked anybody. This guy fought Vernon Forrest twice when nobody would fight him. He fought Winky Wright twice when nobody would fight him. He fought Margarito when nobody would fight him. So, and he jumped up 2 weight classes to fight De La Hoya in 2000. He was at 135.
Yeah, but you know what happened after that? Drug test, A-side drug test.
Okay, you got me one out. I always found it. Now, Mosley one of my favorite fights, even if he was at 135.
And that's another reason of his goatness for me. Yeah. He's the only fucking A-side fighter that demands you cannot step in this ring to me without taking this drug test. I don't care who you are.
It should be mandatory. It should be mandatory anyway, man.
And it was third party drug testing, not the same athletic commission that is throwing the fight drug testing. Mm-hmm. Like it's third party was sending shop to lab 24/7, middle of the night, they might come get you drug tested. And that's how it should be.
I think Clarissa Shields should do the same thing with Savannah Marshall. She should request drug testing because Peter Fury is her trainer. And people say what they want, but all I gotta say is Peter Fury's their trainer, just like Canelo. Look at Canelo's training. Look at his stable. So I'm thinking everybody in Canelo's stable is juicing. This is my opinion.
I think it's not frowned upon to say the least. You know what I'm saying? It's not a coincidence. You know what I'm saying? Like it's definitely not. But the only thing with the Canelo situation is he's the A side, so he's not gonna drug test himself.
Oh, of course not.
Of course. But that's what I'm saying. That's a beautiful thing about Mayweather brought that whole element into the game, and no one has done it since, and no A sider has done it since.
Well, what is that telling you if people not requesting drug tests? What is that telling you? What is that telling you, Max?
Now, from what I understand, one thing I do understand about the third party, the style that Mayweather did is very expensive. I do understand that, but you let the promoters and the networks handle that shit, and they use their money for that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Look, man, I don't care how expensive it is, man. We're talking about getting punched in the face by someone roided out of their minds. Come on now.
Yeah.
Just like the UFC knew that Brock was pissed hot and still let the fight go on against Hunt.
Yeah, that was crazy. And he said it in the fucking interview afterwards. They was white boy, all jacked up white boy or whatever. I'm like, whoa, this fool just came out and told everyone he did stories and he didn't give a fuck. That was crazy. Like, yeah, I think but this is why I said, like, fuck everything else. The feds need to get involved. Like, if the feds are gonna get involved in baseball, the feds can get involved in fucking combat sports when it comes to fucking mandatory drug testing. That's what it should be, mandatory.
Because you got to think about you're throwing punches. You could kill somebody.
Yeah, you can kill somebody for sure. Either now or in the long run.
I wonder what happens if someone actually harms someone in a fight and they piss hot. What happens?
I mean, it happens all the time. I don't think anything happens.
No, I'm saying, does a lawsuit come about?
I mean, Mark Hunt tried to sue because he fought like 4 dudes that tested positive in a row or some shit, and I don't think he won that.
Well, look at Resto. Resto got a lifetime ban. I mean, Panama Lewis for the glove incident.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, something should happen like that, and if you beat somebody severely like that, and you end up failing the drug test after the fight, so it's consequences.
Tino the Great said Canelo's been tested more than any other fighter year to date. Canelo's the cleanest fighter in combat sports right now. I don't know, man. I mean, they raised the limit of clenbuterol you can have in your system, so I'm pretty sure he's just staying under that limit, right? But hey, that means everyone else can do it too. So I mean, I guess it evens it out. But I think it should just be off top. You can't have shit in your fucking system unless it came from some food.
I agree.
What I'm saying? Like, that's it. Not even supplement. Half that shit is legal.
Most of that stuff, a lot of that stuff in GNC, I call it legalized steroids.
Yeah,
that's what I call it, man. I mean, a lot of stuff in GNC, man, you can't really use it. A lot of stuff you can't use because even when I was in the military, they stopped us from using a lot of stuff. Like, I never smoked, I never did any drugs, but a lot of people was getting over drug tests Gold Seal, whatever they call it. But now then they started testing for that. Like, okay, you can't have that in your system. And they told us like even eating bagels with poppy seeds on them can make you, fail a drug test.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think I just don't take anything because Nigel Ben said that he never took any performance enhancement drugs prior to the fight with Gerald McClellan, but he was like he said he was taking like 40, 45 vitamins a day tablet. I'm like, dude, there's no way you're taking over 40 tablets a day of legal stuff, man. There's no way, man. There's no way.
Yeah. No, that's it. Yeah, that's true.
I take vitamins, man, but I don't take that much, man. Come on, man.
Bro, like eat some elk meat, you know what I'm saying? Just eat what you need to be eating and work out. Like to see if you're really the best. See if whatever your God given talent was enough to make you the best in the world. That's it.
But like I said, that might be ways to without that there might be ways to get around boxing. How does the test work with the VADA test if you enroll like?
Okay, see, this is what I'm talking about with VADA. Okay, so VADA, from what I understand, is Vegas Athletic Doping Agency or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's like they work like it's Vegas, bruh. Like it's Vegas testing their own shit. Like it's Vegas. So it's like a fight's gonna be in Vegas. Okay, the biggest fight of the year is gonna be in Vegas. Well, we'll test those guys. You think they're gonna fuck up their own money and be like, nope, that's a dirty. The fight's over.
That's what I'm saying.
Fuck no.
So
that's what I'm saying. It's a conflict of interest.
So do they test them when they're not in training? That's what I'm wondering.
When was the last time fucking VADA really caught somebody? And then how blatant was it? Because I think what it is some of these fighters get too comfortable knowing that this shit ain't shit, and then they get a little brave and then they trick the system. Because you gotta be like, it's kind of like NBA. Like motherfuckers get caught for doing anything in the NBA, you deserve to get caught because they test you one time before the season, and as long as you pass, you're good. Yeah. Like that's how that goes.
So they have the. I'm just saying, do they test do they test fighters when they're not in training for a fight?
I don't believe so. I think they only test them during training.
Oh my God. Yo. Oh
yeah, there's not a year-round program like what the UFC has with USADA, where as long as you're an active fighter, you get tested year-round. They don't do that.
No, man, that's not reliable. I thought they were
see that's what I'm talking about right there, Tino the Great. Like LeBron, I think you can definitely tell LeBron's used shit throughout his career.
Man, yo, don't ever say that around a LeBron fan. I've been saying this for years, man. I've been saying this. Look, I'm saying you got a guy as big as Karl Malone that jumps as high as Jordan and as fast as Allen Iverson. And you telling me this guy LeBron put on about 40 pounds of muscle and he's not gotten slower? Like, no way.
But I think all the people in the 80s and 90s use shit too. So
of course, Karl Malone. I thought Karl Malone
includes Jordan and and Magic and everybody like that too. I think they all did too.
I don't think Magic used or Jordan, but I do believe Karl Malone. I've always suspected Karl Malone of using. I suspected that. But
especially toward the later part of his career, he was just fucking and Shaq.
And I'm not gonna say this guy's name. He's my favorite player of all time and my favorite from my team all time. But I'm just gonna say my favorite player of all time career looked like it was over in 2010. 2011 it was even worse. Got eliminated out of the first round. Everybody's like it was over. He should retire. He comes back in 2012, 13, 14. He's playing like he's 25. I'm like, come on now.
You talking about Kobe?
No. I don't really want to. I don't want to put it out there, but he's my favorite player of all time. But
T-Mac?
No,
not T-Mac.
Well, my guy, he's got 5 titles. I'll just say it like that. So he comes back. He gets eliminated first round, 2011. Everybody's like his career's over. He comes back, makes the conference finals in 2012.
5 titles. Tim Duncan.
Well, you said it, not me. But comes back in 13.
I love Tim Duncan. He's my favorite power forward.
Playing out of his mind in 13. Comes back in 14, wins the title. I'm like, hold up, man. My man's career was over in 2011. But like I said, I'm not saying he was ever using, but I'm just saying I always found that kind of fishy,
They all did, man. They all did. Especially with that drug testing, why wouldn't you? You only got past once. And think about the biggest person they ever caught was Rashard Lewis.
Yeah.
That's the biggest name they've ever caught in the NBA history.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you're right. As far as performance enhancing drugs.
For PDs, yeah,
yeah,
for PD.
Yeah,
because they got three gave him all kinds of drugs, all cocaine
Mhm.
and meth and shit, yeah, whatever. But yeah, but I mean, and so like it's like if boxing's the same way, or if the Vegas Athletic Doping Agency is testing for a Vegas Athletic Commission for a Vegas sanctioned fight. I mean, come
it's too
on.
much
When
money,
was the
man.
last time any of these fights got shut down?
It's
Like,
too much money, man. It's too much money. Is gonna you're gonna lose.
exactly.
So
How
even
many
if they test it,
hotels,
yeah,
all
they're
that
not gonna.
shit
Yeah,
gets
man.
canceled for those fights,
No
bro?
way.
Like,
I can't see it, man. And that's the same thing goes with the NBA. Is like the NBA knows something's going on, but with some of these guys, but you think
I'm saying
they're
it.
gonna
I'm gonna
expose
say
these
this:
stars?
you've never ever seen a big fight, a big Vegas fight, get canceled because PEDs in
Never. It's
boxing
not gonna
ever.
happen. It's not gonna happen.
Vada ain't ever popped nobody for a major fight. They might have popped a couple people here and there for a little freebie on ESPN or some shit. Not no major fights. They ain't never popped nobody.
Well, it's the same thing with baseball. Like in '98, we all knew that Bonds and McGuire and Sosa, we knew those guys were roiding, man. We saw how big they were, but baseball turned a blind eye to it because they was making a lot of money off the home run race between McGuire and Sosa. But they knew. Everybody knew.
Yeah, everybody knew.
It was no secret, but yeah.
DJ,
Hold on. Let me slide in this bit real quick, man.
What's up, man?
Let me slide in here real quick, man.
Hey,
What's going on, everybody?
What's going on, man?
I know I am tardy to the party, but wife cooked a good.
That was in New York, Tito. Sorry.
Wife cooked a good dinner tonight, man. Fuck around with the sleep, wake up. I'd have missed the whole party.
Yeah.
But what's going on, man? What's going on? I was looking forward to this too.
Oh man, we out here, man. Whatever, you got the floor, man. We were just chopping it up with just PEDs and boxing and sports.
In sports, that's all we was talking about.
Talk about how that's just one of Floyd's reasons why he's the greatest because he demanded third party drug testing.
Yeah, that's why Pacquiao they want that fight for 5 years. But
exactly.
I've said it, man. Like the fight
He's scared of needles.
But he got tattoos, right?
He's scared of needles, but he got tattoos.
We need a bigger stadium. We need to build our own stadium for this fight.
Right.
Pacquiao.
Floyd was like, man, look at that motherfucker. Look at the fucking head, man. Look at the fucking head.
but the thing about Pacquiao, what shocked me about Pacquiao, he jumped up 6-7 weight classes, and the man took his one punch knockout power up with him 6 or 7 weight classes.
Kept his power and his speed.
Ridiculous.
Kept his
I'm gonna tell you this though. He never looked the same after the accusations. Even though he never took drug tests, as soon as he got accused, he never looked the same again. That Cloudy fight, he looked trash. All those fights after that, he wasn't the same.
Mm-hmm. And I think he was on something when he fought
Thurman.
No. Oh, well, no. I never I didn't think Thurman was going to win that fight because he had been inactive. But I always thought like he was on something when he fought. This is my mind. Mosley. I thought he was on something in the Mosley fight. I don't think he was tested for that, was he?
Nah, hell, come on. It's Mosley. They both ain't testing each other.
Mosley was older, but Mosley had never been hit like that before. And Mosley still had a chin, but the way he's hitting Mosley, and like Mosley fought scared for the first time in his career.
I was about to say, Tino, the Cotto fight, he looked superhuman.
Yeah, the Cotto fight, definitely. That fight.
De La Hoya.
So technically, Cotto's first 2 losses.
Cotto too. Hey, look, Cotto too now.
Oh, I was about to.
That motherfucker head grew.
You remember when Cotto when he fought Martinez, and I'm thinking, okay, there's no way he's gonna beat Martinez. Martinez is a full middleweight, and he was knocking Martinez all over the ring. I'm like, where's Cotto getting his power from? I always found it a little bit strange.
Yeah, and that's why it's like that's just one of the many reasons. It's like it's not just the in the ring shit. It's just boxing related shit. When it comes to the business of boxing, when it comes to the drug testing, when it comes to the most accurate, when it comes to the least hit, when it comes to the not being dropped, when it comes to 20 years of dominance, late 30s still winning. Not he was 38. Of course he got knocked out. No, he didn't. So it's like that's why it's like combined. That's why he's my GOAT. Now I have no disrespect to anyone, Sugar Ray Robinson or Ali and all that other stuff. But those dudes have been knocked the fuck out before. They stepped in the ring with another man, and the dude knocked him unconscious.
Sugar Ray
Regardless of what the reason is, it ain't happened with.
Sugar Robinson never been knocked out. He lost to Joey Maxim from heat exhaustion, but he was winning the fight.
Okay. So, but Sugar Ray Robinson is like the only person I'm entertaining the conversation about when it comes to, you know what I'm saying? Like, I have no really argument against it. It's kind of like the Bill Russell and Jordan argument for me. Jordan's my GOAT, but if someone says Russell, I'm not arguing against it. Russell's my number two.
There is no GOAT in basketball.
Jordan was on steroids too.
Jordan. Yeah, he probably was. Yeah, we just said that.
There is no GOAT in
Karl
basketball.
Malone was on steroids.
The whole 80s and 90s were on steroids.
We mentioned Karl Malone. We mentioned them.
Only person that I say probably wasn't. It's a lot of people, man. You can just look at him and say, I think Patrick Ewing was on the shit.
No, I don't think Patrick Ewing was. His body broke down.
I think Patrick Ewing was on the shit.
His body broke down.
I know Shaq. Shaq was just a genetic freak. Let's see. Shaq was just a genetic freak. I don't think Shaq was on the.
That LA Shaq was way different than that Orlando Shaq. That motherfucker was on HGH.
Shaq was like,
because he was fat as fuck. Even man, by his own admission, Kobe.
He was strong as shit too, though.
But what you said, Max, though, what I've always said, there is no GOAT in the NBA history. There is no GOAT because it's different. It's different eras and different rule changes. Like a lot of people's like, yo, if I put this guy from the day, if I put Kyrie Irving in 1960, he was killed. But you got to think about the rules.
No, he wouldn't have. He'd be getting caught for traveling and carrying and offensive fouls all day long.
And not only that, the game was more physical because back then they stopped the game, let you fight, then resume the game. And there was no flagrant
niggas thought fouling was defense back then. Come on, man.
Here's another thing I'm gonna say right now. I would say we'll go with 80% of the players in the NBA today would not be able to play in the 60s for the simple fact that they're soft ass bitches. They would not be able to deal with the racism and the shit they had to deal with fans, with following them home, with making death threats to their family, with following the team bus. They're over here getting mad because someone calls them a bitch from the fucking fourth row. So you think they're gonna be able to? Fuck no, they can't deal with that shit. And that includes LeBron's ass, straight up.
And I have one more thing to say.
And Jordan couldn't play today because he would have fucking crumbled.
Yeah, and I have one more
thing.
Jordan would have averaged like 45.
No, with social media today, with social media today, with some of the shit Jordan was doing, he would have fucking crumbled.
Yes. Jordan
was hiding in hotel rooms because of fans and shit, bro.
You talking about the popularity of himself? Oh,
he was hiding. Jordan would have fucking crumbled.
Nah.
And not only
he had to take I'm using air quote. He had to take a year off for mental issues, bro.
His father got murdered. It's probably his fault.
Isaiah Thomas's sister died, and he played the next fucking day.
He's hard for that.
Would have fucking crumbled.
But
Isaiah Thomas only got two of them things though.
The thing with Jordan though, Jordan, I think Jordan would have been a great player. But the thing about today is what they have today. They didn't have back then. They don't have illegal defense today. So back then you couldn't double a guy without the ball. So you had to stay within like two arms reaches of your assignment.
Yeah, they played zone today too.
Yeah, they played zone. But the thing is, Jordan, if you don't have a good 3-point shot, Jordan was a horrible 3-point shooter. I mean, terrible. You know what I'm saying? Most people like to point to the game one of the 92 finals, him hitting 6 threes in the first half, but really Jordan wasn't a great 3-point shooter. He admits that himself. And being that he could shoot the mid-range and couldn't shoot threes, and guys could double.
Okay, but if you know anything about zones, what's the easiest way to break a zone? Mid-range jumpers. Mid-range jumpers.
But
okay, and the best mid-range shooter of all the history of the game is Michael Jeffrey Jordan.
I would think that Bernard King is just as good as him mid-range. Bernard King led the league in scoring as well. Never shot threes.
What Bernard King doing on the final stage?
Well,
mid-range, nothing.
He never made the finals.
Well, there's a reason for that.
Well, New York didn't put the but tell me, Bernard King was a certified killer, man. I'm telling you.
I'm not hating on him, but he ain't nowhere in the Jordan cover. It's disrespectful to put him in the same sentence.
I'm gonna put it like this: Bernard King came back in the day when ACL tear was a career ender. So Bernard King tore his ACL in '85, right before the season ended, and I think it took a couple years off. Came back in '91. Bernard King, well past his prime, was the number 2 scorer in the league. Beginning of the season, they played Chicago. Pippen couldn't hold him. Jordan couldn't hold him. He got him for 40 some points. Bernard King was unstoppable. This is one-legged Bernard King. I tell you, he was unstoppable, unguardable, man. But if I was a defender, I would much rather guard Jordan than Bernard King. I wouldn't stop either one of them, but Bernard King is just the
You're gonna
guy
end
that.
up with a fucking dick on your forehead, guarding Jordan. He gonna put you on a poster for somebody's little kid.
But I'll tell you what, I'm gonna say this, right? I'm gonna say this. Jordan would get fucking barbecued today. Defensively, he would get fucking barbecued.
I agree. That's what
fucking barbecue.
And DJ, congratulations! You were the first person. I had to give people that argument. I'm like, you guys want to talk about his defense wouldn't be that good today? Go ahead and say that. But at the same time, he would still be a top defender in today's game.
No, he wouldn't.
No, he wouldn't.
No, he wouldn't. He wasn't even a top defender back then, bro. Scottie Pippen guarded the best dude. Of course, you're going to look good.
He didn't win Defensive Player of the Year for not being a top defender.
But look, he won Defensive Player of the Year because there was...
people say about LeBron, Max. It was like, oh, he just get the... Jordan was roaming. He got to roam because he was guarding fucking Jeff Hornacek and shit back then.
That's why.
The biggest guard Jordan faced throughout his career was fucking Gary Payton, and Gary Payton was 6'3". So let's come on, man. Come on, dog. Ain't no way in hell he did.
Devin
Booker
was hit on defense.
Barbecue Jordan today.
Jordan was hit on defense.
Devin Booker would barbecue Jordan. Kobe?
No.
2000,
they played already. Let's not forget they played.
Let's not forget they played. Jordan couldn't stop Kobe, and Kobe couldn't stop him.
Destroy Jordan.
Jordan wasn't a great defender, man. He was a good defender, but they gave him defense.
Like Gilbert Arenas said, see, I'm old enough to remember this shit. Like Gilbert Arenas said, I saw what happened when Grant Hill came into the league. Grant Hill was barbecuing Jordan.
Well, I told you about 91, what Bernard King was doing to him.
But they're not even. He's not guarding Grant Hill. That's Pippen. That's small forward on small forward. That's 6'9" on 6'9". Like
he was guarding.
They might rotate.
Pippen guard. They switched off. Pippen and Jordan were both guarding him, and Rodman.
But the thing about Jordan,
nobody guard Grant Hill, bro. What would Jordan have done with Tracy McGrady?
All I'm saying is this: there is nothing that Pat Beverly, Avery Bradley, Lonzo Ball, or any of these other dudes are doing that Jordan can't do.
These guys aren't scorers though.
But it doesn't. But I'm saying just on the defensive, take away the scoring part. There's nothing they can do physically in today's game without the hand check, and I understand that and all that other shit that Jordan can't do.
But
if you're talking about he was roaming, right? You say he was roaming, so he fit into his own defense perfectly because that's already what the fuck he was doing. Was playing fast lanes and shit.
Playing a team like Golden State when you have Curry, Clay, and Durant. Jordan wouldn't have been able to be in head on defense. They couldn't hide him on defense against that team. He would have had to guard somebody. And that's why Jordan scored so many points in the finals because he wasn't guarding anybody. Even Phil Jackson said it. Said they designed the Bulls team so Jordan can rest on defense and he can say it was energy for offense. Look at every
Thank you. I'm glad you said that.
Every NBA final, Jordan never guarded nobody.
Used to hide him on defense.
Hit him on defense.
Yeah, but you're talking about like the last 3 chips. That his early years, he was guarding everyone, going heads with everyone, Dominique, everybody.
No, he guarded.
I'm not saying you shut nobody down because in the NBA you can't shut people down.
Jordan guarded Magic the first 2 games of the '91 finals. Magic gave him a triple-double the first game. Second game, the Bulls won, but the third game, he put Pippen on Magic because Jordan couldn't handle him. And he's
that shit's already been debunked though. Like that's just already been debunked by possessions though. So
no, he couldn't.
I'll find you the link. I'll send you.
I looked at the game that Jordan cannot guard.
I'm telling you, like some dude on YouTube broke down every possession of the finals.
I hope you're not talking about Jimmy Highroller. I don't take anything.
I don't know who it is, but he broke down every possession of like possessions that they both individually actually guarded him.
Jordan could not guard Magic.
Magic got a lot of points in transition. He got a lot of points on pick and rolls. Not a lot like directly on the thing. But today's game is that. Today's game is all pick and roll screens. Yeah. All that shit. But it's easier to get off shots today because zone is easier to shoot against. It leaves more holes, more opportunities when there's no one near you to guard you.
AC Jones, that's not completely true, but I get where you're going. That's not completely true, but I get where you're going with it.
It's no coincidence that he's a standard.
A lot of these kids playing today didn't see Jordan play. They came up watching T-Mac, Kobe, and AI. So and LeBron. So they really didn't see Jordan. So, but I get what you're saying though. I get what you're trying.
But you got to think Jordan didn't invent that style of play. He got his game from David,
Dr. J,
Skywalker. Yeah, he got his game from there.
Yeah,
and even Dr. J and Skywalker,
James Worthy.
They got their game from Elgin Baylor. People don't understand how great all the stuff Jordan was doing in the 80s. Elgin Baylor was doing it in the 50s and 60s.
And that's why I have no argument against Bill Russell being the GOAT, because he played all them motherfuckers. And there was less teams in the league, which means every night he played a Hall of Fame big man.
And I'm glad you said that, Max, because I've always tried to break that down to people. Everybody's like, well, it was only 10 teams.
Can't nobody tell me shit about Bill Russell, bro. I'll go to bat for him. He's my number 2.
It's more common.
He's my number 2. But he's my number 2 all time.
The reason why I say it's no GOAT because it's different eras and different rule changes. So even today, the stuff guys was doing in the 60s and 70s, they was doing it in Converse. They're playing.
That's why I tell people too.
Converse.
LeBron. That's
why they can't walk now. That's why they can't walk.
Exactly.
Converse.
Hey, you still got 13 chips out of it though. 13 chips.
You got 11. You got 11.
11. I'm sorry, but you got 11 chips. Yeah. But in fucking 12 years, like
13 years.
Who does that? 13. So two player coach, and the only person to ever have player coach, you got 2.
But Max, that was also before free agency.
Yeah, it was before free agency.
That was also before free agency and salary.
Hold on. So they I get that. But if players want to stay together to play, they will. They chase the money. Well,
you got to think Bill Russell wasn't making a lot back then. These guys was making
nobody was
20, 30,000 a season. So,
nobody was.
Most NBA players had other jobs. Like Elgin Baylor was in the Army. He his second or third season, he split the Army with the NBA, and he still averaged 40 points a game. So people don't understand how great that is.
That's what I'm saying. And the Celtics beat Jerry West and Elgin Baylor many times together. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I will say this: the greatest team not to ever win an NBA Finals was the '69 Lakers, because you had Elgin Baylor, Jerry West,
2002 Sacramento Kings.
Nah. The '69 Lakers had Elgin Baylor, Jerry West, and Wilt Chamberlain. 3 guys that have scored a career high of more than 60 points.
Yeah, that's cool. But the 2002 Sacramento Kings literally got cheated out of a championship.
Oh, yeah, they got cheated. Yeah, they robbed him.
They literally got robbed of a championship, man. It's documented. Motherfuckers went to jail over the shit. Like,
they robbed him. I mean, that's why I've never liked the Lakers since the 80s. I've never been a Lakers fan. I've always hated them because the league always does stuff for the Lakers. Yeah, I've never liked them.
And Magic had easier pass to the titles than Bird did. Bird had a way harder conference.
But the thing about Magic and Bird titles, because everybody likes to say this and try to say, well, this is why Jordan's better.
Bird's still underrated. I don't give a fuck.
Bird's very underrated. But the thing about Magic and Bird,
Tino the Great, that's true. A lot of people don't know that until the 2000s, NBA players weren't getting paid like that. Not with their salary. It was all off endorsements.
Endorsements, yep. That's right.
Yeah, Charles Barkley told you that.
Yeah, because even Jordan at his peak, like before the $30 million a year, he was making like $3-4 million a year. For his salary in the NBA. I mean, you got to think of salary cap back then.
Jordan kind of showed the money that star players can get, but it wasn't until 2000 when the players really took over that CBA shit, and now they run the whole fucking league. The players run the NBA.
And this is why I hate when a player takes a pay cut to win a ring. I absolutely hate that. Like, you leave.
Why not?
Dude, you leave tens of millions of dollars on the table to win a piece of jewelry. Why?
Because that's your legacy.
Man, yeah, okay.
You want to be the greatest loser? Look at T-Mac. As great as T-Mac was, he never got out the fucking first round.
Put it like
until he went with the Spurs to try to get one.
Can we all agree that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Dr. J, and Oscar Robertson are great players? We agree with that, right?
Yes.
You know those guys had to sell all of their trophies and rings recently?
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah,
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is like in his fucking 70s, and he still got to do autograph signings just to make ends meet.
Yeah, man, it's about the cash first and foremost. And Bill Russell was about to sell his rings.
But a lot of that is, inflation and and shit like that.
So you take the money, man. You I agree with what Dame is doing. Take the money.
But if you get the ring, you get the money.
Not necessarily because Randy Brown got 3 rings.
But see, it's up to you. Like, I forgot who it was. They called him like, "Hey man, what the fuck you doing?" It was in the NFL. I forgot who the fuck it was, man. He called himself taking a pay cut. I think it was a running back. and he called himself taking a pay cut, and they and somebody else called him, another running back called him. He was like, "Hey man, fuck you doing?" You know, you gotta keep resetting the market, man. You gotta get the most you can get because it's up to you to set the market for the guys that's coming
after you.
Coming after you.
Because
that's why I never understood why everybody was so pissed off with Le'Veon Bell. I never understood the venom.
And he earned that too because he sat out.
He earned that shit, man. He earned that bread, dog. Y'all trying to get 6 years out of me without paying me. I understood why he said, "Nah, fuck y'all." Now he left bread on the table, but that's the risk you run, man.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that, but
I'm not mad at it. I was like, that man want his money. What you mean?
When it comes to anything to do with money and athletes, hey, do whatever the fuck you want to do. But at the end of the day, when we don't
preposterous, like he had over,
you know, Le'Veon Bell ain't gonna be no name we talk about later.
Yeah, he had over like 250 touches in 2 years, in 2 or 3 years, like 250, 300 touches in 2, 3 years between catching and running the ball. Man, pay me my fucking money, dog.
Yeah, but make sure you got it because just like EJ said as well, like when they keep doing these when they keep doing these collective bargaining agreements, they're not going to keep giving players in the future money. They're like, okay, we're giving these players, we're raising a salary cap, and players keep taking pay cuts. Why do we keep raising salary cap if they don't want the money? If they want to just team up with their friends and take pay cuts for the ring?
I mean, they're going to team up with their friends anyway. That's what they designed the whole league to do now. It's exactly where we're at now. They made it so that they took it so everyone can team up with their friends now.
Man, you can call me a
they made it where you can get 3 max players and another homie or 2.
I'm not leaving $40 and $50 million on the table to win a ring. I'm not doing that.
I mean, if it's that much of a difference, then probably not. But if you never win a ring and people don't remember your name, then they're not going to remember how much money you made. I mean, that's good for you and your family, but if you're really doing it's a sport. I mean, the point of this sport is to be the best, I guess. But if you don't care and it's all about the money, that's cool.
Basketball is a team. It's a team game. They'll say the most important
person. All right, go ahead.
The most important person to an organization, the most important person to an organization is the GM. The GM has to build that team.
See, I always hear about basketball as a team sport and shit. For sure, but I always hear about basketball as a team sport and shit, and it's true. It is true. I'm not denying that. But it's the only team sport where the individual could take over on both sides. So only one.
Right.
It's only one where a dude can say, "Get the fuck out of my way. I'm putting it on my back, and for the next 3 minutes, I'll be the only person shooting these shots and making this shit. And I'm gonna go over there and lock up the other dude and get the rebound." Like it's the only sport.
I remember that.
So that's what I'm saying. Like that's what makes legends is like when you do put the team on your back, you do those things because the greats did that. Shaq did that. Like Jordan did that. LeBron did that.
You got to think
Bird
at the
did
time
that.
when Jordan was playing with Pippen during the second three-peat, Pippen was his number 2, his next option. Pippen was better than most teams' number 1 option. So it's not like Jordan grabbed 12 guys off the street and like, yo, let's win these rings. Jordan had a great team, man.
But Pippen also showed that he wasn't though. Like he was, but he wasn't. Because in the clutch, he fucking failed. He failed in the clutch. He sat down like a fucking baby and he broke mentally. Okay, that's what he did.
Let's go back to Game 3.
Because he didn't get a fucking a play call for him.
Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Bulls is down 0-2. Jordan's playing like trash in Game 3. Pippen has one of the best games of his career up to that point. If the Bulls lose that Game 3 to New York, they go down 0-3 and they lose the series. Jordan doesn't win that series without Pippen. Matter of fact, Jordan was playing so bad. That's when they put the rumors out like Jordan was in a casino to like 2 a.m.
That's cool, but Pippen don't win shit without Jordan.
Hey, well, I agree, but
Jordan won his 6th championship without Pippen, more or less, though.
No,
Pippen didn't do shit that six run. And that 6th run, Pippen was injured most of the playoffs. He didn't do shit. He was in there as a decoy in most of those plays.
Yeah, but the thing is, Jordan never got out of the first round without Pippen. He's won 1 playoff game in his career without Pippen. Pippen actually took the Bulls to the second round.
See, but that's a weak argument too, because that second round, Pippen averaged like 7 points. So he's not acting like it's just a coincidence
not against the Knicks,
that was the year they got out.
No, he let him in scoring. He let him in scoring. He that year on the Bulls in scoring that year. He was like third MVP voting.
Who?
Pippen when they played against the Knicks in the second round of '94.
Nah, they played against what do you mean? They played against the Pistons all that shit way before that.
No.
They got
I'm
the
talking about
first
the
round.
Knicks in '94, but the season Jordan sat out. And
Okay,
Pippen
but I'm saying you're saying like that he didn't make it out the first. Well, when he did make it out the first round with Pippen on the team, Pippen was not Pippen. So that
No,
argument
but
is
still,
like it's
it's not
factual,
just
but it's
about
like it's not
it's not just
true.
about
It
scoring,
wasn't
man.
Pippen that did anything to get him out the second round. It was all Jordan.
Dude,
Pippen
it's
wasn't
not just
developed
about
yet.
scoring, man. I'm telling you, Pippen was still Pippen. Even though you look at the points, you be like, oh man, Pippen, he only averaged this amount of points. He didn't do anything.
Pippen was
Well,
scrawny as fuck.
no,
Pippen,
because most
that
people
motherfucker was
you
off the
can't.
juice too.
I tell you another guy that's the stuff he does doesn't show up in his box score. Derek Fisher. Kobe doesn't. They don't beat the Celtics in 2010 without Derek Fisher. But if you look at the box score, you think, man, Derek Fisher didn't do anything. He only averaged like 9 points a game. That's not true. He did more than just that. It's like a lot of stuff don't show up in the box score because they don't win Game 3 in Boston without Derek Fisher taking over. You know, it's a lot of things, man. It's a lot of things that don't show up in the box score. Like Dennis Rodman. You look at Dennis Rodman's career, you be like, man, he only averaged 5 points a game with the Bulls, but he did more than just score points. And he didn't score points for him, but he was defensive wizard.
Yeah, defensive rebounds. We know what Dennis Rodman did.
I mean, Jordan's second three-peat. He had Pippen. He had the sixth man of the year in Kukoc. He had the greatest three-point shooter of all time, percentage-wise, Steve Kerr. And he had the best defensive player in the league, in Dennis Rodman.
Okay.
I mean, everybody's thinking like, oh man, he came back. Like, yo, I mean, that was a great team. That was a great team, though.
No, it was a great team, and all those people would tell you that they got better because of Jordan, though. They've all admitted it, including Rodman, who played with the Bad Boys Pistons, already had 2 rings. He clearly said Jordan made him a better player.
Well, I don't think Jordan made him better. I mean, what he was. I mean, I just think Rodman's Rodman, but I mean, you know.
And I mean, between Phil Jackson and Jordan, I mean, that dynamic, Phil Jackson is a big part of all that shit.
Well, Phil Jackson's a genius, and I knew this before The Last Dance because I read his books. Phil Jackson is a genius.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay,
He knew how to let people manage personality.
Let me ask y'all, what did y'all think of? Because we done did a deep dive on basketball. What did y'all think about? What y'all think about the performance this weekend? Since I missed everything, I'd have missed the whole party.
Oh yeah, I thought Spence. I thought he looked decent. I thought he looked good, man. Ugas, man. I think Ugas was feeling punches he didn't like. That's why everybody's like, well, he wasn't throwing back. I'm like, yo, when you taking those kind of punches, I mean, we're not in the ring. We don't know what Ugas is feeling. So, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I thought it was a great performance.
Next. I think fucking Spence beat the shit out of him. And I think Ugas is, like, I'll say it again, I think Ugas is the only Cuban in boxing history that don't got footwork. He was just disappointed as fuck. I mean, I predicted a split decision. I thought it was going to be a battle of jabs of them trying to find each other's range, but Ugas just fucking stood there and was a heavy bag all night. Like that's it. Like, I understand he got punched. I get it. But if you don't get punched like that, at least move. At least do the he's running or something, motherfucker. Like, do something. Like, or sell out and be like, fuck it, I'm already losing. At a certain point, he was losing so bad he had to do something.
I did think it would be more competitive. And Ugas was throwing back the first 4 rounds or so, but when those body punches start catching up, that's when he stopped throwing. You gotta realize
but like, it's like at no point do you guys think about boxing at all, finding range and getting a job. I understand like Earl's crowding his space, but he never tried that strategy. He just did the forehead Mexican style. Fuck it, he was going body shot and inside fight the whole time, and it worked out in his favor. He made no adjustments, did nothing. He just, I think, accepted the L. I think honestly, like I said, we all knew this shit. Ugas was just happy to be there. All right, like you know what I mean? He got a gift in the Manny shit.
Ugas was trying to win that fight, man.
Bro, Ugas got that fucking Manny money. His lifestyle changed, boy. His lifestyle changed. He's all diamond here.
I did see the diamonds in the glasses, though.
Bro,
his lifestyle changed after he beat Pacquiao.
He's not hungry. Yeah, he ain't not hungry no more. He got his check. Fuck it. Anybody get another check on this one? Oh, he's good. Fuck it. Retire. Retire. You're done. We'll feed you the boots or somebody now. There you go. You done now. Thurman and you or some shit. I don't know. But
Boost got to step it up, man. Boost been a pro for 6 years and he ain't fought nobody in the top 10 yet.
Yeah.
Well, shit, he about to fight somebody in the top 10 this week. I mean, in the coming weeks.
Clayton dude?
Yeah, Clayton is ranked number 6. Y'all know he ranked right behind Conor Benn.
No.
Conor Benn knocked the fuck out of Verdine. I mean, I didn't think he was gonna knock him out like that, but he did.
That same Van Heerden that got on his bicycle and didn't want shit with Boots, right?
Yeah.
That same Van Heerden.
Yeah, he's not
he decided he was gonna stand in there and fight Conor Benn. My opinion about Conor Benn hadn't changed. As soon as he crossed that pond, his ass is cooked.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
All UK fighters. I do not like UK fighters, man. It's just I know when it started. And
you like Josh Taylor?
Yeah. Who?
Josh Taylor?
I don't like UK fighters, man.
Damn.
I don't like
Joe Calzaghe.
UK fighters.
Joe Calzaghe. Carl Fry.
Calzaghe was different. I like Calzaghe. Like it's a few that I give passes to.
Calzaghe stayed overseas until the end of his career.
Yeah, until the guys got older though.
He caught Roy at the end, and he beat B-Hop. I give him credit for beating B-Hop. He caught Roy at the end of his career, and that's pretty much it, man. Oh, he beat Left Hook Lacey.
I give him credit for Lacey because I picked him to beat Lacey.
He beat Left Hook Lacey and he beat B-Hop, but he caught Roy at the end of his career, man.
Well,
shout out to my guy Mark Nash, man. What's going on, bro?
Big dog.
Yeah, I thought Spence looked great, man, especially coming off of a 17-month layoff. His gas tank was good. He got impatient at times and was just, he just winged a couple punches and he got countered, which, that troubles me going into the Bud fight. But also, I said after the fight, I was like, if Bud don't knock Errol out in the first 5 rounds, he's fucked.
I said the same thing.
Because once that train gets rolling, once Errol gets lathered up, man, them body shots, that's what made Ugas keep his hands in his pockets. Because if you go back and watch, every time he stuck that jab out there, Errol was touching them hips, touching that rib cage, and he'd come back up with the uppercut. When Ugas started dropping his head and dropping his hands, trying to keep that high guard up, put his earmuffs on, Errol started hitting him with hooks and uppercuts. Then when he started trying to throw back, he'd hit him in the body. So Ugas didn't just decide to go in a shell because, all right, I gave it my best. Now I want to get out of here. No, every time he stuck that hand out there, Errol was hitting with some body shots.
Yeah, I feel it's a good point. I still think it's a 50-50 fight.
Definitely a 50-50 fight.
It's a 50-50 fight, yeah.
I want to see what happens when Bud hit Errol with that same shit. And I also want to, because I want to know what's going to happen when Bud hit Errol with his best shit and he don't go nowhere. And likewise.
And I fully agree
vice versa. I want to know what's going to happen when they hit each other.
I think they both wobble each other.
They don't go nowhere.
I think they both going to wobble each other. I think one of them's going to go somewhere.
Definitely. They're definitely. This is
one of them's going to go somewhere.
Fight, man. This is going to be a great fight. It is that's why I've never picked a winner in that fight, because these two guys are two of the most evenly matched fighters I've ever seen in my life. Mm-hmm. This is one of the most evenly matched fights I've ever seen in my life. Skill for skill, power.
Damn, I don't know about
skill for skill. Skill for skill. I know a lot of people disagree, but skill for skill, this is one of the most evenly matched fights I've ever seen in my life.
I think Earl's skill is that he can. It's kind of like Sean Porter's, where he can make people fight his fight. He's good at imposing his style of fighting on his opponents. Like, he dictates usually how the fight's gonna go. But Bud seems to kind of just adapt to like whatever, like, and just chunk him. That's what I like about Bud. He just chunks some shit. So, like, yeah. I like that about both of them, because I feel like Earl's the same way. I think he probably grew up doing slap boxing and body shots with cousins and shit, and he was always ready for a fade. So, except when Bud called him out.
I'm gonna say this too, right? That the same shit that makes Bud great is the same shit that might get him in trouble with this Errol fight.
Yeah, he gets reckless.
Dog shit where he got to get his neck back. That shit go get it. Because both guys are dogs, right? You saw what happened when Ugas hurt Errol in the 6th round after he knocked his mouthpiece out, and he looked down at his mouthpiece and he got 1-2. When Ugas hurt Errol, that didn't do shit.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you this though: if that was Bud, fight's over.
Yeah. No, I don't think also over. If it wasn't,
fight's over. Ugas didn't even go after him after that shit.
Shit, he cracked. The referee said stop, but he didn't step in between them. Because you see, Ugas after he cracked him with that 1-2, he stopped.
Yeah, he said stop. He did say stop.
He said stop, but he didn't step in between them. That's why Errol looked down at his mouthpiece. He said stop. Whap whap. Ugas was like, shit, you ain't gonna get it. Whap whap.
But the thing, CJ, you said.
Yeah, if Errol starts slow, he might get knocked out. So you can see Errol getting impatient at times in that fight because it was some shit that he threw. He was trying to send Ugas to Houston.
Yeah.
But man, I can't wait for this fight. I hope it's.
I just hope it happens soon, bro. Fuck.
The earlier the better, bro. The earlier the better.
Like
I hope it happens in August, right before football season kicks off.
Yeah.
Bro, Bud's gonna be 40 when that fucking fight happens, bro.
Oh my God, bro. They 2 years
apart. Part of the fucking plan, bro. This is part of the plan.
Man. God,
wait them out.
The fight happening when it was supposed to. Like Errol said Saturday, like I've always been saying, I'm gonna get these straps and I'm gonna go over there and take his shit too.
Excuses.
Yeah, but this is what the man been telling y'all.
That's what we were talking about earlier. That's why I had this whole debate with back and forth. I said I'm down for holding fighters accountable for what they say. Aside from promoters, aside from networks, aside from business, aside from blackballing or anything else that might be happening. Talking about words out of fighters' mouths. And when Bud put that pressure on, Earl was not about that. Like at the time,
when he told you I'm gonna go,
he said, "Go get a belt."
I'm gonna go get a belt. Up my side.
No, first thing he said was go get a belt. First thing he said was go get a belt.
And then come over here and we'll fight.
Okay, so that does not. Yeah, but that doesn't mean I'll fight you right now. He said, "No, you can't have my belt. Go get a different belt." All right. So right away that means no, I'm not gonna fight you. No, and it wasn't. I'll beat your ass. It wasn't none of that shit. And then after he got the belt, then it was like my side of the street, clean up my side shit. So he was at no point was Earl
go get a belt, come over.
Earl
here.
Never had the same energy as Saturday night.
Everybody keep referencing that little clip when he's listen to what he said. Go get a belt, come over here, and we'll fight. All the top welterweights were on PBC, and Bud kept going back to top rank.
That's all he said. I just read that interview this morning. He didn't say nothing about coming over here any side of the street.
You can't be a you can't be you can't be Tyrell Fortune over in Bellator talking about all the heavyweights are ducking you. Talking about Francis Ngannou and Cyril Gane and Tai Tuivasa and Derek Lewis. You can't be saying all them guys is ducking you when you chose to sign with another promotional company. You knew where all the smoke was when you were a free agent back in 2017, 2018. You knew where all the smoke was. It's easy to poke your chest out and say, I want this fight, when Top Rank never crossed the street. Look at how many times Juan Manuel Marquez and Manny Pacquiao and Timothy Bradley fought each other. They fought each other over and over and over and over and over again. They didn't ever go over there and try to see what was up with Floyd or try to see what was
the whole PBC roster. The whole PBC roster wanted to fight.
They didn't quote unquote cross the street. So let's stop acting like Bud.
Bro, everybody on PBC wanted to fight Jeff Horn after he beat Manny Pacquiao. They didn't give a fuck. He was on Top Rank. It was easy pickings. They were all licking their chops.
But did they get that fight though? Did they get that fight?
No, because Bud got it. Because Bud got it. But nobody was talking about their side of the street though. Nobody had the right.
Guys can.
Nobody was talking about that shit.
And say they want. Guys can poke their chests out all day and say they want that fight, but at the end of the day, they knew Bob Arum wasn't gonna play ball.
Okay,
if it's a fight in house that he can make,
1,000% agree. I 1,000% agree, DJ.
He's gonna make.
I 1,000% agree. But the thing is,
why would I not take the easier route and go fight Sean Porter, get his belt, and then we fight each other at the end of the day?
But like you said, at least stick your chest out and act like you want it. At least put your chest out, act like you want it. Like, what the fuck?
So everything he said he was gonna do, he's done. Everything he said he was gonna do, he's done. Errol Spence. Everything he said he's gonna do, he's done.
Okay, cool. What is that supposed to mean? No, it's not. It's not true. Because all the fights he's had since he made that statement were not for belts. He fought people that had no belts and were not mandatories at the time either. When he could have fought.
Garcia was a mandatory. Danny Garcia was a mandatory.
He became a mandatory.
Danny Garcia was a mandatory. And he had already told him, I'm going to fight you. And then he had a car accident. He was supposed because he had just beaten Sean in September. He was supposed to fight Danny in January, but he had the car accident.
Yeah, but the Danny shit was not a mandatory in January though. He had just won the title. He had just won the title. He had
just won the title in September.
Yeah, so you get a year.
Danny was okay. Let me go ahead and knock my mandatory off. So won't nothing
Okay,
be.
what about Mikey? What about Mikey? What's the excuse on Mikey?
Mikey jumped up 2 weight classes and wanted that fight.
That was a money fight, man.
That was a money fight.
Come on, bro.
That was a money fight.
God. It was an excuse for everything, bro. It was an excuse for everything.
It's not an excuse, bro. You wanted a reason. I gave you one.
But like I said, but when Thurman did it to Spence, don't nobody let that shit go. That wasn't no smart business decision then, right? He was a duck back then, right? Spence didn't even have a fucking belt.
Because Thurman was chasing Floyd, and Floyd told him go beat Errol Spence, and I'll give you the fight. When Floyd told Canelo to go beat Austin Trout, I'll give you the fight. What happened?
Yeah, Canelo did it.
Okay, and he got the fight, right?
Okay, but I'm saying like we call it the Thurman shit a duck. That was a duck.
No,
right?
Because Keith Thurman,
it's the same way.
No, I don't call Floyd.
Spence didn't even have anything. Spence didn't even have anything worth fighting for. Bud got a fucking belt, and you're fighting Mikey Garcia with no belt. Like that's what I'm talking about. So you're saying I want this path to undisputed, but you took a little detour over here. Why don't you just go get Bud? And you know Bud's the toughest competition. Okay, that's respect. I get you. Go get the easy belts. I'm not, like I said, not mad at Porter, not mad at Ugas. Those are belts, and you're getting leverage. You're getting leverage.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But Max, well, I can tell you earlier.
But you're admitting. You're admitting it's the easy belt. So when you're taking easier fighters, that is called what in this sport? Cherry picking. It's cherry picking.
Taking easy fights, or is it just acknowledging Bud is the top competition? Because those weren't easy fights.
They're easier fights than Bud.
Bud is the best.
But Bud's the only one that's called you out. Bud's the only one that called you out. Porter didn't call you out. We got none of these called you out and said, I'm gonna beat your ass.
Mikey called him out.
He said, I believe in myself. I think I can do it. He said, all right, bring it, midget. But you didn't want that with Bud.
And how quickly we forget people actually picked Mikey in that fight until Errol beat the brakes.
Who the fuck did that?
Well, a few people did pick Mikey, but I knew
it was actual quote unquote professional analysts out there saying Mikey was going to outbox Errol.
A few people did pick Mikey, but the thing is,
yeah, we can look back. We can look back now. You know, hindsight being what it is, but it was people out there who was actually picking.
Okay, so and Campo was a mandatory, right? Ocampo, I believe at the time, but Lamont Peterson was not. Yeah. So Lamont Peterson, he could have fought like Bud's first belt could have been Earl, or else they go get a belt first. All right, go get a belt. When he got a belt, and even when he said get a belt, he said we can fight in the future. It still wasn't okay. When you get a belt, I'll fight you. He said, yeah, get a belt, and then we'll fight.
Okay, come over here and we'll fight. Max, if you go quote him. He said, go get a belt, come over here.
I just pulled up. I just screenshot and send you to. I just pulled up the interview right now to make sure what he said.
Hey Max, do you give Crawford any of the blame for
re-signing with fucking Bob? Yes, absolutely. I was pissed as fuck when he did this shit.
Re-signing back with him. That was my problem.
Like, well, here's my thing. I think it was a stupid ass business decision, because I thought for sure when his contract was up with Bobby, he's coming PBC and getting all those fights. That's what I thought, right? But I think the whole loyalty thing and his own pride got in the way, because really it was a strong arm move from PBC, because it was a black ball position. But if you don't sign with us, you won't fight none of these dudes. We'll make sure of it. And I think he kind of just doesn't like trying to be punked in that sense, I would say, but it worked against him. And I think it's the worst decision of his career.
Black ball position, or was Al Heyman doing the same shit that Bob Arum was doing for years when he kept all his fighters fighting?
It's a black ball position both ways.
Or is my company just gonna make all the money? I got all the fighters. My company gonna make all the money.
Hey Max,
but if you're trying to unify champions, you have to work with each other. There's no other way to get around it.
Agreed.
I'm gonna give you a perfect example. In 1996, Don King had because the WBO wasn't a title back then, but it was just the IBF, the WBA, WBC. He had two of the.
It wasn't considered a major title. It was a
title, but it wasn't considered a major title back then. It was a title, but it wasn't considered major. Lonnie Bradley was the WBO champ, and nobody really cared about it. But Don King had two of the champions that Bernard Hopkins kept trying to get fights with. He had William Joppy was the WBA and Keith Holmes was the WBC. Bernard Hopkins was the IBF. Bernard couldn't get a fight with him until he signed with Don King. And once he signed with Don King and Trinidad moved up he moved to 54 first, then he moved to 160. Then they had a tournament. But for years, Hopkins was trying to get a fight with either Keith Holmes or William Joppy, and Don King wouldn't give him a fight until he signed with him. And once he finally signed with him, the ball got rolling. And then, he beat up Keith Holmes, took his belt. Trinidad beat up Joppy. Then they met later in the year, in September. So the thing is, Hopkins dealt with the same thing that Bud was dealing with, but Bud chose to re-sign back with Bob Arum. Why? I do not know. And like you said, it's loyalty, but Hopkins went through the same thing. Yeah, I'm done.
No, I mean, I agree. I think these fighters should be taking no more than 3-fight contracts. I think it should stick at 1s and 2s and just work that. And if you believe in yourself and your value, just make sure you get paid more every win than your last fight and just keep on the up and up. But I think that was the worst decision of Bud's career is re-signing with Bob at that point in time because there's just no fights for him there. And if you knew that, but at the same,
he didn't get the fights he wanted, but he got fucking paid, son.
He got paid.
He got paid, and I'm pretty sure Bob, he told him he'll get him the Pacquiao fight and shit. Like he probably promised him that.
It's just like what we were talking about earlier, right? It's just like what we were talking about earlier, man. With NBA when guys decide to take pay cuts to chase a legacy, to chase rings and shit. It's the same shit Bud did. Bud decided, hey, I'm gonna take the money. I'm gonna take these high. I'm gonna take this good. I ain't gonna say high, but solid guarantee over here with Top Rank, rather than go over here with PBC and get in this Hornet's nest. It's so.
See, but at that time,
I don't blame.
At that time, that Pacquiao fight makes the most money still.
But then the adverse effect of that is you can't sit here and yell out these guys is ducking you when you knew all the top fighters were over here, but you decided you wanted the money. I have no problem with that man taking the money. I don't.
I agree.
I'm gonna stay over here. I'm gonna beat up Jeff Horn and Jose Benavidez and Kavalauskas, and I'm gonna get paid very well to do it. But I can't then say that these guys are ducking me. I don't like that, man. I don't like that. That duck word gets used a lot.
I mean, okay, then there's just a bunch of coincidences that a whole entire organization didn't fight fucking Bud Crawford. Bud Crawford been calling out everybody. Nobody calls out Bud. Nobody calls out Bud. Nobody. None of these dudes call out Bud.
Somebody just did.
Oh, Boots. And, Spence, finally. Thank you. 5 years later. Thank you.
Well, actually, Ortiz
finally
called him out. Ortiz wanted to fight with him, but I think Bud.
Victor Ortiz?
That was cap.
Yeah.
I think that was cap. I don't think there was any way they were going to put him in there.
Well, I think Bud beats Ortiz, obviously.
And I'm saying at the time that he
154 now, so it kind of don't matter.
He moved up?
He's glass jawed motherfucker.
Well, said he's gonna move up. I'm gonna say this right, and this is all I got on this. B Hop said he's gonna move up, okay, because he's missed weight on the first try his last 3 times, and his last fight before he was supposed to fight McKinson back in March, the man almost died trying to make weight.
Wow,
he was hospitalized trying to make weight. So I think he should move up. I definitely think he should move up. It's clearly killing him. I know you're in pole position, to get a fight at get a title fight at 147. But man, is it worth it?
Virgil.
Virgil. Yeah, we talking about.
I don't know why I thought you talking about Victor.
No.
Which Ortiz did you think we were talking about, Max?
Victor. I thought you said Victor.
41-year-old Victor. 41-year-old Victor who just got beat by Robert.
I mean, that's the dude that sounds like he might die trying to make 147.
We talking about 40-year-old Victor who just lost to Robert the Ghost.
Oh, that's why I was like, I'll make no sense.
Nah, man, Virgil Ortiz, man.
But I'm saying, I think those PBC fighters are even told not to mention Bud. It feels like they're told not to call him out, to not even entertain the idea of being in the ring with him. Because I just feel like a fighter's energy to another fighter, it's like, bro, you say you're gonna whip my ass, then I'm at least gonna talk shit. Like, even if the politics get involved, I'm at least gonna talk shit back. Like, fuck it. Even if it's Bob's fault the fight didn't got made, I'm still not gonna make an excuse or make a pass. I'm gonna act like I want it there today. I'm gonna take my shirt off right there in the stadium and be like, bro, we could go today. I'll make a scene knowing goddamn well we ain't gonna fight. I'll do all that shit. Just do all that shit. Like, you're not gonna sit here and tell me you're gonna beat my ass. I'm gonna be like, well, go do this first and then come tell me that. Okay, now I got it. I'm gonna beat your ass. Well, I got some other people to fight first, and then I'm gonna fight you later. All right? Like, come on, bro. Like, no. At least that's not how. But I understand. Like I said, Errol Spence got the second smartest seat in boxing after Canelo. The way they moved his career works to his benefit because now he's a super A side with 3 belts. You know what I'm saying? Which is smart. It's smart. You know what I'm saying? But you could have already had the other one. You could have already been undisputed by now. Honestly, that fight for Ugas could have been your undisputed fight. You could have knocked Bud off early. But it's cool. You gotta wait it out. I mean, it's smart. Smart move. You know what I mean? Smart move. I'm not mad at it as far as a business decision and a way to navigate your career. All I'm saying is, out of all the people that you have fought, other than Mikey Garcia, Bud Crawford is the only fighter that has actually called you out publicly. None of these other fighters called out Spence. Danny never called out Spence until he got closer to where, probably the fucking contract was signed already. But these dudes never called out Spence. Thurman didn't call out Spence. Porter didn't call out Spence. Those fights just had to happen because of the rankings. But Bud's out here chasing dudes down.
Keith Thurman can go to hell.
Yeah.
But for sure.
And Max,
you didn't give me an opportunity.
And Max,
that's all I'm saying. I just wanted the Bud we saw. I mean, I'm sorry, one second. The Spence we saw on Saturday. That Spence is, if he would have been like that the whole time, I would have not one fucking word to say. Not one word. If you would just kept that energy, like, I'm gonna fucking fight you. I'm gonna knock this dude out first, but I'm gonna beat your ass too. But instead of just kind of being that passive, like, do this, but he was super aggressive on Saturday. I like that shit. I love that shit. When that happened, I stood up clapping. I was out there. The heading is in my system, so I was hyped. But I was like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's all we've been wanting to hear. That's it. That's all any fan of this fight has been wanting to hear, is for Spence to finally say, okay, but I'm ready now. I wasn't ready then, but I'm ready now. That's fine. I'm ready. And I know it's going to happen now because Spence is in. That's the only reason it happened before.
Is it that he wasn't ready, or
he wasn't ready?
That he had a plan on how he was going to attack this?
He didn't want the fight at that time. We'll just say that, basically. Right?
I'm not saying
I think he wanted the belts.
No, he's always wanted to fight. He's
an A side. If he wanted it, he could have had it. If he thinks he's an A side like that.
We all know it don't matter who's unless it's only a handful of fighters in this sport that's actually calling their own shots. At that time, Errol Spence won one of them.
Mm-hmm. I think Al Heyman kept his guys away from Bud too. It's like, okay, you re-sign back with him. This is why we're gonna punish you. I think Heyman probably had a lot to do with that as well. Like I said, I don't think Spence was ever afraid of. At one point, I did think that, but like you said, this is a business. This is a business of things, and like Don King, Don King would have fighters in the same division with titles, and he would keep them from it. They would want to fight each other, but he would keep them from each other. Just keep milking the public with fights for these guys as champions, and these guys wanted to fight each other. You know what I'm saying? But this is a business thing. But yeah, the fight's gonna happen. I think it's 50-50, man. I think it's a 50-50 fight. And I will say this though, that Crawford has to get him out of there within the first 5 or 6 rounds. If he doesn't do that, then he's gonna be in some trouble. Just like DJ said. I agree with that. And Bud can very well get him out of there the first 5 or 6 rounds.
I don't know. Bud carries power throughout the fight, man. He got a lot of late round knockouts too.
Yeah, but Bud's never been beat to the body like that over the course of 5 or 6 rounds. So he might lose a bit of his power. So like I said, I'm not taking one guy's side of the other. I mean, I like them both, but I think it's a 50. I don't know who's gonna win.
Because we might end up getting the Mikey Garcia Earl. You know what I'm saying? Could just be a distance.
Yeah.
The distance, just 1-2 straights, not a lot of hooks. Because he's not smart to hook against Bud though.
Bud has a slight reach. Bud has a 2-inch reach advantage, which probably isn't much, but he has a slight reach advantage. So you never know.
Yeah, but those body shots we're gonna have to see how Bud's gonna take them motherfuckers, because them motherfuckers are vicious.
And one thing about Bud, he is like we've always agreed with it. Bud is not a good infighter.
He's not not better than Earl at least.
At all.
Yeah.
But on the outside, Bud is better. I think Bud is slightly better than Earl, and I think Bud is a little bit quicker than Earl. on the outside.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Okay. Let me see. So I hope that I think everybody's has gotten off how they feel about this Bud and Spence fight, man. And I feel like we're closer than ever to getting that fight. So what did y'all think about my guy, little Pitbull this weekend? Little Eastside Cruz. Did y'all get the chance to see that fight?
Yeah, I saw. I'm gonna tell you what I think about it. I'm gonna tell you the same thing I said before the fight happened when it was named. How does Gamboa keep getting big fights on TV? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I hope nobody gives him another fight ever in life.
I don't want to see Gamboa die in that ring. I'm being serious.
Right.
I do not want to see this man die, man. But he keeps getting these big fights, man, and he has nothing left.
His punch resistance is absolutely gone. His chin is absolutely shot. And I think if you care about Gamboa, nobody will give him another fight.
But I tell you what fight I think is going to happen. I think Gamboa he's going to get. I think Garcia might try to get a fight with Gamboa since everybody else as far. I wouldn't be shocked if Garcia was signed to fight Gamboa.
Nah, he need to fight Eastside Cruz like he said he wanted to.
You know Garcia ain't making that fight. You know,
man. We know Oscar ain't gonna put him in there with him, but hell, he called him out.
Yeah, he called out a lot of people,
and it don't cost you nothing.
That fight ain't happening. I ain't looking forward to that. It'll never happen. And I don't think Garcia looked that good in his last fight. I mean, he won basically almost every round, maybe outside of one.
Yeah, I want to see what Ryan Garcia looks like when he fights somebody who actually wants to fight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. I think Garcia looked good actually, but I just don't know who the fuck that dude is that he fought, so I can't put too much stock.
Man, from the first round, Tago put his fucking skates on and said, "Come on, you gonna chase me?"
Yeah, he wasn't ready for that.
It ain't that he didn't want to fight. He got his paycheck. He stepped between the ropes, got his paycheck, and said, "Fuck it."
And the sad thing is, when he was throwing punches, he was landing. That's the sad thing.
So I mean, I don't know what to say about Garcia's performance. I didn't think he looked great, but it is what it is.
Hey, Ryo's knockout was nice. Ryo's knockout was nice.
Well,
yes, it was.
Yes, it was. It was, but
yes, it was. El Rayo, hey man, El Rayo is starting to show people why he was getting all that hype behind him. He's starting to show people why he got kicked out of the gym for beating up Teofimo Lopez.
Yeah.
But I'm he has my attention. You had my curiosity. Now you have my attention.
That was a good look for him too. A good platform.
Yeah. Absolutely. I look forward to seeing what he has going forward, man. So we'll see.
And I think people even when that Tank fight happened, like I had Tank winning that fight, and I said that was gonna be a knockout, but I said that he would probably catch Tank because I've seen these other fights. They used to call him the mini Mike Tyson and shit for a little while and shit. So his style is gonna be hard for a lot of people. It's gonna be similar, I think, to how Sean Porter can make every fight a rough fight. I think he's one of those fighters that can just do that for you. Whether he wins or loses, like you're gonna be
hard to look good against.
Yeah.
135 is what, man.
Hey,
135
he almost. Talent, hey, look, he almost started a fight too in the crowd.
Who?
Oh, Benavidez. I think Benavidez will Charles' ass. I think he will.
No,
I think he's gonna push that fight.
We'll get to that, but I'm talking about the Eastside Cruz. I'm talking about Eastside Cruz. He almost started a couple fights in that crowd, man.
He did
over there in my section. Hell yeah!
No, I didn't know that
because while he was whooping Gamboa's ass, you had some fans of Tank who in the crowd. You know, you had Pitbull fans who were there. I don't know if y'all heard on TV, man. He got a loud ovation when he came out.
Yeah, I heard that.
So it was a lot of people in there with Pitbull Cruz merch on. So. You know, he had real fans in there. It was like, man,
he's a likable
crazy.
Guy.
And what really kicked it off was like, man, I ain't never seen somebody get so famous off taking an ass whooping. Why Tank don't want the rematch? All we hear is about, what about Tank? What about Tank? Why Tank don't want the rematch, bro? Why Tank don't want the rematch? Like, because he beat him with one fucking hand. Imagine if he had two hands. So, like, you know, when alcohol get involved, and you know, you got people poking their chests out. You got two groups of people poking their chests out. You know, I was like, man, I hope this shit don't pop off over here, because if y'all knock that beer on me.
Hey, DJ, how much was a cup of beer that night?
$10. A tall boy was $10. $10.50 rather. But
all right.
Man, Charlo and Benavidez.
Oh, bro, man, I want Benavidez to beat the shit out of
the
Charlo.
arena. I didn't even get to see it. I didn't know what was going on until after the fight.
Hey, Max, I think
Benavidez beats his ass.
I think Benavidez beats Charlo if he moves up, but if Benavidez, I don't know if he beats him if he moves down 160. I don't know.
I think he beats the shit out of him if he was down 160 also.
No,
as long as there's no rehydration clause. As long as there's no rehydration clause.
No rehydration clause,
yeah.
But if he goes to 168,
but even then, I don't know. I still think I don't know. Yeah, I don't. I think it's one of those things where it's like a personal thing now. You know what I mean? Because I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
You gotta think Benavidez.
It's personal now because Benavidez said he was talking shit to his dad.
Yeah. I mean, but what is it? I don't hate the Charlos. I don't hate those guys. But what is it about these Charlos always getting into stuff in the crowds, man? What's up, man?
So what?
Why is the Charlos always finding trouble? Why does trouble always find these guys, man?
Because they're fucking drunks.
I mean,
hey, shout out Reggie Owens, D. Will, Tino the Great. Shout out to the chat, y'all.
Did you see? You see what Charlo did after the fight when he
Yeah, he did punch him dead in the forehead. Reggie. Shout out to Reggie, man. What's up, man? Yeah, he did punch Pitbull Cruz dead in the forehead and broke his knuckles. So, yeah, I mean, but yeah, that definitely almost started a fight in the crowd Saturday, and like I said, I didn't even see the Benavidez and Charlo shit. Kyle had to tell me afterwards. He was like, "Man, Benavidez and Charlo almost got to fighting." It's like, is that what that was? I didn't know that was them because I could see the commotion, but I didn't know that was them.
Yeah, I saw it on TV, but I didn't know what it was.
Yeah. It was like, who thought to put them too close to each other?
No, it wasn't even that though. I think Charlo was walking through, but Benavidez wasn't there at first when they first encountered. So when Benavidez popped up, like Charlo dipped out. Like, first of all, that whole fucking Mike Tyson shit, Charlo looked like he was scared. I was gonna say that. Like, Mike Tyson's like saying his days. Anybody wanted to get it, like, come on, bro.
At first, I was like, yeah. I was like, oh, come on, man. I kind of felt bad for Charlo after a while. Mike was on his ass. He was like, no, call that motherfucker out. Say that motherfucking name, man.
You know how the Charlos are, man. You remember the whole Danny Jacobs incident when they was giving the interview and he walked by. He's like, there you go right there. And then he tensed up. He's like, I came at the perfect time.
Yeah, man. I was like, who put this? That was my first thought. I was like, man, first of all, I missed that. But second of all, who thought to put them two next to each other?
Maybe it's a coincidence of the ticket purchases, man.
Like, nah, immediately PBC got to see that. Like, yo, how did this shit happen?
Just look at that.
I mean, because, you know, once you get down to them floor seats, you know what I mean? Man, God, I don't know how that shit happened. But David apparently said that Charlo said something to his father, and he was like, I think he was drunk. He was slurring his words. He's like,
he was.
He was like, I want to beat his ass. He just run his fucking mouth. I want to beat his ass. You know, we need to have this fight. We need to have this fight in Texas. Hell, they don't even fucking like him. Every time they put him on camera, they booed him. So we need to have this fucking.
Hey, for real though, they were getting hate in Texas.
Did you see what happened after the fight?
They did get booed though. That's the crazy part. Dallas ain't fucking with the Charlos, man.
And that's crazy right there. I can't believe
that's fucking crazy, man. That's crazy. They did get booed though. That's the crazy part. They did.
And Benavidez got cheered.
Huh?
And Benavidez got cheered.
Got cheered, man. I'm telling you, dog. That's crazy, man. But I just kind of okay. He's Mexican Ecuadorian, as he say.
Mm.
So, yeah, I mean, that is what it is. It's like, okay, cool, whatever. But yeah, man,
I think
good night of
Benavidez is the
fights.
future, man.
Oh, Brandon Lee looked like dog shit. I'm just keeping it a buck, man. And I'm a fan of Brandon Lee. He looked like dog shit Saturday. He looked terrible. If he'd have fought an opponent who actually felt like fighting that day, we probably could have got a different result. But he looked like dog shit Saturday. Maybe he'll look better in his next fight. Maybe that fight maybe it was the time of night he was fighting because he fought early. It wasn't even dark yet when he fought. I think he fought at like 5:30, 6 o'clock that evening. So maybe it was him fighting that early on the card. Maybe he needed to fight deeper on the card or whatever, get the crowd behind him. But there was hardly anybody in the audience. People really didn't start coming in until around the time El Rayo was fighting. So I mean, it could have been that situation, just no energy because there really was no energy in the stadium. But Brandon Lee looked like dog shit, man. He really did. He wasn't cutting off the ring. He was just following him, trying to knock him out. And, he wasn't really setting up anything, but he wanted to fight, via easy decision. But he just didn't look good Saturday. Like I said, maybe that'll change in his next fight. But Saturday just wasn't his night, man. It wasn't his night, and he still got to win. So we'll see what happens. Let me see. I feel you, but Devin is like Shakur or Mayweather. Then, okay, yeah, I remember what we was talking about then.
Hey,
that's the reason why people want to fight people with excellent defense. They not hitting like Tank. Shout out to my guy D Will and Tino the Great as well, man.
Yeah, shout out to y'all, man. Yeah, stand up with us. Yeah,
B Cherry, my guy Reggie. Who else stopped through here?
Yeah, DJ. Did you see the Baumgartner fight?
I missed it. I was on my flight at the time, man.
Oh, okay.
I was in the air. I missed the Baumgartner fight.
Yeah, I mean, she
still got to go back and watch it, bro.
She dominated, man. But like I said,
she looked sharp.
She's already talking about the A side against me. Like, I'm the A side, and I want to do this and that. Like, yo, just make the freaking fights, man. I just want to make the fights, man. Shout
out to my guy L Dub the Plug. He was talking about that fight. Said she had an opportunity to sign. I'm talking about Alicia Baumgartner.
Yeah,
said she had an opportunity to sign with Top Rank, and she chose Matchroom. So, I didn't want to hear that, but I got to keep that same energy. It was like, whoa, come on, L Dub, don't tell me that now.
yeah, man.
Don't tell me she had an opportunity to make the fight and didn't.
Yeah.
So,
they've been going at it on Twitter. They've been going at
my guy L Dub is of the mind that Michaela Mayer is the A side, her being Anglo-Saxon.
Well, she's on TV
and blonde.
I mean, she's on ESPN more.
And ESPN, and she's commentating fights on ESPN, and she's fighting on an actual network, not an app. And she's got 2 belts.
But that's the third biggest fight, though, in the women's boxing right now, though. That's the third biggest fight that's got made.
Absolutely. But you also got Choi out there, who's been the super featherweight WBA champion since like 2013, 2014.
So who is that who's Baumgartner's fighting next?
It very well may be. Yeah, I think that's the play for Eddie Hearn. I think he's gonna get a unification fight on his side and then try to come do business with Bob and try to get the Michaela Mayer fight. Or Michaela Mayer may just very well move up and fight the winner of Serrano Taylor.
Mm.
You know what I mean? It's both ladies have options right now.
The only thing I don't like about Baumgartner is that she constantly carries around an IBO title. Man, nobody cares about the IBO, man. Come on now.
I mean, IBO to me, the IBO is a prestigious title.
Yeah, I mean,
because it's been around just as long as the WBO, and it all depends on who's carrying it. Just like the WBO wasn't considered a major title until Bernard Hopkins won it when he beat Oscar
in 2004. Yep.
Yeah, because like I said, nobody. 2004. I remember it was like 2003. No, I thought it was like 2003, 2004. Yeah, around that time.
It was 04. Because because the WBO's been around since '88.
And so is the IBO. Yeah, so is the IBO. And you go back and look at a lot of these great heavyweight champions, they carried the IBO belt.
Yeah, Lennox Lewis had it.
Yeah, so
Yeah, man. But
a lot of fighters carry
fighters
that IBO belt. So and actually that's the best looking belt. So
I do like the way that looks. I
love the IBO belt. I love the way it looks, man. I think
it's really not a major title though. Like no one really talks about it. But I really don't like the whole thing about these four. The fourth, I think when
I like Jake Paul's belt.
Man, of course you like Jake Paul's belt.
Hey, Jake Paul, bro.
I like
Jake Paul to quit making excuses and fight Bisping.
I like Jake Paul.
I'm ready. Let's get it. Fuck yeah.
He's an interesting character, man.
It's a great step up.
Well, fellas, my phone's I got this phone charging. It's still about to die, man. I don't know what it is.
Hey, what if Spence Crawford just ends up being just a fucking piece of shit fight that just goes nowhere?
Well, it might
then it is what it is, man.
It might
then
be like
De La Hoya
Trinidad.
You got the fight.
De La Hoya Trinidad. It wasn't what everybody thought it would be. You know,
Floyd and Manny. It wasn't what people thought it was going to be.
Mm-hmm.
It was what I thought it was going to be.
Well, I knew it. Yeah, I knew Floyd was going to outbox him. I knew that.
I knew that Floyd had no chance, man.
Yeah, I'm about to get out of here, fella, man. I'm about to go to Denny's and go to the gym and hit Denny's up, man. At 5 o'clock, my gym opens.
All right, bro. Take it
all right,
easy,
man. Talk to y'all later.
All right, AP, man. We'll holler at you.
Yep. Yep.
And
Big
then
DJ.
Word 2. What's up, Max?
Man, he said, trash ass Bilal, Luke, what's up with your boy Luke, man?
I missed the fight.
Bilal got him, man. Bilal handled him.
I saw he got him, but I missed the fight, man. I didn't.
I watched the first 3 rounds and then I turned it off. Yeah, I went to the boxing. I had to switch over to boxing. So, but
yeah, man.
so I didn't see the
I was at the fight, bro. I was like, man. I checked all my updates and everything after I got back to the hotel. I was like, wait, what? I checked my updates. It was like Bilal decisions, Luke. I was like, man, come on. But this is fighting. It happens.
Yeah.
Some guys have off nights. But shout out to Bilal Muhammad, man. He's on a little hot streak right now.
I think he is 6 or 7, I think he said.
8. I think it's like 8 or 9 now.
He called out Kobe.
What's his name was the last and that's why they made that fight, because he was the last person to beat him.
Who?
Luke was
Bilal?
the last person to beat him, I believe.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he knocked him out like 2-3 years ago. No, 4 years ago now. I think they fought in 2018. Heck yeah. Yeah, man. So my guy AJ McKee got fucking robbed.
Yeah, I had him winning, but I've seen it being close. I didn't have no 4-1. One of the judges had a 4-1 pitbull. I didn't have that. I thought it was 3-2 either way.
He turned in his scorecard after the first round. Ain't no way in hell Pitbull won 4 rounds of that fight. I had it personally. Definitely. I had it 4-1 AJ. Outside of that first round, I didn't think Pitbull won a round. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. 45 seconds of a submission attempt does not trump, you getting beat up for 3 minutes of that round. On your back. You're on your back getting beat up for 3 minutes of that round. So
I had that 1-1 going into the 5th. And then that
2-2?
Yeah, sorry. I had 2-2 going into the 5th. So
all right.
But I've seen a lot of those rounds being close where it's like it could have been it couldn't have been 3-1 Pitbull, but there was like, I think it was it the 3rd? There was one of those where it's like, maybe, but just because of the four, he wasn't doing much at times, but he was just going forward. I wasn't sure how they were going to judge that, because McKee was kind of loading up, but he would miss pretty badly sometimes too. So I don't know, but I think it was purposely done to get the trilogy going.
AJ McKee said he's not going back, and I could kind of tell. Since this was the first time him going, this is the first time he went 25 minutes. This is the first time he went 5 rounds. I could kind of tell like the conditioning wasn't there, and he talked about it after the fight. He was like, "Yeah, this is my last time." He was like, "Man, now we got to go to 55." He's like, "I'm not going to He's like, man, this 145 pounds, man, is behind me, and so I'm paraphrasing what he said, but pretty much what he was saying is he's tired of cutting the 145. He was like, it's a hard weight cut for me, so I'm ready to. He's ready to move up. And Pitbull was like, no, 145 my division. I stay here. It's like my brother has the belt at 155, so I don't care nothing about that division. Well, okay, you got away with one then.
Yeah, he
They
do
had
have a brother.
to man. I'm sorry, I'm not a real big conspiracy theorist in sports, but I love all kinds of other conspiracy theories. Especially like Operation Paperclip. But anywho, that's a whole nother discussion for a whole nother day. But I'm not a real big conspiracy theorist in sports, right? But at the same time, I think that was more so of AJ talking his big champ shit and needed to be humbled than anything. So
yeah,
I felt like the judges felt like they needed to humble what's his name? They needed to humble AJ McKee. So I mean, it is what it is.
yeah. Maybe the talks will go in the UFC and shit.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
you
I
can
think
keep
I
going.
think he could have beat Volkanovski, but I still think he can. But they definitely robbed my guy. But he definitely had opportunities in that. C. Jones, I definitely agree. But he definitely had opportunities in that fight that he didn't take advantage of.
Yeah, and
But with all that
that's
being said, I think he still won the fight.
yeah. It was a hard fight to. It wasn't entertaining. It was a dud of a fight. But I mean, it wasn't like.
Oh, what happened?
Oh,
Oh, there you are. There you are.
you got me? Oh, okay. Now, so I think they're both a little too cautious at times. Like, I don't know. It wasn't entertaining, really. But and then that Corey Anderson shit, that was crazy.
Yeah, man.
But
That's
I had Anderson up 2-1 at that point.
definitely had him up 2-1. He was starting, and he broke Nemkov. He was
Yeah,
starting
it
to
looked
break
like
him.
it.
He
He
was starting to
dominated on the
break him,
ground.
and I don't understand how they didn't go to the scorecards. I had to go back and look at the unified scoring, unified rules and everything.
Yeah, it has to make it to the fourth round. It's 3 seconds away.
Yeah, so it was in between the third and fourth round though.
No, there's 3 seconds left in the third. 3 seconds when he stopped the clock. But Corey Anderson admitted that it was an accidental headbutt. Everyone agreed it was an
They
accidental
both
headbutt.
admitted it. Yeah, it was accidental. It was completely
They just didn't
accidental.
understand what the ruling would be. Like somehow each one of them thought they won the fight. It's like, oh, it's no contest. So yeah, that was pretty crazy. Because if that would have went into the next round and they would have stopped the fight on the cut from the accidental headbutt from the third, it would have just went to scorecards. It would have been 2-1 Anderson. So that's crazy. What a difference 3 seconds makes, man. Or
Yeah, man. Corey should be the champion right now. I hated that for him, man. I was gutted.
But I do like that they're like
Right.
immediately running it back. You know what I mean? Because they have to because of the Grand
They
Prix.
have
It
to.
being the
They
Grand
have to
Prix
immediately
finale.
run it back. But who's to say Corey won't have the same type of performance, man?
Yeah, that's true. Or like
He
that
might
the
go in
other,
there and get slept in the second round, and all of a sudden, it's like, oh man, what the hell?
or Nemkov's camp knows what he's gonna do now. He knows his game plan is. He can just prepare for that.
Yeah, but they knew that going in, man. But I think now that he's felt Corey's power and everything, things would be different. But it could also be different for Nemkov. I mean, for Corey Anderson, he could go in there and ice Nemkov in the first round. So
Yeah.
D Will, he's fighting Castillo Clayton as the co-main event on the Charlo Castaño 2 card. Castillo Clayton is currently the number 6 ranked contender in the IBF rankings at welterweight. So he's 18. I think he's 18-0. 18-0. So we'll see what happens with that fight, man. I think Boots ices him inside of 5, but you know, excuse me, anything can happen in a fight.
Yeah.
The next big fight we got to look forward to. I'm sorry. I'm gonna speak for myself. I try not to speak for the masses, right? I'm gonna speak for myself. I don't give 2 squirts of duck shit about that Tyson Fury and Dillian White fight. I don't care. I'm sorry. I don't care. I really don't care. I'm gonna watch it, but I really don't care because I think Tyson Fury is gonna beat him easy.
Well, I did too, but I want to see Dillian White get his ass whipped because I don't like him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a Dillian White fan. I think he played victim. I think he bitches and plays victim.
Yep.
I think he acts like he wants to fight, but when it comes time to make a lot of these fights, he starts complaining, and everybody was talking about, oh, well, the WBC told him they were going to give him this, and they said they were going to give him that. You have no fucking leverage. Either you want the fight or you don't. You're not a champion. Either you want the fight or you don't. This is what we're offering. You have no leverage in this fight. You claim that you brought all these people out, which the fight didn't sell out, by the way. You can still go buy tickets to that fight right now. That fight ain't so. Yeah, they might have sold 80,000 tickets in 90 minutes, but that's 105,000 seat stadium. The fight didn't sell out. And they opened the whole stadium. It's not like what they did. Like, they didn't even open the whole stadium for Errol up. I think Errol could have sold out the whole stadium if they would have let him.
I know they added 4,000 seats to that stadium, though.
Who?
This is a max capacity for Wembley.
Max, if you go to Ticketmaster right now, you can still buy tickets to that fight.
Yeah, but those are resales, though. That's how they do that shit. They buy the initial ones from the box office, they resell them on Ticketmaster, and then it's a sellout.
They all do that. They all do that.
Yeah, that's how they do that bullshit.
Yeah. Well, let's see who won last night. Yeah, they about to sweep Toronto.
Hey, man, we almost had a chance, man. The Bulls almost had a chance, man, because Giannis should have fouled out. That was no fucking foul on the box out. That was over the back. That was a 6 foul, but it's all right, man. If we even win one game this series, I'm gonna consider that a plus. I'm just happy to finally make the playoffs again. It feels good as a Bulls fan.
Dallas got what's the name last night? Yeah, man. See, my wife cooked a good dinner last night. I was on Miss T's show arguing about the Errol and Bud thing, and then I ate dinner, man. After I ate dinner, got my little drink in. Man, I went to sleep. I didn't get to do a lot of things. I missed all the basketball. I missed all the good conversation. So, like I said, I was late to the. Oh man, that's crazy. Okay, Memphis and Memphis and Minnesota play on NBA TV tomorrow. I don't think I have NBA TV. Atlanta finna get fucking swept, and New Orleans finna get fucking swept. Yeah. Okay. So Utah and Dallas done made it a series, huh? And Minnesota.
Well,
yeah, I got money on goddamn Memphis. Gonna win that. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the scores from last night. I don't care about that Bivol fight. We know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a closer fight than people give it credit for. Cause I'm not gonna moonwalk now. I'm not gonna moonwalk. I wanted Cinnamon to fight Bivol and Beterbiev. So, you know, I'm not gonna sit here and act like Bivol ain't shit now because Canelo's fighting him. I think that's still gonna be a tougher fight for Cinnamon than people think it is. But you know, unless you knock Cinnamon out, you're not gonna beat him.
I think Cinnamon stops him.
He might, you know, seeing how they keep letting the man piss hot, but you know, you know, that's just where I'm at with it. You know, I know a lot of fans don't like that, but know a lot of his fans don't like that, but it is what it is. He pissed hot before. I'm pretty sure he'll piss hot again, especially after they change the rules for him. Changed the rules for him and his little brother, but it didn't matter for his didn't matter in his last fight.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. But yeah, man, we can go ahead and shut it down here, bro.
Sounds good, Big DJ. I'm glad you stopped by, dog.
Heck yeah, man. I hate that I missed most of it.
Hey, what's cracking with UFC this weekend? Something popping?
I don't think we have a card this weekend. Hold on, give me just a second. I can look it up. But I think what's his name starts back this week. PFL.
Oh shit.
I think PFL starts back this week.
This is Jessica Andre, Amanda Lemos, trash. Clay Guida, trash. Oh, this is a throwaway card. I ain't watching this shit.
Yeah, we got a PFL card. The lightweights and light heavyweights kick off this weekend. That's right, because Stevie Ray and Shoeface and all them guys is fighting. Cyborg is about to catch another body. We got 2 Bellator fights this week. We got Velasquez, the chick who just beat Alima Leigh McFarland and took her belt. She's fighting Liz Carmouche this weekend, and then you got Cyborg fighting on a Saturday. So we got 2 cards this weekend. Well, yeah, 3 really. Let me see. Yeah, Clay Colliard and Jeremy Lil Heathen Stevens, who ain't won a fight since 19-2. He's fighting. Yeah, Stevie Ray.
Have a good one, D. Will.
Huh?
I was telling D. Will, have a good one. He's signing off.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get at that shit, man.
PFL starting up this week, and we got let me see who all's on that card, man, because it might be one. You never know. It might be one of them cards where, it might end up being bangers on that card. Let me look at this Lemos and Jessica Andre card. Let me look who's on this card. See, Clay Guida, Claudio Puellos. Okay. Romanov. Oh, you got Macy Barber on the card. Montana De La Rosa. Okay. You got Groovy Lando on this card against Charles Jourdain. Manil Kopp's on this card. Yeah, so, Dwight Grant. Jordan Wright's on this card. Mike Jackson. Dana White let him come back, huh? Okay. He said he wasn't going to let his ass come back, but he let him come back. He going to let him come back and get a beating. Ike Villanueva and Tyson Pedro's on this card. Okay. So, it's C+. C+ card.
C-.
Yeah, C+ card, man. But I applaud Dana. He's keeping everybody busy.
Fuck it.
But you see where he said earlier today, that John Jones is in his plan for
fight week?
Yeah, it's in his plan for this summer, so we'll see what happens.
Ooh, let's
him and
go.
Stipe, they try to make that fight with him and Stipe.
It's gonna be interim. Whatever it is, it's gonna be interim.
I don't think it should be an interim title fight when the champion just fought. Shit, what 3-4 months?
John Jones ain't fighting for something that's not a belt, bro.
It doesn't. Man, you can fight 5 rounds and it don't have to be a belt. Hell, he didn't want the interim title fight when he fought for over in St. Preux for it. So I think the only time you should make an interim title fight, let's say like Francis is gonna be back in like August or September, bro. And which is what he said, but I think it's gonna be, if it's gonna be longer than that, if the champion is gonna be out for close to a year or over a year, then you have an interim title fight. Don't just be giving out interim belts just to give them out. That's how I feel about that shit. But I appreciate everybody coming through, man. C. Jones, D. Will, Reggie, B. Cherry, Tino the Great. Who else stayed up late with us tonight, man? I appreciate everybody coming through, staying active in the chat, keeping us engaged. Eric Gomes, my guy Mark Nash slid through here. I appreciate everybody for coming through, man. I really do. And like I said, I hate I was tardy to the party and missed most of the good conversation, but I'll be here tomorrow and we'll get that worked out. But other than that, man, we're gonna go ahead and sign off tonight. Mex, thank you for hanging out with me.
And, yes, sir. I'll holler at you, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, man. I appreciate it. Like I said it all the time. I appreciate everybody for coming through. And yeah, we're gonna end the night here, right here, fellas.
Got the roots, he let the beats build, bitch, and we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G, always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.